NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association proudly present the 122nd U.S. Open Championship. On a chilly Sunday just outside of Boston, we welcome you to the Country Club in Brookline, Mass. for the fourth time hosting the U.S. Open. What a day yesterday. So much movement at the top. It was difficult. It was gray, overcast, windy. They play for that Howard Trophy. It's on the line today, and it might be even tougher by the time that those leaders tee off later on this afternoon. Gray skies. We had rain all night, about 3/10 of an inch. We'll see how much it softened up the golf course. The wind not really blowing a whole lot right now, but we're expected to have 15 to 20 mile per hour winds this afternoon and changing direction of those winds. Will Zalatoris, Matt Fitzpatrick trying to break through with the first win on the PGA Tour, make it a major championship. They share the lead heading into the final round. Defending champ Jon Rahm, 3 under. Scotty Scheffler, #1 in the world. Saw the name Rory McIlroy right there. So you got the top 3 in the world, all within 3 shots of the lead to start the final round. And overall, just 9 players under par at this point. Terry Gannon, along with Justin Leonard in the booth. Peter Jacobsen, Steve Sands in the towers. Cockrell, Aaron Oberholzer out on the golf course. David Hack talked to some of the players and Ben Shade from the USGA in case we have any questions with the rules. Out to Joaquin Niemann, his second at the first. Kate Cockrell is out there.
Yeah, after a really good drive, aggressively hugging that left-hand side, just a gap wedge in.
Seen some good shots so far at that first. Opportunity perhaps. Second's awfully tough. How about the 5th, the drivable? Sebastian Soderberg at 10 over par, birdie par first 3 days. Driver?
Yeah, wind. Wind there is off the left. Oh, he just ran it through that little neck. It's only about 6.5 yards wide between those 2 bunkers. He's in a great spot there.
To the 3rd.
Terrific spot for Grayson Murray here in the fairway at 3. Difference it is being in the rough or the fairway today, especially after that little rain they had overnight in the morning, Justin.
Yeah, nice play there into the middle of the green. Puts himself with an uphill putt. It does make a difference.
Huge difference today. Let's drop back a hole.
And we're going to roll earlier in the championship. MJ Duffy, 7 over this for birdie. 67, 72, but then a 78 yesterday. Playing along with Callum Tarrant. Up to the 4th.
And this was just a moment ago. This is Will Besseling. This is his 4th shot. In trouble off the tee, and as we've been talking about how tough the rough is when it's wet and thick. And how about this? Boom! When you hit that chip, it takes about 15 seconds for it to roll down that slope.
Max Homa trying to start with the birdie at 1.
Yeah, a little downhill, moving slightly left to right. I think we're going to see a lot of guys putting from that position. It actually ends up moving more at the end from left to right.
Get a look here in the coverage of what the leaders eventually will face in terms of the hole locations on this golf course, Justin.
Yeah, this front right hole location at 1, there's a little bit of a mound that comes off a bunker there front right. And that's the slope that Kay's talking about. Now, Niemann's ball going more straight up that slope, Kay.
Yeah, you couldn't put it in a better spot. Probably one of the easier putts you're going to see on the whole golf course.
See how much the speed on these greens has changed throughout the week. Stimp meter low to high 12 range.
Yeah, they've been starting in the upper 12s, and the memos I've been getting from the USGA are, they tend to slow down a bit during the day to maybe just dipping just below 12.5. But my guess is yesterday, with the cooler conditions, no humidity, they probably got a little faster as the day went on. But with the moisture, as we talked about overnight, maybe a little bit slower this morning than what players have faced so far this week.
Good putt for par. See how much it changed too in terms of the firmness, which is different than the speed, holding approach shots after the rain. Soderberg in front of the green at 5 for a second.
saw Stuart Hagestad putt it from this position. Soderberg's using the wedge. Keeps it below the hole, which is important, but would love to have gotten that a little closer.
This is Bryson DeChambeau at the third. It has been a very difficult morning for Bryson in the first couple holes. Champion from a couple of years ago in dominating fashion. Only man under par at Wingfoot in 2020, and a pair of fives to begin the day. 3 over through 2. It is going to be a challenging afternoon. Will Zalatoris, Matt Fitzpatrick, trying to win not just a major for the first time in their careers, trying to win any tournament on the PGA Tour for the first time.
We're the USGA. We're over 100 years old. And while I'm guessing you know our initials, USGA, you probably don't know what we do every day.
All right, I'm a 23.7, so it looks like everyone's going to be giving me some strokes today.
Yep, that's us. By delivering core programs like the USGA Course Rating, GIN app, World Handicap System, we unify players from all backgrounds, ages, genders, and skill levels to come together and enjoy this game. What other sport provides a level playing field to anyone, anywhere, anytime? While this is the kind of stage that most of us are used to playing on, we all dream of playing on golf's grandest stages. You probably know us for the US Open or the US Women's Open or for our amateur championships. But what you may not know is we conduct 15 national championships every year to showcase the greatest players in the world. And now with the US Adaptive Open, we've added players with disabilities as well. Yeah, you bet. We govern the game too, together with the RNA, so that no matter where you play the game, anywhere in the world, we all play by one common set of rules. Every year we invest tens of millions of dollars to advance this great game into the future through Grow the Game initiatives, turf research to reduce water and nutrient demands, and agronomy experts for our courses. So just keep playing. We'll keep unifying, showcasing, governing, and advancing to make sure golf continues to thrive in the next 100 years.
The 122nd U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by the all-new Lexus LX600. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. And by American Express. Don't live life without it. Norm. Cheers. Landmark in Boston. Who's your favorite character from Cheers?
Cliff Clavin.
Because he knew it all.
Yes.
You know what? You can just Google it now. The internet has ruined bar fights, arguments. Soderberg, this for birdie at the 5th. There you go. You do love the choices off the tee at the 5th.
I do. I love when players have options, and then when we see players use different options, even around these greens.
Max Homa on the tee at the very difficult second.
It's going up the right center of the green. Takes care of the false start there. Good shot.
Playing tougher this par 3 than any par 3 all season long. To tell you can follow all the action from this 122nd U.S. Open, including live streaming coverage, real-time scoring, and the latest video highlights, news, and photos, all at usopen.com. See some of that sunshine here. Trying to, Steve.
Norm, by the way. Cliffy was great, but Norm was legendary. Bryson DeChambeau, par 3.
Agree to disagree.
It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and I'm wearing Milk-Bone underwear. Norm was #1 on Cheers.
Didn't know he'd get a quote. Wow.
Oh, there are a million of them.
I got
How about the lines that guy delivered over there?
Every time walking to the bar.
Yeah, because it's only what?
Sam was behind the bar, right?
Yeah.
Sam Bennett out on the golf course.
I think I like that because you can just hit it cool.
Yeah, nice twosome here. A couple guys played college golf against one another.
That should be good. You can honestly come down between. Okay. Yeah, call it 7 o'clock here, okay?
Both playing in their first U.S. Open, so even though they're going to finish potentially middle of the pack, pretty good memory to have this place as being your first U.S. Open experience. 181 yards to the hole, 171 to the front. Really just a little teeny bit of breeze right now, helping from the left.
Okay, good shot.
One of 4 amateurs who've made it to the weekend. Good race for that low amateur, too. Travis Vick leading the way right now. We'll see him in a bit at 5 over. Sam starts at 7 over. Chris Gotterup, who's turned professional, so can make some money this week as well.
A much more difficult shot, being that he's in the secondary rough that was cut at 5 inches, but has grown steadily throughout the week.
And Chris Gotterup won the Puerto Rico Invitational, which is a collegiate tournament, got an exemption to the PGA Tour's Puerto Rico Open, and finished tied for 7th there in his PGA Tour debut as an amateur. A lot of potential there.
All right, let's get a preview of the closing stretch, starting with 15. Aaron's out there.
Thank you, Terry. Yeah, down here in the fairway, and I want to kind of explain how different this hole could play today. Yesterday, you know, 500 plus yards is what this hole plays. Yesterday it was straight downwind, 11 downhill off this tee, so they could float balls up, hit them as high as they wanted to. The jet stream would carry them all the way down this fairway. In fact, Matt Fitzpatrick drove it past that road behind me. Will Zalatoris drove it 2 yards short of that road behind me. Today could be a different story if that wind does switch to the east, which means it's going to be coming from this direction right here into and off of their left. And that does one thing. First of all, it's going to slow the balls down. They're not going to go nearly as far, especially if we get the same wind speeds. I'm standing right at the 200-yard marker, 315 yards off the tee. And then another thing it could do, if you float one up into that wind with a little left to right fade, which a lot of the longer hitters like to hit, this is what's going to happen. This is a primary and secondary cut. Here's the primary cut. Not too bad. You can play it from there. They haven't cut the flag yet, but it's on 35 in the back left, 5 off the left. But if you hit it in this secondary rough, forget about it.
Aaron, you know, these last 4 holes, 15, 16, 17, 18, are in very close proximity. And you look at the last few groups that will be teeing off in this U.S. Open. Very likely one of the leaders or one of the winners will come from those groups. But a lot can happen. Do you think the players will have a sense of exactly what's going on the golf course because you're in such close proximity these last 4 holes?
Well, I think they could tell yesterday. The group that I was with, Zalatoris, that the roar when Scotty Scheffler, I think I was on, I must have been on, 12 or 13. And the roar that Scotty Scheffler's eagle made all the way over on 8 just reverberated all throughout the golf course. So absolutely, they will know what's going on and what's happening, I believe. They won't know what exactly happened, obviously, until they see a board, which is right by 16, by 16 green. But they will know what's going on around them for sure. It's such a tight area here at the Country Club.
And Aaron, that closing stretch, we talked about the rerouting here at the Country Club, but 15, 16, 17, 18, it is what it was. It stayed the same. And players know after yesterday, that experience, and take me into the mind of the players now if you're in contention, having just survived yesterday and knowing you might go through that again today.
I think players are excited to see that there was some rain last night. For the ones watching, they're probably enjoying seeing a little bit of the steam taken out of this golf course because it was hard and fast yesterday. The greens were tough, very difficult to hit fairways and get the ball close even from the fairway. So I think the players that are leading understand they're going to be allowed to play maybe a little more aggressively. Again, it's very early in the day. We are going to have some wind this afternoon, but I don't think it's going to be the same velocity or as quite as difficult as it was yesterday.
If it keeps changing, which it's expected to do, that'll make it tough. Out to 3.
A little bit earlier, Callum Tarrant. Remember, he was leading the U.S. Open at one point a few days ago. Advanced to the U.S. Open by finishing tied for second at the Canada Final Qualifier. And what a shot there at the 3rd. Well done there by Callum.
back on the 4th green. Bryson DeChambeau's got this putt for birdie. I know it's early, but still, that's the best shot we've seen. DeChambeau in short sleeves. It's 56 degrees. The wind's blowing about 7 miles an hour, and it's earlier was spitting rain, so.
All right, waiting on a bit of a backup. Besseling, meanwhile, for birdie at 5.
Yeah, there's a group on the tee, and it's very close proximity. It's on the back edge of the 4th green, so a little bit of a backup here. Great birdie there by Will Besseling.
36-year-old from the Netherlands. 3.
Taryn for his birdie. Only 23 birdies made through 3 rounds at this 3rd hole. It has been a brew. That one handled very well on a Sunday morning here in the final round. We advance you up to 4.
Yeah, it's not been a good putting week for DeChambeau. He's 52nd in the field of the 64 that made the cut, so he's hit a lot of greens, though. This is probably one of the easier putts here at the 4th. Fairly flat.
For us at this golf course, how it's going to play throughout the day. Might change when the wind direction changes. All chase 4 under Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick at the top. Time now for Rules of Golf, presented by Rolex.
Check this out. I think my ball is embedded.
Oh yeah, definitely looks to be embedded. It's below the surface of the ground and it's in its own pitch mark from your last stroke.
Okay, I mean, I hit a fantastic drive, middle of the fairway, just have a wedge in. I'm not penalized for that.
No, you get free relief from an embedded ball in the general area, so the rougher the fairway, not part of the challenge of the game.
Perfect. Let me just see the condition of it. Oh, it's a little muddy, grassy, but I can clean that.
You can clean it, and you could actually use another ball to drop if you wanted to.
Okay, this one looks good still.
Do you need any other help?
I got it from here.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna take my drop from, my reference point is where the ball was embedded. Gonna put a tee there, 1 club length. Put another tee from knee height. Ball's in play.
So while Bailey estimated her relief area with her wedge, keep in mind the relief area is still defined by her longest club selected for play, excluding the putter, which for most of us is going to be our driver.
Got that, Justin?
Yes.
Embedded ball, you know what to do.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chris got her up on the tee at the 2nd.
Good looking golf swing. This is going left edge. Just hangs in there. Beautiful shot.
That's a great shot.
Yes, it is.
That's the best we've seen today so far.
Just left of it. Okay. Settle. Sit. Sit. Moving on to that. Yep. 49.
look at Brooks Koepka getting ready for this final round here at the Country Club. Two-time U.S. Open champ. Koepka 73, 67, 75 the first 3 days. Tee off with Travis Vick, one of the amateurs, at 10:44. And up to 3.
And Joaquin Niemann settling in over this putt. Well off the green. Guess there are a lot of choices you can make here, Justin Leonard, when you're well off the green like that.
Yeah, and the speed of the approach, especially there at 3, is very similar to the speed of the greens. So not a big adjustment to make.
Think ahead to 16 when those leaders get there, and how many will be caught by this bunker camp presented by Deloitte. Aaron's out there taking a look.
Well, hopefully, if you get caught by this bunker today, you have really misclubbed or misjudged the wind. That's for sure, Terry. So hopefully no one does that. But if they do, I don't think it's going to be that difficult of an up and down. Let's take a look at what happens if you do fly this bunker. There's this big downslope here, about I'd say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 on, and they haven't cut the hole today just yet. This is the old hole cut, but there's a downslope right here. Now, depending on how firm these greens get, if you just cover this bunker and you land on this downslope, it could shoot all the way across to where this cell phone basically right here is where the hole is going to be right here. Well, past this cell phone, it runs right off the green, guys. It slopes away, okay? So if you're gonna go directly at this hole location, you better be spot on with your trajectory, and you better be spot on with your spin and obviously your distances. However, you can get it close another way. If you wanna play it up the left-hand side and kind of kill it into this hill comes back right here, you can actually get this ball close to the hole that way. It'll come down that hill. You don't have to take a direct line here today at 16 to give yourself a really good chance at birdie.
And Aaron, I feel like every player in this field probably understands where they can and can't miss a ball, where it's the best chance to get up and down to certain hole locations. Where do you think a player, if they do miss the green, where do they need to make their error in order to have a decent chance to get the ball up and down?
Honestly, Justin, this is going to sound crazy, but I was watching guys in the practice rounds out of this right-hand bunker right here, and there's actually enough room and it's flat enough to where you can get this up and down. Funny enough, you'd say, don't short side yourself, don't short side yourself. If you do attack and push it right, that's not too bad. High up here, there really isn't too many spots that you could miss it where it's really difficult. Maybe if you go way long in the rough, that's going to be tough, but it's still an uphill pitch. You miss it left in this bunker, it's just kind of pop it out. It's probably more difficult over here on the left side with all this green to work with because you've got this huge slope, and you better judge that bunker shot just perfect to catch the slope just right. But nonetheless, it's still going to gather right to that hole. This is actually a really cool, fun hole location where we could see some birdies with really good shots here.
Well, we talked about the different hole locations, and some of these greens you're limited, but this one, take a look at all 4 rounds and the different places they put the pin, the USGA.
Yeah, you certainly can't use the left-hand side, but like Aaron, I feel like this whole location may be kind of the easiest one on this green because you do have a little bit of bank on the left-hand side. You got some room short of it to let the ball bounce up if the greens do firm up this afternoon.
Back at 1, the 3rd for Reed.
Yeah, a lot of green to work with, left to right movement. You see how much it snaps right at the end.
Playing through, we saw that approach. It hit and just took off.
Yeah, and most of them hit very soft coming out of that right rough.
Well, if your daughter is age 6 to 17 and interested in golf, enroll her in LPGA USGA Girls Golf, a program that the USGA has supported for more than 25 years to help empower and energize girls in golf by visiting girlsgolf.org today. Stay warm out there today. Temperature not yet in the 60s. And happy Father's Day to everybody watching and in attendance today. Got her up. Terrific tee shot at the 2nd. This for birdie. How many birdies are we going to see at that hole?
I think we may see a few this morning, but it's going to get more difficult as the day goes on. But again, being in the back, there's some room to land the ball short, let it release back to that hole location.
Up at 3, Joaquin Niemann. rams that par save by on the left side. Up at the 7th, this is Brandon Matthews, who earlier this season, the Korn Ferry Tour missed 6 consecutive cuts. But here he is playing in the final round at his first ever U.S. Open, and he reached the quarterfinals back in 2013 at the U.S. Amateur right here on this golf course. So Brandon has good vibes at the Country Club, and that is better than good. That is a great golf shot at the 7th, and he would make the birdie putt there. So much fun seeing this golf course play early in the day. How will it take place this afternoon?
On the tee at 5, DeChambeau.
Less than driver. His 5th hole playing 301.
Green by the wind, bro.
Which means it's 291 to the front edge. Oh, got to the bunker.
Didn't look like it.
Well, that look came out spinny, and the wind started to pick up a little bit.
You mentioned the bunker. I'm not sure it got there, so we'll see. There are your times on the right side. Eastern time, 2:45. Zalatoris, Fitzpatrick, big names. Keegan Bradley in the mix. You know, a lot of people out here rooting for him in New England. And Jordan Spieth arriving 72, 70, 71 first 2 days for the 2015 U.S. Open champ. Right in the middle of a run of high-level events. USGA Championships on NBC Sports are presented by Rolex. US Women's Open a couple of weeks ago. Minjee Lee, the winner, Pine Needles, Curtis Cup last week. Here we are for the US Open 122nd edition. Bryson DeChambeau just this side of the bunker at 5.
I think he's going to need to play something low here, maybe just short of the green and have it run up. Is it going to stay there? Looks like it will. Boy, that's just a few feet from rolling back.
Yeah, it's
down the fairway.
Right on the edge. Drop back 1 to 4.
Looking back behind the green, Max Homa. Left side. Now he's going from the right side. Better angle. Coming out of that.
Stop. Shot.
Pretty good shot right there. Homa. Aerial coverage is presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, giving us these pictures high above the Country Club. The wind is down, stopped raining. Still, the golf course is softer, and we've seen it all week. So some of these holes are gettable, like right here at the 4th. The easiest hole location we've seen all week here at the par 4.
Right down. Okay.
Neiman now. See the wind gauge. First 2 days it was straight into the player's face. The last 2 days downwind. Greens are softer, so right at it. A little respect there. Staying away from that heavy grass and that bunker on the left.
Yeah, good drive for Guido Migliocci. Remember meeting him last year at Torrey Pines, his first U.S. Open. He's playing dead downwind right now.
Pretty well judged right there. That wind has picked up really in the last 10 minutes or so.
It has. Yeah, I would say it's up to around 10 miles an hour, which does make a difference when a golf course is this difficult and the penalty for an error is this steep.
That's the amateur, Sam Bennett, one of 4 amateurs to make the cut here at the 122nd U.S. Open. And another exquisite second shot here at the 3rd.
Uh-oh. Patrick Reed taking a look at his second. Here at the 2nd. We've seen some. All right, we saw that birdie a moment ago. I asked you how many birdies we're going to see, and maybe fewer as the day goes on. But we've seen some high numbers already.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to see some high numbers. A long par 3 plays uphill. Adjusted yardage is about 224. And he's got it kind of a bit of a downslope out of the fescue. Short pin. He's got to play this out to the right of the flag, give himself some more room. Just topped out
of the deepest rough. For birdie at the first.
Yeah, really nice shot in, but a tough putt. This is left to right, and remember, it moves hard as it gets close to the hole. Oh, it didn't that time.
Yeah, hit it through the break there, Kay. And that's a good 3.5 feet past.
Got in this U.S. Open with that share of 4th in 2021 at Torrey Pines. So top 10. Well, keep an eye on that, guys, trying to get into next year's U.S. Open.
And over at 4, it's Big Homa for birdie. 69, followed that up with a 73, 75 yesterday. So he's going the wrong way for this talented young guy.
All right, so we're back here at 3, and Sam Bennett is lining up this birdie putt. So for the first 3 days, Justin, 3 was a beast. Today, all of a sudden, the guys are getting after it.
Yeah, I think this morning, Steve, it's a little easier to put the ball in the fairway. And with the back hole location, guys can just use their front number and try and get the ball to release back there.
Big difference between playing in the morning and afternoon, the final round of the U.S. Open. There will be a lot less oxygen here at the Country Club come 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. What an experience for all the amateurs who ended up playing the weekend.
Second hasn't been easy for Patrick Reed. This for bogey. Seven over Patrick Reed. Up to DeChambeau for birdie at 5.
Good position here to putt from. Would love to have gotten a little closer with his pitch, but putt that he can be aggressive with from that angle.
Expect it to be difficult this afternoon. It was yesterday. Take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday's third round, presented by Rolex. Thought this was the moment Scotty Scheffler was going to take hold of this championship.
Yeah, and this is what Aaron Overhosen was talking about. The roar that this creates. Just listen.
Trouble coming home, though. Eventually a 71. 200 to start today. McIlroy had a fight for everything in the third round.
That was a big birdie there at the 11th.
73 for Rory. He starts at 1 under. Will Zalatoris, of course, shares the lead at 400, just this side of that little road there. 15.
Front left toe location. Beautiful control with just a short iron.
Round to the day, 67. Patrick, look where he is at 15.
Yeah, he's a good 10 yards past the road there. Great look here. Admitted he might have pulled that one just a touch.
68. 4 under overall. Rahm at 15 for birdie. And kind of like John Rahm. And hit it in the bunker here. Aaron had previewed it for us earlier what could happen, and it did to John Rahm.
Yeah, caught a little clean. Go on to make a double bogey on his 54th hole to end his day. In disappointing fashion, but obviously still in great shape, just one back.
You gonna pick a name? Any thoughts? We might have a feeling about this afternoon. Oh, that's been said here before.
Right? I have all kinds of thoughts. I think that I feel like Matthew Fitzpatrick is going to do what only Jack Nicklaus and Julie Easter done, is win the U.S. Amateur and the U.S. Open on the same golf course.
Gotcha. Okay.
That was Neiman cleaning up his par. Youngest winner on tour this year.
We talked about 3 being different today versus yesterday. Same with 7. Only 2 birdies yesterday at the 7th. That birdie from Will Bessling is the 2nd birdie already today at the par 4. So who knows how it will all play out this afternoon as you were looking at the first tee. The weather's starting to clear up a little bit, Terry.
Yeah, the sunshine now. See if it holds. Travis Vick, one of the 4 amateurs to make it to the weekend, and the 2-time U.S. Open champ, Brooks Koepka.
This is the 10:44 tee time. Please welcome from Hunters Creek Village, Texas, Travis Vick.
Helped Texas win the NCAA Division I National Championship. He's a junior this past spring, making his U.S. Open debut, and right there in the weekend. Not sure.
From West Palm Beach, Florida, our 2017 and 2018 U.S. Open champion, Brooks Koepka.
First one to go back since Curtis Reeves did it, and the first of 2 for Curtis right here at the Country Club. Koepka 73, 67, 75 the first 3 days.
Good job.
The fairway. What big tee shot there. Past that second bunker. It's about 320 on the fly. So that's out there in the 330 range.
Wonder what's going through the mind of Travis Vick as he plays with Brooks Koepka. Get a preview of the 17th, the closing stretch with Aaron.
Thanks, Terry. So here's at 17. I'm standing about 34 yards from the middle of the green, right here at the 34-yard plate. And this hole is all about options today. It has been pretty much for the week, especially for the way the guys play the game today. 279 to the bunker right in the fairway, the longest bunker to carry that. most guys can carry that no problem. If that happens and they want to take driver down here and risk going into the rough and so on, they can do that and probably end up somewhere in this 34-yard range to 25-yard range right off the front of this green. Now, if you walk with me up to this green, this is where it gets really interesting here at 17, because I think, Justin, they really did a great job with this whole location today. 9 on, 5 off the left, right kind of. They haven't cut the hole yet, as you can see, so we're going to use the cell phone to represent where the hole could potentially go in this area. So no matter whether you lay back off the tee with a wedge and you want to play to the dog leg, or you want to drive it up, you've got this bank back here that you can use. So if you want to take a full spinner off this ledge, if I just drop a ball right here with no momentum, it's going to gather. No problem. You're going to have, gosh, that keeps going. You're going to have, a hooking putt from about 6 feet. If you rip it back a little bit, it's got a little bit, maybe too much momentum or a little more momentum. You got a chance to really get one close here. So if you drive it up close, you can use this bank to bring it back down. You don't have to kind of get nifty and try to play a pitch really close. You can use the bank and use kind of some imagination. And if you're all the way back in the fairway, you can spin one right back down to the hole and create a great opportunity for yourself. I think this last 4 holes, if you can execute, I'm telling you what, you can make some birdies coming down the stretch.
Yeah, Aaron, and looking at the pin sheet, we talk all the week about, the U.S. Open wants a balanced setup. They want to test every part of your game. And I feel like there's a good balance even in this Sunday, this championship Sunday, the final round, in the hole locations. And like you said, this is a very gettable hole location. We saw players kind of spin the ball off the green on a couple occasions in round 2 to that front. This one's a little further back. I think this is absolutely gettable for players this afternoon. Even if they choose to drive it up there, if they miss it out to the right, like you said, they have that backstop. So I think we're going to see some birdies here this afternoon.
Could even see a 2. Who knows?
Yeah, even over a shirt and tie, it still
They
fits.
were kind of made large back then.
Oh, that's why.
Okay. Travis Vick, by the way, is on that tee shot way left. Now is second.
Yeah, he ended up in the middle of the merchandise village area that's left of the first fairway. Got a free drop, closest as they could estimate from where his ball ended up. And he actually is in a good spot with a clear line to the hole. 164 to the front. Oh goodness, this well right. I think he's heading over to another hospitality area.
Yeah, it might be.
Either that or the second tee.
As he does that, bring in Ben Shea from the USGA and just wonder how much planning. Got to be a lot of planning, Ben, going into on a small piece of property, relief and rulings and everything else with all the different tents out here.
Absolutely right. There's a lot of structures out here with this tight championship build. We saw the relief off the first tee right there. We might see some more relief here back by 2T. There's some more TIOs, temporary obstructions back there, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Koepka second on the way.
After a beautiful tee shot, just a little gap wedge, 133 to the hole.
One at it, the opening green. There's a look from high above the property. And, I mean, it is fit right into the neighborhoods here.
It's a tight property. There's not a lot of room around this golf course. USGA's done a wonderful job doing, putting in their corporate areas, their merchandising areas, and all the things that are required to host 25,000 people as they're on the grounds each day and show them a great experience.
Here at 4, the 22-year-old amateur, Sam Bennett, has this putt for his par, and it's appropriate here on Father's Day. It's a very sad story, but now one of inspiration for Sam. Sam lost his father, Mark, a year ago at the age of 54 to early onset Alzheimer's, and his last words of advice that Mark gave to his son, Sam, was, "Don't wait to do something," which Sam then had tattooed on his wrist. And now, every time he hits a shot, he looks down at those words and he mutters them to himself under his breath, and that is now his new pre-shot routine. So here on Father's Day, very inspirational for Sam and all of us to remember those that we loved and lost. So Sam will have that left for his bogey. Happy Father's Day to everybody. From all of us.
Well, a moment ago here at the third, long birdie try for Todd Sinnott. The Australian made his way here through the Japan qualifier. How about that? A long distance dialogue on a Sunday morning. One of 4 players currently on the golf course who is under par. Now Bryson DeChambeau looking up the hill here at the 7th.
Yeah, he's chosen to lay well back on the flat area. Much more accessible hole location here. See it right at the base of the tree there in the distance. Back left yesterday, front right. So hard to get it close here, Steve, yesterday.
Yeah, talking to the guys during the practice rounds, Justin, they were saying everything funnels to the left, even though it's a slight dogleg to the right, and you can't see the flagstick, or the bottom half of it anyway, from down there in the fairway, and that's a nice play there by Bryson DeChambeau. Getting better all the time. Well done there. Let's go all the way back to the first.
Well, Kay, go ahead.
Bill, he's just taking relief from the first aid tent, which his ball was right up next to it, getting relief for the second time on this hole.
It's an unsettling start in the final round.
Yes, it is. And that is not position A here at the first either. No green to work with. Has to pitch it onto a downslope there on the green.
So while they do that, we jump up to the tee at 6. Callum Tarrant opened great, had a 67 on day 1, the 31-year-old from England.
Well, there's some friendly locations and then some not so friendly. This one, a not so friendly, but beautiful approach shot there off the tee here at the par 3.
Front edge at 5 for birdie. Max Homa.
Up the little false front. Oh, nice pace.
It's that stretch of the golf course where you can make a bit of a move. 5 through 8 playing under par. The rest of the golf course well over par through the first 3+ days now here at the U.S. Open. Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick in that final pairing, 245. Dustin Johnson at 2 over. Play along with Hideki Matsuyama, who also started 2 over par. 2016 U.S. Open champ, arriving at the Country Club. Back at the first, Koepka for birdie.
After a little wait for Travis Fick to finally get onto the putting surface, which he is in 4. This for birdie, uphill. Oh, he thought he made that.
Jump up to the 6th. Excellent shot in here for Tarrant.
This 6 is a dangerous hole location. With the false front, you've seen balls that come up a little bit short, roll well back off the green, so great 2 there.
Travis Fick has been an adventure this opening hole. This for bogey, Kay?
It is, yeah. He, from the first aid tent area, he came up a little short, then chipped on and it released to the right, where he's got this grinding putt. And yeah, this is not the way you want to start. It's, as you said, unsettling. They've taken a lot of time. Brooks Koepka's a fast player. They're going to have to obviously speed up to make up a little time. And this isn't the easiest of putts. It definitely goes right. It really feeds off to the right if you hit it slowly, so he's got to keep the speed up on this.
Putt at least. Settle down a bit. Head off to the difficult second. Man who's had a lot of success the overall win. But all right, Stevens out at the first, his second.
Trying to get it to move just a little bit left to right. That's a good shot there.
25-year-old from Oklahoma State got a chance. I'll be sure to enter virtual U.S. Open qualifying on WGT for your chance at eGolf Glory as part of the USGA Esports Grand Slam Series presented by Lexus. You got to experience some of the game's iconic courses and have a chance to win great prizes. Qualify today at WGT.com. Koepka on the tee at second.
Yeah, going with a 4-iron, which I think is plenty of club for him. Wind right to left and almost turning around and starting to help. But he is pulled wildly.
Look out.
Way left. Trying to cut that up into the breeze and got it turning over.
Sam Stevens, we saw his shot. And he's playing with Justin Rose. Drove in trouble. This is third. Par for the winner of the U.S. Open at Marion. To the second, and Vic on the tee.
Throughout the week, this has been one of the hardest greens to find and hold. Let's see if Vic can somehow get it in the middle of the green, which is a challenge in itself.
And the location is over those two greenside bunkers you can see.
That's aggressive line.
A little bit left, came up a little bit short in that front left bunker. Plenty of green to work with as long as the lie's okay.
Hard work to start, though. Up to the seventh.
Grayson Murray has had some struggles here at this par 4. This is a double bogey attempt. Ugh. There's going to be a 7 at the 7th, and yeah, hello. The frustration there coming out of Grayson Murray. The U.S. Open is a very, very difficult task, but it's made worse when you're letting it get to you like that.
Yeah, well, one of these names right here, do you think it's going to come from the guy at the top 7 there under par? You got 9 players under par.
I do, because the quality of players that are there on the first page of our leaderboard. I don't think anybody's going to be able to come from behind.
So this is the first time that the U.S. Open has been held here at the Country Club since 1988. That close for Curtis Strange from the bunker, his third at 18. The final round, the smile he knew. Into the playoff with Nick Faldo. Out they went on a Monday. This had 13 for birdie. Night this year. Pure. Eventually, putt to clinch it. Win the first of 2 back-to-back U.S. Opens for Curtis Strange. That bunker looks kind of familiar. Different figure standing in front of it right now. Aaron Oberholzer.
Thanks, Terry. Yes, this bunker has been made a little bit deeper, a little bit bigger, and a little bit taller. I'm standing outside of it. I'm not going to get in it, obviously, but I'm still about a foot and a half above where that bunker, the bottom of the bunker actually is. If I were to stand in the bottom of that bunker, I'd say the tallest part right in line where the flagstick will be today, it's probably at 8 feet at the top of that grass. I'm 6 feet tall. So you want to avoid this bunker with this front right hole location today. Changing, the wind's changing as we speak, guys, and as I walk around and as I come up onto the close to the putting surface, we've laid down the handy-dandy cell phone to show you guys kind of where the hole location will be today, since they haven't cut it yet. And this is a hole location, Justin, today that I think you can get at. It's going to be, as the wind continues to switch, and it's already starting to switch. As I look down 18 fairway to the grandstands at 17, they were blowing right to left on 17. So that means, or left to right, excuse me, that means that wind is starting to switch more towards the east, which means if it gets to the east completely, it means 18 is going to play down and off the right, which is going to make this drive a lot easier. And when the drive's made a lot easier, guys are going to be able to attack. You find this fairway, avoid the right rough, avoid the left bunkers. You're going to have a shortish to short iron in here, and there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can obviously, if you've got a short iron, you can fly it right at it. It's a really flat surface around here. And if you're in between clubs, but you've got something you can spin, you can use this back slope back here and throw it up there. Now, it's not going to get really close, but if you're in between clubs, that's the play you want. You don't want to mess around with the Curtis Strange bunker. You want no part of that, especially with how deep and how close this is, because there's just a tiny bit of slight downslope there off the front that'll create just a little bit of a problem. So use that back slope. Look at this. You got about a 15-footer and a 10-footer right there, potentially to win the U.S. Open.
Aaron, a lot of guys, players and caddies, look for the fall line on greens. Where is the straight putt going to come from? To that front hole location, I'm just curious, what's the straight putt there? I'm guessing it would be kind of just past it and to the left. There's a great look at the 4 hole locations that have been used in this U.S. Open Championship.
I would say that if I had to take a guess, since I didn't do that much homework this morning, Justin, but I have to guess, I would have to say it's close to this. Yeah, where it's really close to right here. I mean, that's the fall line right there. There's not a ton of movement right here, maybe slightly right. So I'd say if you're really going to do it right, it's right in here. If you can get the ball right in here, that's absolutely perfect, giving you a great look at birdie inside the hole.
Hey, Aaron, before we let you go, I just want to know what you made of Will Zalatoris as a young kid growing up in San Francisco. He said yesterday when he was 6 or 7 years old, he wanted to be Tiger Woods or Aaron Oberholzer. What'd you make of that?
That meant a lot. That meant a lot. I've known that kid since he was about 6 years old, and oh, I'm sorry, guys. That really meant a lot to me as a player, as someone who could inspire another kid. So that meant a lot.
Very cool. And now on the verge, perhaps, of winning the U.S. Open, sharing the lead to start later on with Matt Fitzpatrick. Out to the second in Koepka.
25 paces to the hole, not much green to work with, and that's going to come up short in the left bunker. Troubles here at 2.
For almost everybody.
That. Get in the bunker. Yeah. I think it's on.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, buddy. Okay.
Back at the second, Travis Vick, this for par.
He actually hit a pretty good bunker shot out of a little bit of an awkward lie, but left with a downhill right to left breaking putt. fast. Sweet save.
Impressive.
Yeah, especially after, you know, 2 different rulings there at the first, making bogey. To collect himself, get that ball up and down. Yeah. Shows me a lot.
Bogey putt, Koepka.
Yeah, he didn't have much green to work with on that bunker shot. It just shows what a treacherous hole this is and how hard it is just to make a par.
So double bogey for Brooks.
Go, Brooksy. Love your shoes, Brooksy.
Back at the first, Justin Rose. This a moment ago.
And this is that big swinger from left to right. Undulation coming off the right edge of the screen, which is to Justin's left. Never high enough.
No. Would go on to make that for a bogey. 6 over. Well, you're looking to get your child started in golf? The USGA is a co-founder of Drive, Chip, and Putt, a free program focused on fun and 3 fundamental skills in golf. Register today and find a qualifying site close to you at drivechipandputt.com. Sam Stevens back on that tee as the gallery starts to pack all around. People out here very early, and it was raining and barely into the 50s, low 50s. Already getting seats in the grandstands. And some in short sleeves and shorts.
Yeah, there are a couple right here by our 18th tower. Trying to turn it over, but he's overcooked this.
Sit.
Okay there.
Nice and quiet, these guys.
Upstairs. Oh, Brooks. Have a day, Brooks. All right, that is
First, Beau Hossler taking a look at this for birdie.
And got a nice putt up into the slope from this angle.
finisher of 29th, leading the Open for a while. U.S. Open back in 2012. Texas man, you know.
Oh, I
want to point that out.
Yes. Yeah, a nice season, 58th in the FedEx Cup. He's got a couple of top 5 finishes, one out at Pebble Beach. Finished 3rd there at the AT&T, tied for 4th at the Valero Texas Open.
Playing today with Joseph Bramlett. As that next pairing is ready to go, already announced, Xander Schauffele, who starts the day at 4 over par. Stay in the fairway. You know, you always kind of look at this early, the early pairings, who can go out, post a number. It's tough on a golf course this tough to get that low number.
It really is. The greens are so difficult, and you know, a lot of the players we were watching this morning, they've made the cut, but you know, they're not necessarily at the top of their game either. And so, but a great look at what players have in store for them. Sam Bennett just missing his putt there at the 6th.
Drop back to the 2nd, and here's the deal for Justin Rose. Barely on. So that left for par for the winner 2013. Hard to believe it's that long ago. Some weather issues, some delays that week in Marion. He just kept doing this. Long range. Through the green. Really tough to hold that green up there on the approach. Reach it. Just off the back edge. That's all he needed to do. Look up to the heavens. And a major champ on another historic golf course. Philly area. Back here at the 2nd. Question for a major champ: that moment when you do know you've closed it out, and that first major championship. I mean, that feeling, maybe that everything you did was worth it. Finally.
Yes.
All the hours, all the hard work as a kid, dream, everything.
Yeah, there's definitely sacrifices that are made to get to that point, whether it's time with your friends or family, depending on what stage of life that you're in. You know, all that becomes well worth it. And a lot of it is just, you know, for 4 days in a major championship, you're under the microscope, and all of a sudden you realize that you're the only one that really truly passed or aced the test in this case.
That's what I kind of saw in that smile earlier from Curtis.
Yeah.
As he closed it out.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't just a smile. It was everything coming together in that moment.
Yeah.
Right out to 3.
You work your whole life to get to that moment. What an amazing feeling that must have been for you at 97 at Troon. Justin Leonard, here's Travis Vick at 3.
He's got all he can handle with this shot. Blind shot in the matted down fescue that's growing against the shot. He got a lot of ball on that. Really good line. Oh, what an incredible shot. I mean, guys, this hole played the second hardest hole yesterday, and it's going to be tough again today because it's dead back into the wind.
I keep thinking it's going to be tough today, Kay, but there's another terrific approach. We've seen some birdies already here today at 3. Lots of guys hitting it close. Now Brooks Koepka with his chance.
Yeah, maybe a little easier hole location because it's deeper in the green, the deepest it's been all week. Koepka with a flat lie. And a good look at the hole. Nicely struck. Oh, man, but it was just hammered by the wind and just dropped out of the sky.
Yeah, that one came up well short. Brooks Koepka is a 2-time U.S. Open champion. Rory McIlroy.
Great day today.
He won it at Congressional in 2011. Can he join Brooks, become a multiple national champion? His quest begins at 2:12 p.m. Eastern.
Your 22nd U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by Cisco, proud technology partner of the USGA. Cisco, build the bridge to possible. By Century Insurance, official insurance partner of the U.S. Open. And by Deloitte. Experience the U.S. Open in 3D by downloading the U.S. Open AR app, built by Deloitte. State House, located in the Beacon Hill neighborhood in Boston. So much history here. I went on the longest walk the other day. It's a great walking city. If you love history, American history, neighborhoods, pretty cool. And we are just 5 miles southwest of downtown Boston. Out to 3.
Okay, what a cool moment it is for any amateur to make the cut. Here he is in the final round. Travis Vick putting for birdie at the 3rd.
Yeah, it's definitely the goal. And, you know, you're just sort of enthralled with the whole situation. This putt, I mean, that was a heck of a shot he hit from that lie, blind shot. And now he's got a really good chance at birdie. Not much movement.
Unable to convert there at 3 as we go back to 1.
And Schauffele ready for a second. Aaron's there.
Yeah, 171, 181 total. And this wind is starting to switch, guys. It's gone left to right, from down to left to right. This has got to go.
Wow, that's way short. Going with the 3-wood off the tee, left himself a little further back, but misjudged the second.
158 at the 6th, the par 3, Patrick Reed.
Yeah, this tee's been moved way up. It's 192 yards on the scorecard. So playing a shorter tee, front hole location, great shot there.
All right, Kay. Brooks Koepka, 81 putts through his first 3 rounds, tied for the fewest in the field with MJ Duffy.
That's just rude.
Oh, it was rude. Now, that might be because he probably doesn't have a high greens hit in regulation percentage, but nonetheless, he has not had a lot of putts the first 3 days, although he is off to a very difficult start in this final round.
So well off the green. Schauffele's 3rd at 1.
Popular play, though, with the putter. Such tight fringes here. Fairway cuts. That's got to sit down.
Low down.
My goodness.
Wind starting to build here. Expected to be in the 15 to 20 mile an hour range this afternoon. Changing directions. That's started already. That's the challenge. And then some for those names in the mix. Final round of the U.S. Open here at the Country Club in Brookline.
On the tee at the par 4, 4th, the amateur Travis Vick kicking it over the hill. Big wide fairway down there.
Up.
We'll see where that ends up. Oh my. Wow. Now that is the first time we've seen anyone over there. Let's go back to 1.
Schauffele ran it by. This par.
Nah, these are the stress builders here. You don't want these a lot at U.S. Opens.
Got it. A good save to open up. Back up to the 4th.
Well, Kay was talking about playing in your first U.S. Open, making the cut. How about playing with the last man to win back-to-back U.S. Opens, Brooks Koepka? Will we see that today, Jon Rahm? Or will it be somebody else? How about Will Zalatoris for his first PGA Tour win? Make it a major.
Great shot in here for Reed at 6.
Can't pay it off. There's a tiny little plateau there, right on the 6th.
So he'll mark. I'll remind you that coverage continues here in the final round of this U.S. Open on NBC. Top of the hour, take you over there. Dan Hicks, Paul Hazinger, and the crew. 9 players start under par overall. Out to 8.
Max Homa with his 3rd. At the bottom of the hill. greens are softer, but you don't want to do that. It's got to stop. There's a little plateau right there. Should be okay. Even though the 8th is played as the easiest hole all week, it's still scary, and you can make a big number.
Speaking of scary, this second hole, Xander Schauffele on the tee.
Just not gap, just left that US Open logo, right? Just on that middle US Open, that left US Open. All right, perfect. Okay. Stop ball. Yes.
So Justin, these are the players who start the final day 8 shots back. What happened in the last major?
Justin Thomas came from, what was he, 8 back with 10 holes to play?
Yep. I'm not saying it's the same test. Conditions different. Golf course really hard. But
good shot there, maybe a half a club short.
And it does come to rest. Tougher though, as we've chronicled here, because of what the country club has offered, especially the last couple of days. 3.5 shots over par. The scoring average yesterday with guys who are playing well and made it to the weekend. It'll be easy today.
Back at 4 now, Brooks Koepka.
154 to the hole, but downwind, only playing about 130. That a wedge. Really solidly struck, great line.
Yeah, we're seeing some better shots coming in here today. The greens are soft because of the overnight downpour. So Koepka has a good look here for birdie.
Mackenzie Hughes playing with Mark Leishman.
And a 168 right here, Terry, out of the bunker. Clean lie.
Boy, just cleared the fescue. This looks actually pretty good.
Oh, great shot out of that bunker.
Raced up to take a look, see it land. You're going to like it. A little bit of sunshine here. Reminder, top of the hour over on NBC. Coverage continues all the way through. Take you to the 4th.
So the reference point will be right here, right? No, we're going here to here. Okay.
Travis Vic's tee shot.
Well, that was just how I drew it, though. That's why that last stroke was good. Now I haven't straight to the hole. I like where we drew it.
Taking a drop. Let's bring in Ben Shade from the USGA. What's going on, Ben?
So Vic was just working out another TIO relief situation with John Lutch from the PGA Tour there. They were just working to find the edge of that structure because that's where we start a relief process for him. So we found the edge of it and we get our 1 club length relief area to drop into.
Well, he is playing to the left of that TIO, which is not only it's way left, but it's way down there as well. You saw him hit that plastic structure that has been placed on the ground that everybody walks over and drives carts over.
Hey, Ben, can I ask you, the group ahead of them is on 6th green. When does it become a timing issue, too?
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. You know, 5, they're still doing the call-up every once in a while to help with pace, so we're just going to have to keep an eye on that and see if those gaps play out.
I'll tell you what, guys.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't hate you being just right of it.
This is not
absolutely
a bad
that's up,
angle.
camera guy on the right.
Shot.
Perfect, buddy. 120 shot's a good shot, okay?
Going with the 120 shot.
That ball back.
I mean, it's basically he's cutting off so much yardage by where he ended up. Good lie off a downhill slope. Caught it cleanly. Pretty impressive.
It should get better if it gets. Now we saw it. Well, because the greens are wetter, it's not going to come back like we saw the first couple of days, but here it comes. Just a bit.
Leading the field in rulings is Travis Vic.
At least today.
Koepka's ready to go.
Yeah, he is.
Mackenzie Hughes, this for birdie at 1.
Boy, they have looked at this putt every which way and sideways. I guess got is very subtle, very subtle. Some of the greens in the flat area of the golf course, 15, 16, 17, not so much 16, I should say, but 15. This flat area, especially one of the flatter greens, tough to read in this front location because it's kind of not a lot of movement.
Oh,
beautiful read there.
Great read. Up to the second, Xander Schauffele, lengthy birdie try.
His ball just stayed up high enough to avoid the false front, rolling back off the front. Not a lot, no big movements in this green, fairly flat. Just slightly up the slope from that portion of the green. Well done.
Leishman for par at the first.
Yeah, hit a poor 9-iron, just kind of flared it out to the right, just short right in the deep rough, left of that bunker, short right of the green, and chipped it to this point. So he would have seen how the ball's kind of reacting. It's funny, you can, as a player, Justin, you can look just about at any putt, really, how it reacts the last 2 or 3 feet from any angle at the hole, and no matter where you're at, you can kind of get an idea of what your putt might do. I always tended to pay attention to my competitors' golf balls as they were rolling to the hole, no matter what angle they were at, especially on greens like this.
Oh, for sure. And he will have seen Mackenzie Hughes' ball, trying to move a little bit left as it got up near the hole. So that's going to tell him that he's going more up the slope. It's just a matter of, pace. I think his ball may move slightly to the left still from this angle. But it's important to pay attention to your playing partners. You never know what you might learn.
Learned enough. Up to the fourth.
What a birdie this would be for Travis Vick.
Yeah, it would be exciting, to say the least. Really fast down the hill, moving right to left, and actually kind of straightened out as it got closer to the hole. A little bit of a fooler putt there.
Let's go up to 10.
A moment ago, Grayson Murray in the fairway.
Uphill second shot here at the 10th.
Oh, yikes. Oh. Goodbye, club.
That's what a U.S. Open can do to you sometimes.
Not to be used again.
All right, Koepka for birdie at 4. Very honest assessment by Koepka, as we know him to be. He said earlier in the week he's driving the ball really well, but his iron play has been terrible. You always expect the honesty from Koepka.
Over here at 3, the medalist, the Rockville, Maryland final qualifier, Joseph Bramlett. For some reason, they have been attacking 3 today, and another one there. Locked in tight by Joseph Bramlett. What a shot. Hey, there you go. Happy Father's Day. Is it quite as consequential as Mother's Day? No chance. But it is a lot of fun for dads on a Sunday in June to be here at Brookline and the U.S. Open.
So just a little shorter on the takeaway?
Listening to Vic. He and Koepka on the tee here at 5.
Koepka hit driver, ended up somewhere up the left, like the left edge of the green, at least on that line. And I think that's the best line to take as the wind's hurting out of the left. Just can't afford to let this leak to the right. With this one well left. Boy, he is all over the lot.
And temporary immovable obstruction.
Somebody should tell the USG rules official just stay with this group for a bit.
Might want to. Richard Bland's day is underway, just along the edge at the first, Aaron.
That's the third time back to the bag as this wind continues to kind of befuddle the players here on one. Switching, or in the middle of switching right now. So 170 the front. I swear, this is. I mean, I don't even think it's worth giving a whole yardage unless it's just to tell your player just okay, that's what it is. But you're trying to land this on the front pretty much. That's 170, especially out of this rough. One came out a little soft.
That's okay there.
One less club for Grayson Murray now. And faced with this at 10. Oh boy. He was hot before. Never done that, have you? Over your knee?
No, not over my knee.
Can't see you doing that. Oh, not over your knee. Oh, okay.
I had to preface it.
Gotcha.
And over at 8, Chris got her up for birdie. Went for the green, got it right to the front edge, and it rolled all the way back down to that spot some 50 yards short of the green. Hit a nice wedge to that point. 3 birdies. Playing for Goddard today.
Playing with Richard Bland. Adam Scott at the first.
9-iron, 165 front. This one's left. Not a very good looking shot here.
And you heard the explanation up into the wind. So many players coming up short at that first hole. So reminder, top of the hour. Tirico leads the way. And Hicks, Paul Hasinger and the crew over on NBC. This final round. We wait on the final pairings. Zalatoris, Fitzpatrick, Ron, Scheffler, Keegan Bradley, go down the list. Rory McIlroy right there. So many big names right there on the final day here. Been some day for Travis Vick so far.
Yeah, by my count, this is his 4th drop in 5 holes.
Well, there were 2 on the first.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's just not say he has total control. He does not have total control of his ball today. But this was a pretty simple drop away from the scoreboard. And where he's dropped, the rough is actually not that long, and it's a good level lie.
And what's not simple is this shot. There's a big slope left of it, taking it out to the right there to avoid that big slope. That's well done.
He has scrambled. Got a chance there. Birdie up to 11, short par 3, just 108.
We saw earlier in our coverage, front left hole location here. This hole plays about 10 yards downhill, maybe 9 yards to this front hole location. Very small target to get this close.
Yeah, so a different shot that you're maybe going to hit today, too. Talk more about that if we see it again. Back to 5, and Koepka from the deep rough.
Yeah, can't even see his ball. He just was aiming to the left, trying to get advance it and get it on the green somewhere.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, he would have rather been in the bunker. That was such a bad luck.
Keep an eye on Grayson Murray here, the tee at 11. Because that whole location's up front, maybe going to play a different shot today?
Yes, I think with the back hole location, saw a lot of guys trying to take spin off of it and hit little 3/4 type wedges, you know, a little short of it. This being a front hole location, although that was a little bit shorter swing. If the guys have the right yardage, they're going to want to take a fuller swing and put some spin on it, get it past this hole and try and get it coming back towards them.
Right. Nothing working right now for that man. Club still in hand, though. Different hand. Back to 2, Richard Bland on the tee. See how close 5 green is over there. The grandstand for 5 behind the green.
And this second hole, normally a par 4 for members. The tee is back there to the left, kind of where some of the corporate hospitality merchandise tents are. You see the fairway there. For this U.S. Open, they build a forward tee and make it a 217-yard, 221-yard today, par 3. It's about 7 yards back up the hill.
I'd like to change that bogey pattern, but in the right direction. That wind changing, the direction, number one, and also a moment ago, it was like 18 miles an hour.
Stroke average here at the second right now early in this 4th round is at 3.5. Just if you miss the green, it's so hard to get the ball up and down. That's in a decent place though.
So even a little bit harder than it's played over 3 days.
Yes.
Wow. Koepka at the 5th from just beyond the green.
The old turn the putter around and hit it off the very end of the toe of the putter.
It hopped up, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it was kind of sitting down almost in a hole.
Did, and the reason players do that on occasion is to try and limit or eliminate how much grass gets caught between the club face and the ball. If his putter was turned normal, there'd be a lot of grass there, so the putter head gets through that long grass much easier when it's turned sideways like that, but ball hops straight up in the air.
Not wasting any time.
I'd say on the frustration level, 1 to 10, he's probably at a 20.
You said earlier he's ready to go. I think he's ready to go in multiple ways.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not just wanting to hit, but he wants to kind of get this day.
You get that feeling.
Get this day behind him.
Gonna drop at least a shot at a hole that he's looking to pick up. At least a shot. Adam Scott on the tee at 2.
Yeah, looks like he's going to try and play it out to the right, kind of ride the wind a little bit. That's why it come up short.
Right over there to the 5th. That's where we're going. Yep. And Vic for birdie.
And Vic, who had the worst drive but ended up with a better lie and a great second, converts. Crazy game.
It is, isn't it? And Koepka may be thinking the same thing right now.
That's pretty impressive. He's even par through 5 holes, and he's had to seek relief 4 times from officials.
All over the map.
Yeah.
Good things there are officials on every hole. This to save bogey. Oh boy. The focus is maybe slowly draining from his brain right now.
So back to the 1st. Lingmerth at 3 over par. So that leaves that 4 under. I don't know if what's in your head as a player, but you're always thinking, hey, if I can get going early.
182. That was a really good lie, but totally blind.
Terry, by the way, you don't want to know what's going through the player's
Probably
mind.
not. Yeah, for the most part, I don't. Well, it's a long way to go. I mean, 3 over, as you said, probably the under par rounds right now. Or overall, there are 9 of them. Coverage continues, of course, top of the hour, as we said on NBC. So approaching that. Thomas Peters playing along with David Lingmerth at 11:50 tee time.
Longest drive I've seen today, Terry. 152 all the way there. I think he might be able to throw this on the green and spin it. This is like a wedge.
Ball stopped quickly. That's a tough putt to read there, though.
Up to his 4th.
Bo Hostler now with his 2nd. Coming off a bogey at the 3rd. great U.S. Open this young man had at Olympic Club as an amateur, and that is easily the best shot we've seen here at the 4th. 2-11.
DeChambeau for birdie here at the par 3.
Big swinger from right to left. Bad from there.
Tap in for pars. We take you back to the 2nd. Adam Scott's birdie try on the way. The noise growing too as the crowds have grown. The galleries forming in around here. A huge crowd expected today for this final round just outside of Boston. Torres, Fitzpatrick, 245, Scheffler, Bradley. Go down the list. McIlroy, so many big names right there. And if you're in the top 10, 9 players under par and 1 under or better to start this final round. DJ's right there, Collin Morikawa, see where they are. So get your thoughts here as we say goodbye. Going to hand it over to NBC on, first of all, what you're most looking forward to seeing this afternoon and what the number might be by the end of the day. Any guess?
Well, I'm going to ask the second question first. I think 6 under is going to be the number. I've got a feeling that the wind's just not going to blow as much this afternoon. I think with the moisture, 0.3 of an inch of rain that we had overnight and into this morning is just going to take a little bit of the fire of this golf course. It'll be fascinating to see how that last grouping. Neither of them have won on the PGA Tour. Both very accomplished players, but they haven't won on PGA Tour yet. How they handle the final round pressure with the top 3 players in the official world golf ranking all within 3 shots of the lead.
Because Zalatoris was right there in the last major, and then you got Fitzpatrick, who's won on this golf course, the U.S. Amateur too, and has that experience. So the lead backed up. It was 5 under to start yesterday. Now it's 4 under. You think it's going to go to 6 under par? That it's at least that gettable.
I do. I think there's some hole location, especially on the back 9 and the last few holes, that guys are going to be able to get after, and they're going to need to if they want to win the U.S. Open.
All right, we'll see. Over on NBC, the rest of the way, Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick at 4 under par. Rahm, the defending champ, is right there at 3 under. Scotty Scheffler, #1 in the world, 2 under, along with Keegan Bradley. McIlroy up 1 under. Should be great this afternoon. Justin Leonard, everybody here. I'm Terry again at See over on NBC, the rest of the way.
Good afternoon. Overnight rain has left overcast skies and an unseasonably cool, at times blustery Sunday just outside of Boston in Brookline, Massachusetts. That's the setting for Championship Sunday at the U.S. Open. The last major championship Sunday saw Will Zalatoris in a playoff. Today, his chance to do one better and win his first major. He and Matthew Fitzpatrick share the lead, the Brit riding his complete game and the confidence that he earned winning the U.S. Amateur here 9 years ago. Major champs are lurking, like a local Keegan Bradley, Vermont-born, diehard New England sports fan. He'll be cheered by thousands just like him today. The reigning Masters champion, Scotty Scheffler, hopes to regain his front 9 mastery today and do it when it matters most, in quest of a second major in 3 months. Rory McIlroy, boy, did he fight to stay in contention yesterday. Now he's eyeing a 5th major title and a 2nd U.S. Open. And Jon Rahm, who won his first 1 year ago at Torrey Pines, he's positioned to get that trophy back in his hands again. We have so many storylines building, but only one will find its place in history. A Father's Day gift to all of us who are golf fans. This Sunday at the U.S. Open. NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association proudly present the 122nd U.S. Open. 23 years ago, it was America's Ryder Cup comeback. 34 years ago, Curtis Strange cemented his Hall of Fame legacy, winning the last U.S. Open held here, the Country Club, Brookline, Massachusetts. You simply cannot write the history of golf in America without the stories that have been authored here. These closing holes, the same ones that Francis Ouimet played in the 1913 U.S. Open, that in modern times inspired the movie The Greatest Game Ever Played, and a century ago was the seminal moment in golf's popularity growth in America. And here today, over 30,000 fans, many of them dads with sons and daughters along the way, will share this special day where history will be made. So that board has 25-year-old Will Zalatoris from outside of Dallas, 27-year-old Matthew Fitzpatrick of England. That final group goes in about 2 hours and 40 minutes. Rahm and Bradley right behind them. Scheffler and first-round leader Adam Hadwin. Then McIlroy with Sam Burns, a three-time PGA Tour winner this year. We've got major champs we'll keep an eye on. Gary Woodland, the winner of this title in 2019. Dustin Johnson in 2016. We'll see if a move comes from way back, like Jordan Spieth, Justin Thomas, and Patrick Cantlay, who get underway shortly. And we say happy Father's Day to all of you. Mike Tirico, glad to be with you at the U.S. Open. Weather has been a story at the big golf events. Think how cool and damp and rainy it was at the Players. Then we had cool weather at Augusta as a front came through. Same at the PGA Championship in Tulsa. And it's cool here. We'll see if that weather has softened the golf course to make it a bit easier. The early indications are that scoring's a bit better this time than it was 24 hours ago. So we have that last group, Fitzpatrick, who's been in a major championship last group once, Zalatoris, who has not been, but the three groups before them all have major champs. When they get to the first tee, they know what it takes to get to the 18th green and get their hands on the trophy. If there's one story we're keen to watch, it's Keegan Bradley. He said playing here yesterday as a New Englander was like he had always dreamed of, playing at the Garden as a Celtic or a Bruin, or playing in Gillette as a New England Patriot, or at Fenway as a Red Sox. We're going to have so many fans who, like him, are New England sports fans, cheering him loudly today. It may be one of the most intriguing parts when he goes off in the second to last group. Those are the storylines. Let's get you to the guys who will bring you this championship Sunday. Dan Hicks and Paul Azinger. Happy Father's Day, guys.
Hey, same to you, Mike. And this these storylines have been building throughout the week. We arrived here at this special place with all this history at the Country Club Zing, and it is turned into what we hope is going to be just one of those memorable major championships, another U.S. Open at the Country Club.
What a day we have in store for us, no doubt about it. Some of these players have experienced this pressure before. They've been in the spotlight, and there's others that have not. You know, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You play the round of your life, and you will change your life forever today. All those guys in the top 10 today have an excruciating wait with an opportunity, really.
Christopher Gotterup has the best round of the course right now. He's over at the 10th, 3 under on the day. So as Mike indicated, the golf course maybe a little bit of the fire out of it because of the rains overnight and into this morning. As we get you out to the two-time U.S. Open champion over at the 6th. Not going to be Brooks Koepka's week, but he did make the cut and playing out there with a par at the difficult 6th. Is a tough start here at the Country Club. If you've been tuning into this championship, you know that. The easiest hole has been over at the par 5/8, and that's where Gary Koch's been calling the action.
Yes, sir, Dan, and that is Guido Migliozzi with his second shot up the hill. And we've seen eagles made here all week long. Easiest hole on the course, as you mentioned, stroke average almost a half a stroke under par, so one of the real opportunities on this golf course as we go back to 2.
And Thomas Pieters on the tee. This hole has been a bear. It's 221 yards today.
Hardest hole on the course to make a par. Best shot you're going to see today.
And you can see a little of that firmness taken out of the green, but that is a beautiful shot by Pieters nonetheless. Well, the final round of the U.S. Open has fallen on Father's Day every year but one since 1965. These are some of the images out here at the Country Club today. Dads passing the game along to their sons and daughters. It's one of the great traditions at a U.S. Open final round Sunday.
can't control where the guys ahead or behind me are doing. I just got to focus on myself and my game and play my golf. Try to be as committed as possible to each shot, and that's it. I know somebody behind us is going to come out hot, is going to post a score, and I know I'm going to have to play good and probably shoot in the right numbers. That's my job.
He had his moments yesterday like everybody did when it looked like it was all unraveling after riding that crest of birdies, and he is getting a hug there. That is his father, who was on the scene at Torrey Pines last year when he won the U.S. Open. One of his favorite spots in the world. Got engaged there to his wife Kelly. They have their son Kepa. They are expecting another child. It's going to be an emotional day for Jon Rahm and his family, to be sure. Back to 8.
Migliozzi for the Eagle. Two-time winner on the DP World Tour. Remember last year, shot 68 in the final round to end up in a tie for 4th, and now he is 4 under par for the round through his opening 8 holes.
And at the 10th, Goddard trying to continue the best round on the course. 22-year-old who was a redshirt senior at Oklahoma in the spring and won the Puerto Rico Invitational to earn an exemption into the PGA Tour's Puerto Rico Open, where he finished tied for 7th in his tour debut.
That's quite an achievement.
Yeah, making his U.S. Open debut as well. Big Ten Player of the Year a couple of years ago while he was at Rutgers. And dropping one there, though. Still a good round going for Goddard. 2 under on the day. Over to the 4th.
And Mackenzie Hughes positioned perfectly here at the par 4, right side of the fairway, hole location, middle left portion of the green. Hole playing under par today, Paul, for the first time this week, and that's one of the reasons why he was actually able to fire the ball in there, get it to stop. So excellent shot by Hughes.
Just that little bit of rain made a big difference.
And there's the elevation drop from the hole that is being used in the U.S. Open for the first time since the first one in 1913, and it's playing at its shortest of the week, just 108 yards down the hill today. We saw some guys get into trouble here. We saw Scotty Scheffler, who was on a roll, hit it over this green. It's got all sorts of possibilities. It's just a beautiful addition to the golf course, and this composite course, which has changed through the years, and 11 back is in a part of it.
Wow, what a cool look at the golf course. So this 30 feet downhill.
5-yard shot probably with 55 there. I like a little more than that.
A little more, yeah. I like. I mean, there's room long.
Yeah.
There's room.
What's
long.
your 55 go?
I mean, it goes like 117.
Okay. So
Like
I like just a shade off, about 5 off.
Okay.
Okay.
Say 110. A 110
Yeah.
shot's good.
Yeah.
Just certain. I'm not gonna flight it too much.
I know.
But, so you think it's for sure off the left, though?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just kind of like.
Yeah. 11
equal
o'clock.
parts. Oh, more. There's more hurt in it than off
Yeah,
the left.
I think so.
Okay. I'll go one. I like that.
Yeah.
110.
That should be perfect.
Yeah.
It's just a feel shot, you know?
Yeah.
Your target's just about a flag stick,
Just
right?
a flag stick, right?
Love it.
Amateur Sam Bennett, you saw the leaderboard there. 4 amateurs made it. Total of 15 began this championship on Thursday. 22-year-old from Madisonville, Texas, in his first U.S. Open.
This little shot plays about 10 yards downhill, about 100 yards, but with a bit of a breeze, I think he's going to take that 10 away, try to fly 5 yards past the hole is what it sounded like. Playing about 100 yards, but he's going to put a 110-yard swing on it.
See this ball stopping a lot quicker on the greens.
This green was hard as a rock yesterday, and boy, we saw some mishaps here, some real train wrecks. So just this little flip wedge shot.
Now Goddard is next.
Great look from behind the green and how far downhill this is.
Sure I got the right one. Yep.
Just a gentle breeze at the moment. It rained a little last night. It's still fairly cool out there. You can land this past the hole and actually spin it off the green today if you're not careful.
Goddard taking the high route there. So that's a little preview, and we'll face the leaders a little bit later on. Let's take a look at the final 4 pairings. We talked about the storylines here. They are just so good, so different. You got Rory McIlroy, won last week, trying to get into the major championship winner's circle, first time in 8 years. Sam Burns has been on a tear this season, 3 wins already, looking for his first major championship. They begin the day 3 back. And then the #1 player in the world, Scottie Scheffler, who was on a roller coaster ride yesterday. He's got the first round leader, Canadian Adam Hadwin, with him. Both the 2 under, starting the 2 back. Keegan Bradley, all the local ties that Mike talked about. What a day this could end up being for him, playing with Rahm. Who knows how many other chances Jon Rahm is ever going to have to win back-to-back U.S. Opens. And then Matthew Fitzpatrick, the amateur winner here back in 2013 with Will Zalatoris, both of them looking to break through in a huge way on the PGA Tour, even though Fitzpatrick has won 7 times over in Europe. All these storylines are great. Zing, what's a couple of your favorite ones and the possibilities that you see unfolding today?
I like Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick in the last group. Neither one has won a tournament on the PGA Tour, and they've got a lot to prove. I mean, we all expect that they'll be, future stars for sure. But boy, what a big opportunity for them. Rory McIlroy's 35 now, so you wonder how many chances he will get. This is Sam Burns' first opportunity. He's red hot, all kinds of confidence. And Scottie Scheffler, Jon Rahm, those are the 2 guys I think that scare the folks on that board the most. I trust both of them to be able to make putts and hit it well today. And really that's what it'll boil down to in the end. Who can find their tempo the fastest? We got some quick swingers out there today. They're going to have to really try not to get quick. Matty Fitzpatrick was in the last group at the PGA. He started out hitting a bunch of hooks. He's going to have to be careful on his tempo. But they've worked their entire life for this opportunity. You train your mind, your physical body, how to get through the pressure. And
but there's no way of duplicating it until you get out there, right?
You can't. And but a lot of these guys know, I would look at this if I was in the top 10. I would look at this today like, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. I may never get it again. I'm not going to choke my way through this. My goal today would be to not let anyone celebrate at my expense. I want to be the guy today. That's what I would be thinking. And, you can't have stage fright and win this championship.
Let's go to the 4th.
Mark Leishman has a birdie putt down the hill, moving left. Oh, yeah. All of a sudden, we're seeing birdies here at the 4th. There were only 5 recorded all day yesterday, and that is now the 7th early in the final round.
And over at 11, Goddard up looking for another one.
It's a tough putt. You can see right there at his feet, it's going to go uphill and then downhill. If a player lands on the face of that hill that he's putting over, you could spin it off the green today. It's a tricky short shot at 11. Definite birdie hole. You can see just how fast that is. You can barely touch that.
The little par 3 11th. How will it figure in the championship today at the Country Club? That's Cameron Tringale's second shot at the first, coming up short and to the right. But he's got a pretty good look at it right there. And Tringale playing with Justin Thomas. Aaron Oberholzer is with this pairing.
Happy Father's Day, gentlemen.
Same to you.
Justin Thomas has got 168 to the front, 178 to the hole, and he shouldn't have a problem carrying that fescue in front of him out of this bunker. Clean lie, and he can elevate it as quickly as anybody on the PGA Tour. This is an 8-iron.
He sure can, and the reason is watch his backswing, how high his arm is and his hands get. That's why he hits it so high.
This is a huge pull. I think his back foot slipped.
Looked like it might have. He caught it a hair heavy, and that is way over there to the left. You see the folks scrambling. He's got to come across a bunker.
They might have a decent lie over there.
Let's take another look and see if his foot did slip here. Watch his right foot. Look how high his glove hand gets. Now, was his foot slip? Not really. He just mishit it. Trying to get it over that lip. He didn't want to do what Rahm did yesterday on 18.
Guido Migliozzi at the 9th for par. We talked a lot about Guido last year. Torrey Pines played well there. Made the cut here, sitting at +2, 6 back. How about that? Going out in 4 under. 31.
A lot different golf course. A little bit of rain took the sting out, I think.
4.
Adam Scott, second shot on the way. Still playing downwind, and yep, you're right, Paul. Here's a good example. Yesterday, that ball would have bounded forward some 5 or 6 yards before it even thought about stopping. So Adam Scott with a good look for a birdie there, and par for 4th. Now, final round of the 22nd playing of the United States Open Championship at the Country Club. We'll be back with more of this.
Championship Sunday and back at the Country Club, hosting its 4th U.S. Open. As we await the final tee times, gets you out to Justin Thomas, 3rd shot, par 4 first, does have a good lie over the trampled ground over there. Thomas 7 shots back, just like he was at the PGA last month when he won, but he had only 6 players in front of him there. He's got 24 in front of him here today. The amateur over at the 8th.
Yeah, Travis Fick with his 3rd shot. Us yesterday, you saw the struggles he had here at this par 5. He came into the championship even par, made a 9 to go to +4, and now played the next 17 holes at just 1 over par. So he did not let it ruin his championship. And he'll have a good look at a birdie there. We go back to 1.
And Tringale, who came up a little short with his approach.
Oh yeah, we didn't see that yesterday on number 1. A little one hopper and stop. He flew it too far, but just let you know how much the course has really changed. The wind's not blowing as hard. It's blowing a different direction, so they're going to have to figure some stuff out today, David.
Yeah, that's for sure. Thank you, Paul. Well, it is DeChambeau is going to be next. He's taking a look at this one. And this is for par.
He hasn't putted well, David.
No.
At all. And I think his hand, he tore the tendon. He had surgery. He has a nice scar on his hand, I'll tell you that. And but physically, I think he might be okay, David.
First.
And Tringale for a par tester right out of the gate, Aaron.
Yeah, coming down the hill, this is going to be a little bit of a slick one. I don't know if he's settled on the line just yet and the speed that he wants to play it at. He's fiddled with that, lining up that ball about 2 or 3 times now.
And so most likely a bogey for Tringale, who still searches for his first PGA Tour win in his 13th year out here. Over to 8.
Brooks Koepka with his third. Well, I would imagine that little bit of dampness on the ground will make these third shots from down the bottom of that hill a little easier too. The ground a little softer.
Boy, they had a hard time with it yesterday.
They certainly did. So go back to 1.
And the PGA champion, 2-time PGA champion, Justin Thomas for an opening par.
Should be a little bit of a hook here. Coming off this bunker, just to his right.
Well, if he wants to win today, and you know he desperately does, he just doesn't need to miss any of these. He came back to win the PGA. He was 8 shots down with just 10 holes to go. That's a tough start when you dug a bit of a hole. He's had the most 3-putts of anybody that has made the cut. 5 3-putts this week for Justin Thomas.
To 4.
Adam Scott for birdie. Nice. It is now 9 birdies here at this 4th hole. Only 5 made all day yesterday.
Congratulations to Mr. Hines and everybody else who donated just to preserve that landmark across the street. To 8.
That is Koepka's birdie putt. So nicely done. Travis Fick, the young amateur, unable to make his birdie putt. He remained at 5 over par. Koepka now at +8. To the 1st.
And following Justin Thomas in the order here today, Jordan Spieth just getting his round going. Kay Cockrell with this group.
He's hit a really nice drive, hugging the left-hand side of this fairway. Good angle to the front right hole location. Just a wedge for his second. Trying to leave this short left of the flag.
Kind of like that. Spieth's been steady, even for Jordan Spieth, who has a tendency to go up and down. 72, 70, 71. That's a pretty good grouping of consistency, but it is a ways back. 7 behind those 2 in the final pairing of the U.S. Open coming up at 4 under. Fitzpatrick and Zalatoris.
The 122nd U.S. Open Championship brought to you by the all-new Lexus LX 600. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. And by American Express. Don't live life without it. Old Ironsides, the USS Constitution, was launched back in 1797, the world's oldest ship still afloat, and the oldest actively commissioned ship in the U.S. Navy. Final round of the championship started for Patrick Cantlay. His birdie putt a moment ago at the 1st. So add Cantlay to the list. And we have 8 players already under par in this final round. Big difference from yesterday. And Kay Cockrell there watching Jordan Spieth's birdie putt.
I think watching Patrick Cantlay and his tempo with the putting can be very helpful. I couldn't ask for a better putt for birdie here at the 1st. Not much movement to it at all, especially if he keeps the speed up.
I watched Jordan do the circle drill where he put a ball on each side of the hole. 4 or 5 circuits of that on the practice putting green behind me before he went off the first tee. And he was struggling with missing some putts to the left. So I'll look back there at the one he missed at 1 as we go to the hot man on the course on the 10th.
And that's Migliozzi for another birdie here at this tough par 4. 503 yards today. Taking its toll. Migliozzi watches it drift by a little ways. After that coming back to remain +2 for the championship and 4 under on the day to the 8th.
Justin Rose, former U.S. Open champion, with his second shot.
Go on, man. Go on.
Go on. Go on. Gonna stay there. There's that serious slope, and that ball releases back down some 35, 40 yards short of the green. Within just a few feet, Paul, of having an eagle opportunity. Now you got to work to try to make a 4.
Yep. I saw it all day yesterday, and it's going to be something to watch for today there at 8.
No question. All right, over at 17. Short par 4. Francis Ouimet hole. Hole location in the front left today. Slope behind it that players like Harris English will use there to get it close. So look for some birdies here at 17 today. Back to 2.
And the second for Thomas. He's got the wedge out here. Is he going to belly this? No, get a little chip going. Just try to stop it. And the flagstick will take care of that for him. Look at the smile on Bones' face.
I don't know of a single player that has figured out the puzzle of that shot. When the ball's up against that collar like that, you don't see anybody do the same thing all the time. I mean, some guys will putt it, chip it, blast it.
Bottom line is just aggravating, awkward, and all the above as Migliozzi stares down at that green. In the restoration here that they did, they enlarged this green almost twice the size of what it was. And so it's in that 4,200 square feet area. Of course, the Country Club is known for very small greens, maybe only Pebble Beach with smaller average green size. Again, there's the downhill that Guido is looking at.
Little knockdown shot here.
More right than he would have liked. Still having a great Sunday here at the Country Club.
Come up, then I'll tell you. Okay.
And here at 17, Harris English with a chance for a 3. English making just his second start back after having hip surgery, repaired a labrum.
That seemed to be a real common injury in the 90s and 2000s, Gary, and it'll set you back. Harris English made 15 consecutive cuts in majors.
Right over at 9.
This is Travis Vick for par, the amateur, the 22-year-old who helped lead the Texas Longhorns to another national championship. He also won the 2018 Junior Players Championship on the AJGA Tour. So he has been on the radar on the amateur ranks for a long, long time. Good player. Again, one of the 4 amateurs to make it to the weekend here in his first U.S. Open.
Yeah, what a great pairing, too, to draw Brooks Koepka, to be able to compare your ball flight to one of the best players in the world.
Nothing shy like that. Just runs it right in to save it. And back to the first. This is where Colin Morikawa's drive ended up. That's a good start. Man, he played in the final pairing yesterday, and it's been a long time since we can remember a guy part of the lead at the halfway point in a major that struggled that much. Again, he was unsure of his game for the most part coming into this U.S. Open, so remarkable that he was in that position. And that's That's our Tracer technology, brought to you by Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA. Shot a 77.
Well, he pretty much warned us that Saturday was going to be tough on him. He felt he had just kind of tried to piece it all together the first 2 days.
Yeah, that 77, Zing, was his highest round on the PGA Tour. Jordan Spieth, his second shot at this par 3, coming up just a little bit short, Kay.
This is such an important hole. It's been incredibly tough. Took down Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau earlier this morning. They both made doubles here. This is not a bad miss where he is. He has all the green to work with. Not a tremendous amount of tilt. Let's see if he can get the speed right.
Yeah, this has been way the toughest hole so far today. The first 4 holes are so critical to whoever is going to win this championship.
Well, you can experience the U.S. Open from a new dimension with the U.S. Open AR, built by Deloitte. Scan the QR code on the screen to learn more. Download the app. Watch the action come to life in 3D on your mobile device. Sun kind of peeking in and out along the skyline of Boston, and here 5 miles away at the Country Club to 8.
All right, Justin Rose for birdie. Played a nice third shot up the hill to here. And for more break. Remain at +5. We go back to 2.
And Cantlay looking for another birdie, Kay.
Yeah, and Dan, for the bulk of the field, it's so hard to make par on this hole. Cantlay's not going to have a problem with that. And in fact, he has an excellent opportunity for a birdie. Just hit a beautiful 5-iron to this point, and not looking at a putt more than 16 feet or so. And there's not much movement to this putt either.
Of course, the monster year last year for Cantlay. Beginning to show some signs of the Patrick Cantlay that we've come to know. Tied for 3rd at the Memorial a couple of weeks ago, although he did miss the cut at the PGA Championship. But he won the team event in New Orleans. He's also got a couple of other runner-up finishes on the season for the 30-year-old FedEx Cup winner. This hole. Look at that start. He's just 5 back. You never know as the pressure gets ramped up later this afternoon. Migliozzi for his birdie at 11.
Oh, look at how fast that is when it's by the hole.
Yep, take note of that, Zing, right?
Definitely. That's why I say if you fly your wedge past the hole on line, it could spin back all the way off the green today.
And that's why it's sometimes a lot of guys try to catch the early coverage. You know, they get a real sense of how this golf course is playing. One of the advantages of having the late tee time, other than trying to keep the nerves in check all that time.
It's an excruciating wait to tee off at these late times. You just learn how to do it.
Talked about the FedEx Cup title for Cantlay. Of course, Jordan had his monster year in 2015.
Yeah, including that U.S. Open win at Chambers Bay, where the U.S. Women's Amateur is going to be played later this summer.
Kay, a 2-time U.S. Women's Amateur champion in her own right. And Spieth with a 4 at the second. And back at 11 for Migliozzi. Putting on another Sunday move up the leaderboard like he did last year at Torrey Pines. But he's going to drop at least 1 here as we go to the par 4 third.
Justin Thomas. This is his second shot here at the 500-yard par 4. It's the final run of the U.S. Open.
As the excitement returns to Nashville. Morikawa for birdie at the first. fourth time in the last 5 U.S. Opens that a 36-hole leader shot 77 in the third round. So it happens. And over at the third, Cink set this long par 4 up.
Well, this third hole is an incredible hole. It's beautiful looking. The tee shot is very intimidating. It's blind if you drive it up the right side. You want to drive it down the left in between those mounds, and you'll get a clear look at the putting surface. The hole's in the back of the green today. If you catch any kind of flyer, the cart pass right there, and it'll roll right down in the water. The third toughest hole today so far, averaging 4.3.
And Cantlay, less than driver.
Go, Pat.
Okay. 290 to run out on that line, so that's in perfect shape. Meanwhile, up on the green, Justin Thomas. It's for birdie. It's always just a little high. We'll go to 10.
And second shot for the amateur, Travis Vick. Just see his ball there. Just anytime you don't get into the fairway here, it just complicates things so much. As Vick is now working on a 3-shot lead on the amateur leaderboard because you got that elevated green up there at the 10th.
Like I said, it's too late for me.
It means the world to these amateurs to make the cut in this event. Come low end, they get a medal for that. Good look down the fairway at 10. This was a par 5, converted to a par 4. It's really kind of got a par 5 green, Dan. It's very severe. It has been a hard hole all week, actually. The toughest hole.
And not much has changed since 1988. It was the most difficult fairway to hit. In the last U.S. Open here, about half the guys hit it. And there again is that uphill shot to the green. He's trying to follow in the footsteps of previous Texas Longhorn golfers who've been the low end. Crenshaw, Justin Leonard, Jordan Spieth, Scotty Scheffler, the 2017 U.S. Open. So Texas has a great tradition of amateur golf. As Vic comes up just a little bit short. Back to 3.
And Patrick Cantlay surveying his second shot here, Kay.
And he has to go around to the left to peek around that mound that Paul Azinger thought about or told us about that creates a blind shot. He also walked up to the top between he and his caddy, figuring out a tree that's ultimately going to be their target in the distance.
Yeah, it's an old-fashioned golf course. It's half a dozen blind or semi-blind shots on it. Didn't move much earth back in the day. Looks like Jordan Spieth is going to hit first here. And he's behind. Yeah,
a little more in.
It's kind of a serpentine fairway here. Sneaks through and 202 yards. It's a big par 4.
It sure is. And the only thing they have going for him right now is the wind has died down. He just took a super gentle, even pace swing on that. The club face closed down, and that ended up left.
Yeah, that was fine. The greenside bunker. He's got some green to work with, though. Cantlay now.
He has a nice level lie, but he's taken out a 6-iron. A little easier hole location today because it's back deeper into the green. The farthest it's been deep into the green this week. Not going to the right side of the green.
Safely on. Any 4 is a good 4 here.
And over here at the par 4 fourth, this is Ju Young Kim with a putt for a birdie. The 19-year-old with a couple of wins on the Asian Tour. Led the Asian Tour Order of Merit last year, which got him an exemption into this U.S. Open. So his first foray into U.S. Open golf, and he's handling it very nicely.
It's been an underlying theme this year, Gary. Lots of young players, qualifiers in for the first time and doing well. Peters is over at the 5th for birdie.
5 will be an interesting hole today. It's a little more into the wind.
Just 301 yards up the hill. And so gettable as Peters picks up his first birdie after some bogeys to start. And back to 4.
And another guy making his U.S. Open debut, Adam Schenk, 30 years of age. In his 4th year on the PGA Tour, yet to win, but that's a nice birdie as well. And, boy, these guys are eating up this 4th hole after struggling with it yesterday. We are seeing a number of birdies there. A little softer conditions. Can someone come from back in the pack and challenge Will Zalatoris and Matt Fitzpatrick for the lead in the final round of the U.S. Open here at the Country Club at Brookline, Mass.
Well, it wasn't just the U.S. Open that Francis Ouimet won at the Country Club that Jimmy explained just a few minutes ago. He has his name on the honor boards here 8 times, but the 1953 Granite State Trophy may be the most surprising as it came on the curling ice. Yes, they curl here at the Country Club, a part of the facility here. 5% of the membership participates in curling in the winter because it gets cold here and you got to head indoors for that sport.
From a long way away at 3, can't play for birdie.
Ever curled, David Faraday?
I have.
Of course you have.
Yeah, covered the Winter Olympics and I took a shot at it. It's very slippery.
Here's Vic over at the 10th. Speaking of slippery.
See that to hit that. And, after you see it, then of course you have to execute.
Back to 3.
And Jordan Spieth struggling for par here, Kay.
Yeah, he had a tough angle with his bunker shot. The left to right tilt to the green threw it more to the right. It's an uphill putt.
Oh, he had a good putt, just a little firm on that line. Back to 1.
Young Davis Riley getting his final round going, entering the day at +2. This for birdie.
Nice easy flat green here at number 1, and he took advantage of that. Tremendous putt and green start. 1 was a real brute yesterday, but just going to be a good tee shot and a wedge today.
And he's going to be a good player, just 25 years old. Up to Justin Thomas.
His second at the 4th. Wedge in hand, we've seen a number of players utilize the slope right of the hole to get it close. This should come back a little. And it's going to get better and better. So Justin Thomas with a great look for a 3 there at the par 4.
Gary, well, we have a second today. June 19th is a federal holiday for the 2nd consecutive year. Juneteenth, recognizing the end of slavery in the U.S. Over the last few years, as diversity, equity, and inclusion has become an impactful conversation across America, golf has been playing its part as well. And Jimmy Roberts has the story of an example here this week, inspired by one of the game's most impactful figures, Lee Elder.
Here this week, they have floated among the crowds, giggling, happy, excited. They could be anybody. They are not.
We know when we see future leaders. You're in the room. If you don't know that, start seeing yourself that way.
In the name of Lee Elder, 25 young people, among the best and brightest, have come for an internship to see what this business is all about.
Golf is an $84 billion industry with 2 million jobs of all kinds across the industry, and yet a very, very small percentage are occupied by young people or people from underrepresented communities like these kids represent.
3 weeks after John Lewis was attacked on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, Jim Cash became the first black player in the Old Southwest Conference. He went on to a distinguished career as an educator at Harvard and a businessman.
This program reminds me of what people did for me to give me an opportunity to pursue things that I had no idea existed.
It has been a fully immersive week, traveling from one end of the industry to the other.
It was a lot of fun. We met a lot of great people, a lot of business leaders within the industry.
Over the years, you create relationships within the building, express your interests, and that's, I think, how both of us kind of landed this. Don't be afraid to give feedback.
Spending time with these 25 interns, these kids are going to be leaders because of not just the opportunities and what they're learning here, but their incredible life that brought them here.
I'm a grad student getting my MED in special education. I myself have a disability. I had troubles growing up, and a lot of people didn't want to take the time to work with me. I myself can get back and be able to show people like myself that there is a path for you.
What a great golfer will tell you is that all they want is to put themselves in a position to succeed, to give themselves a chance, and then to see what happens. That's what this week has been all about. Certainly on the course, but off it too. Give yourself a chance, rely on your talent, and then see what the possibilities might be.
You saw Mike Whan, the CEO of the USGA, in that piece. Mike joins me here. We should mention Macy Russell, who was Lee Elder's attorney, also a member here. It's the brainchild of this idea, and Dr. Cash, who you heard from in the piece, so influential in all of this. What does something like the Lee Elder internship and other things mean for the USGA's effort to really, truly grow the game?
Thanks, Mike. I think a lot of people see the Lee Elder internship and they think we just put Lee's name on it. But about 15 months ago, Macy and Lee came to me with this vision, and it was Lee's vision. So this is not just named for Lee. This is, as I said to Macy the other day, he's smiling up there because you delivered his dream. And I said to these interns, I wish I was younger, not just because I wish I was younger, but I really believe that I would work for these kids. I mean, these kids are going to be leaders in the industries that they pursue, and I'm excited for them, and I hope some of them choose golf because we could use them in the industry.
He passed away late November of last year, but great to see his legacy really being put to great use here this week. Okay, for you, first year coming to an end as CEO of the USGA. It's been quite a year, 15 championships the USGA puts on. This week especially, what has been your takeaway from the week here at the Country Club?
Family. I mean, watching my USGA family first prepare for this for the last year, and then to come here and execute it, and how incredible the Country Club has been as a partner of ours. Their excitement gets us excited, even though maybe just another year. And it's great that we've all embraced the history of this place, because it's not just about being the original with USGA. It's not just about Francis Ouimet. I was the LPGA commissioner for a long time, and we all talk about the Se-Ri Pak moment, the moment that changed golf in Korea. The Se-Ri Pak moment happened in America, just happened here, and so it's great to come back and celebrate that. And we're going to Francis Ouimet would love what's going to happen here this Sunday, because we're going to lift the game even more than before.
The game has a lot of questions ahead. I'm going to ask you to take your hat off as CEO of the USGA, because how the LIV Golf or anything else impacts the future of the U.S. Open, there'll be months to decide what's going to happen with the qualifications for next year's Open at LACC out in Los Angeles. As a leader in the game who's been at the table in these big conversations, what do you see as the next big turn in the road in this professional golf crisis of the moment?
Well, I think it's been documented enough that, what happens, unfortunately for this, is the fans lose in terms of fracturing top players coming together. What maybe hasn't been captured as often is, again, coming back from my previous commissioner experience, I always say the thing that separates golf from all other sports is the athletes actually own and run their sport. When I walked into an LPGA board meeting, 8 of the 15 people had a glove in their back pocket. They actually had a seat at the table. They could have voted me out in one meeting. And when I see what happens in football or baseball with players' unions and strikes and suing, it doesn't happen in golf because these players run their tour. I don't think a lot of players that are trying to figure this out can grasp what it might be like to wake up tomorrow and one person could actually, be their employer, run a sport, make all the decisions, because today the athletes, and they have for 50 plus years, they've managed the sport in their own voice. And I'd hate to see golf lose that, because I really think it's the thing that separates this game from all the other sports we watch on TV.
A lot is going to happen over the next few months. I know your voice and the USGA's voice is going to be important in the steps of this championship and the others that you put on. Thanks for a great week. Happy Father's Day to you.
Thanks for being here, buddy. We appreciate it.
Mike Whan, the CEO of the USGA. Just one. I know it takes such a broad stage, but one of the great championships this organization puts on. Back to the play. Let's go to the fourth and Gary.
Okay, Mike, just earlier, this was Cameron Tringali with a putt for birdie. We've seen it made already today. A little bit of left movement. And another one goes in. So Tringali, 2+3. And now Justin Thomas, after a very nice second shot, just over 6 feet, down the hill. And another one goes down. That's the fourth group, Paul, that both players have birdied the fourth hole.
Oh, that hole
today.
was so hard yesterday.
I know, unbelievable. 14 birdies recorded there now already in this final round.
This is the 12th on Migliozzi. He stays at +3. We'll go to the fourth.
And Jordan Spieth playing out of the longer rough here, left side, Kay.
Yeah, not a good lie. 158 to the front. It's going to have to play out to the right side of the green. Where there's an opening, yeah. Even that's so hard to control, but if he went at the flagstick, it probably would have gone over.
Well, that will leave a very interesting little chip as it comes down the hill with a huge break from right or left to right. All right, Patrick Cantlay next to play. Cantlay, one of only 2 players in the field this week who managed to birdie the first 2 holes. Sam Burns was the other. So he gets ready with his second shot here, Kay.
Yeah, really good drive. 160 left to the hole. Able to come in with a pitching wedge. Wind picking up, helping, and a little bit from the left. Sounded like really good contact, trying to get a little bit of spin.
It's just past the one slope, so about 20 feet left for birdie and a chance for Cantlay to birdie 3 of the opening 4.
Stay on the green.
That's the T-ball on the way to the left of Sam Stevens, and that is what can happen in a heartbeat at this short par 3. And he knows he didn't hit the shot that he wanted. Playing with Justin Rose. We'll have a shot to birdie it for the 4th straight day, and down comes Rory McIlroy. Tees off in less than an hour. Picked up that U.S. Open 11 years ago, the first of those 4, which came in a hurry, and the wait has been, well, excruciating for Rory fans who are rooting him on today. Get back in that major championship winner circle.
And here at the 4th. Spieth to play his 3rd.
Putting that ball way back in his stance. Trying to judge this slope well.
And he's done it well. He's done it really well.
What an effort.
Move up 1 to 5.
And Zing, you talked about it earlier. This is going to be a very interesting hole. Short par 4 fifth, 301 yards up the hill. Justin Thomas with driver and into the wind today.
This hole's playing under par. One of only 4 holes right now playing under par for the day. That is pulverized, but it's gotta go.
Oh, I hit it so bad. Go.
Oh no. I've seen players over there. You can get it on the green from there.
It's pretty deep up there for Thomas. And again, it is a brutal start. 1 through 4. Look at the score to par compared to 5 through 8, where you can get some of it back.
It's so important to have a nice warm-up today. You have to focus on your warm-up. You must get off to a good start. You can blow your chances today on those first 4 holes.
And Tringali will give it a rip next.
4 of the 5 hardest holes are on the back 9 this week, so you have to get out of the gate on those first 4, and then you know that 4 of the 5 toughest are sitting on the back side. There's really not a lot of relaxing on this golf course.
It might have a little bit too much peel in it. If it might stay in that short grass, nope, doesn't look like it did. There's bunkers up the way, rough up the way.
Much tougher shot there at 5 today than it has been the previous 3.
Back to 3.
Morikawa for birdie. So he will stay most likely at +2.
He hung in there pretty tough yesterday, David, at the beginning of the round, but it all came undone at the end.
Yeah, he had a rough time.
And over here at the 4th, players were waiting for the players to play off the 5th tee. We'll take a look at the pinpoint animation of Patrick Cantlay's birdie putt, some 26 feet in length. Strength, you need to hit it much more than about half because it's so much downhill with a big break from left to right.
Yeah, a lot of players with these extremely fast putts, if they're a spot putter, like he's pointing out a spot right in that area that he intends to putt it to and sort of forget about the hole and think, if I can roll it over that intermediate spot, chances are I'll get close to the hole.
Gary, the director of grounds here, David Johnson, got the nickname the Sandman because of all the top dressing the last 4 years. And even with that little bit of rain, the greens has held a little better early, but they're already starting to firm up, aren't they?
Yeah, they certainly are. And as the day goes on, I would imagine that will continue as the wind continues to pick up. About 3/10 of an inch received overnight last night.
Yep, Gary,
early this morning.
So no water applied by the staff, obviously. Greens double cut, rolled this morning. Green speed upper 12s this morning, and mid 12s maybe as the day goes on. We'll see.
About 5,000 tons of sand. I don't even know how to equate that to anything. They say it's about 2 inches of top dress.
Cantlay got a good visual and a good sense of the speed of this off Jordan Spieth's chip.
No player has started 3 under par through the first 4 holes of this championship, and that trend will continue. That was a huge misread. So Cantlay had a birdie putt. Now he's got to work to save par there at the 4th.
When I played here in the AM in 2013, I said this was the hardest golf course that I'd ever played. This place is a beast. It's just so easy to compound mistakes out here, which of course you can do that in major championships in general, but especially this one. There's a ton of major champions on this leaderboard, and by no means is the job done. Not even close.
He knows that even though he's just 25 years old, he's growing up in a hurry out here. He's contended in majors, the latest just a month ago with that playoff with Justin Thomas at Southern Hills. He's Zalatoris says he has learned to have the comfort level you need to in majors. So we'll see how comfortable he is in the final round, Championship Sunday, and the final pairing.
He knows how he felt in the playoff, and he felt great, obviously, and he's going to cling to that. He knows he can get really comfortable. Today, he's had to wait all morning. He's just got to come out here and try to find a nice rhythm on the range.
To 4.
Cantley for his par. That hurts. Momentum gone away. We go back to 11.
And remember where Sam Stevens ended up. Awkward stance, ball in that thick stuff.
This is short of the flag. Spun back. And no, just not much you can do. Now he's got to putt up a hill, down a hill. With some side slope. You can see that thing breaking. This 11th, it's a small, cute little hole, but it's still treacherous.
And Thomas, this is where his tee shot ended up over at the short par 4, so he's digging it out. And he came up short. Last thing he wanted to do there.
Yep, right underneath it.
Back to the par 3 second. Again, a long par 3, 221 yards. Hideki Matsuyama. He's got the blade opened up just earlier. Advances it a couple of feet on the collar. So now the 3rd for Matsuyama. Stays at +2. Back to 5. Justin Thomas is working out of the bunker, and we'll take a look at this shot with our bunker cam presented by Deloitte.
Well, that's a good first look at that bunker to see whether or not it's a nice place to be after your tee shot. It's not terrible.
Well, it's the design of a great par 4, short par 4. Make anything. Celebrate the U.S. Open and inspire your game. Commemorate this championship with official U.S. Open merchandise from your favorite golf brands. Visit usgashop.com today. Well, the U.S. Women's Open headed to Pebble Beach for the first time ever next year. You can see the 2023 version by ProMedica at Pebble Beach by visiting uswomensopen.com/tickets today. Weekly ticket packages are on sale now. That is going to be one exciting inaugural U.S. Women's Open on the Monterey Peninsula. To 15.
And Joaquin Niemann for birdie. To 5.
And this for par. Justin really wanted to make his big move yesterday. Zing just wasn't able to do it.
His putters let him down a little bit. 5-3 putts. He's got the most 3 putts of anybody that's made the cut. And it's part of the equation is figuring out the greens. You know, they're tricky. Lots of little small, tiny little mounds.
So that's going to be a bogey for Thomas at the short par 4. 211. Rose has birdied this hole every single day. Back to the 5th. This tee back all the way up in the high end corner of the property, stretching it out as far as they can. They kind of enlarged this teeing ground, and Jordan Spieth is next.
It's really a cool hole and fun for these guys to just give it a rip and see if they can get it right on the edge of the green. Got to avoid the bunkers, and really, actually you'd rather be in one of the bunkers than be in the fescue right around them.
Somehow go. We'll get left. Oh, I just caught the edge and shot into it.
No commentary needed.
No, there are bunkers over there, and they're a long ways below the green. Pretty far from it as well. It's a hard shot from there.
The tendency, Paul, it seems to be earlier today, a lot of guys were missing it left, and they were either ending up in the 2 left bunkers or the thick rough over there, and it's very hard up and in for birdie.
What's the wind doing actually? Is it kind of left or right a little?
It's more back in their face at the moment.
That's what makes it so hard. Anything curving when it's right at you will be exaggerated. If you get it sideways, get it curving at all.
Cantley's averaged 322 yards this week off the tee.
Listen. Oh boy, I see that bunker. It's deeper, further back, and way below the green.
Well, rough always a factor here at the U.S. Open. You can get in some precarious positions here at the Country Club.
The U.S. Open is very taxing, whether it's mentally and physically. I think that's all part of what makes this tournament so fun. This golf tournament is going to test you, and so if every golf tournament was like this, it would be in for a long season for all of us, but you kind of ride the wave out here.
It was really rough sailing for Scotty Scheffler yesterday. The eagle at 8 felt great, couple of shot lead at 6 under par, and then he shot 39 on the back 9. But a birdie at 17 has him back in position, just 2 off the lead. He starts in 52 minutes, trying to be the first since Jordan Spieth to win the U.S. Open and the Masters in the same year. Here's Spieth, his second out of the bunker at 5. Zoom there. Jordan trying to get turned back in the other direction. We go to the tee at the par 3 second hole. Sebastian Munoz is there. 221 the hole today.
Big draw. Good. Right.
Releases nicely. Look at this. Anybody can start making some moves here as these guys closer to me. Wow, look at where it ended up for Patrick Cantlay.
Yeah, this is the ultimate fried egg. So difficult. I can't believe he's trying to hit this. Now it's phenomenal just to get it out of that lie. I think 90% of the players would have taken an unplayable.
Are you kidding me?
But the good news is you got it out. The bad news is your next shot's from farther away.
I don't think he was even thinking about that. His full focus was extracting it from the bunker.
No. Zinger, you're the master bunker player here.
Nothing you can do. You're at the mercy of the slope. The big thing is huge backswing, kind of the no follow through, stick it in the ground, but it's just a dreadful break.
You're just thinking, trying to get yourself out of that bunker at that point, and then the ball's coming your way. All right, Danny, here he is for his third.
All right, another try here, as you said, Mike, from further away. You could hear him say, "You're kidding me," after that ball went up and then sailed back down this slope. But that's the Country Club again, with all those different positions you can get into.
And over here at 4, Colin Morikawa with a putt for birdie. Big swing to the right. Oh yeah. Well, Morikawa fighting his way back after a very uncharacteristic round of 77 yesterday. So we go back to 5.
What a story that could be if Morikawa gets it back together today after the 77.
Yeah.
All right, now what faces Cantlay, Kay?
Well, he's got 15 paces up to the front of the green, another 10 to the hole. He walked all the way up there, probably partly to cool off, and secondly to survey his landing area. Gotta get it up.
No, that is not even going to come close.
I hate to say where that's going to end up.
I don't know. I think it should stay right there, but I'm not positive.
Might stay in that second little perch.
That shit is so cool.
A little more spin, that would have come all the way down the hill again. It just shows you what we are going to be looking forward to here on this 5th hole. Very drivable. It's reachable for some of those leaders, but boy, is it treacherous around the green.
To 7.
And Adam Schenk with his second shot. Right over the top of the flagstick. It might come back. Yeah. That's what we're looking for. Perfect. Leaders will go our way.
As we celebrate the 122nd U.S. Open here, it was 25 years ago at Congressional Country Club where Ernie Els' chip-in at the 10th gave him a lead he never relinquished. He prevailed in a 4-man battle over the final 9 holes to win his second U.S. Open. 27-year-old part of the last 5 to win by a shot over Colin Montgomery and 2 over Tom Lehman, who put that ball in the water, remember, at the 17th. But it was Ernie Els, the Big Easy, lifting the trophy, and we are headed back to Congressional on a renovated golf course. Congressional Blue Course is going to look a lot different when Nelly Korda and the rest of the ladies arrive there for another major. She's the defending champion there, June 25th and 26th on NBC and Peacock. KPMG Women's PGA Championship. Cantlay hoping his adventure at the 5th ends here. Wow.
It's going to be a putt for double bogey right there. Drove it right up by the green. He was within probably about 45 feet from the hole. He's going to make a 6. He was there in 1.
The 6th hole is playing just 158 yards. Justin Thomas finds the right edge and in. That saves par for him. Another low angle look at it. Just grabs the right edge. He stays at +4, +1 on the day. Back at the 5th for double bogey now. So, as you said, Zane, that's what can happen. So Cantlay starts off with 2 birdies. Now he's +3 in the last 2 holes. As we go to 17.
Yeah, this is Callum Tarrant, the gentleman who was one off the lead after the opening round with a 67. The 31-year-old Englishman, 3rd shot here at 17, putting from off the green. How about that?
The ghosts are alive at 17.
Remarkable things happened, and they certainly happened there for Callum Tarrant.
Nice shot.
All right, over at the putting green, that is Josh Gregory, Will Zalatoris' putting and performance instructor. They work very hard on trying to get the putter moving back what feels like to Will Zalatoris outside, Paul, rather than straight back. He has a tendency to whip it to the inside pretty quickly, especially on the short putts.
Yep, it's been pretty well documented. We've seen super slow-mos of that stroke on the internet. And it's interesting to be that focused on your path on the way back, because really all that matters is what's going on in the front, Gary, of that line.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we see strokes gained putting for the season on the PGA Tour, 160th. Putting from outside of 10 feet, 180th. Look at the numbers for this week. About a 3-putt so far. Remarkable stuff. It'll be interesting to see, can he maintain that in the final round of this 122nd U.S. Open Championship when the pressure is the greatest.
As a kid, I dream of playing in front of Boston fans and being a Patriot or being in the Garden. Out here, it felt like I was in a home game. It was one of the most amazing moments of my entire life, and I appreciate the fans giving me that. The crowds, as usual, here in Boston are the best in the world.
He was a rookie when he won a major championship in 2011 at Atlanta Athletic, winning the PGA, but what this would mean to Keegan Bradley, talking about looking into the stands, to look in the eyes of the crowd, to see them and hear them. Maybe there's an aunt, an uncle, a friend. He said it's just really, really fun. Crowds here in Boston, I think they're the best in the world. He's been a part of those crowds at Boston sporting events. Now they will try to root him home with In the Out. We go to the tee at 6.
Yeah, he was here at the '99 Ryder Cup as a kid. As Spieth tees off here at the 6th.
Oh my gosh, getting drilled. Oh, the leg.
Find that slope and head down a little ways.
All the way down the hill, I think. We see those little divots down there. Yeah, there it goes. Watch out. Okay, that's still such a tight rise on a little down slope. It's tricky. 6 holes tough. That hole cut on the right today.
This is Matthew Neesmith who's getting a full dose of what a U.S. Open's like on a weekend. He has played so well all week, hanging in there +1. 68, 69, fell off the pace just a little bit yesterday on a really tough day with a 74. USGA is investing into the future health of the game by funding research, developing new technology, and providing solutions for thousands of courses. To learn more about how we're making the game more sustainable, you can visit usga.org/green section. Summer's almost here, and you know what that means. American Ninja Warrior. It's back, returning favorites, Rising Stars, Mondays on NBC, and streaming on Peacock. Back at the little 11th, Xander Schauffele on the tee. Schauffele had designs of breaking through for his first major here.
Hit it, Win. Hit it, Win.
So he's going to need a big time comeback today. Seamus Power at the first.
Hello.
Big curling putt finds the bottom. So a good start for Power, opens up with a birdie. And at the 6, delicate little pitch for Spieth, Kay.
Yeah, gonna loft it. Try to hit it right into the upslope. That's what he wanted to do, to kill it a little, and couldn't believe it killed it that much.
So a putt left for Spieth to remain at +4. +1 on the day. Back at the first. Neesmith for his bogey. Talked about how so many guys got in position here for the weekend qualifiers. Guys in their first kind of major championship heat. Neesmith certainly one of those.
Yeah, 9,200 plus players tried to get in this event. Only 68 players were able to qualify. A bunch of them made the cut and actually were in contention yesterday and getting to feel something for the first time in their life.
And Neesmith advanced to the U.S. Open as a co-medalist of the Dallas qualifier. He starts off with a rough 6 if he makes that one coming back. Just the second career major for Neesmith, who missed the cut in the U.S. Open 7 years ago. Cantley over at the 6th. Decent lie.
He's an all-timer around the greens. He's one of those guys that other players watch.
All right, just about an hour away from the final pairing. Will Zalatoris and Matthew Fitzpatrick. You know it's been a long wait for those guys. Waiting for this day their entire lives. It's just about here. Championship Sunday at the U.S. Open. Cranking up again in Brookline, Mass.
Winning the US Open here helps, but just feels a bit more like a home game this week, and that's why it feels different and for the better. I certainly think it gives me an edge over the others to come back here and play so well again. It kind of just gives me growing confidence round by round.
And you know he's not going to mess with that magical formula. When he won that USM in 2013, he's staying with the same family. The general chairman of this championship, Will, and his wife Jennifer Fulton. Alex is staying there. They all have their same assigned rooms. His parents are also at the same house. And so Fitzpatrick is trying to roll all of that magic in together for another USGA championship all these years later. And over at the 5th, Morikawa from the thick stuff.
Under that, yes, you can tell he went under it. Not the only one. Obviously, you have to hit a special kind of a flop shot to get it close. We've seen two of the best short game players in the world go right under it there.
And this was just earlier. Andrew Putnam, look at this heavy stuff. Around 11. All sorts of big time problems if you don't find that green surface. Again, this is just 108 yards today. But that's how you make a 3.
Oh, man, now he's going to have to apologize
Masters where the guys got long irons. Morikawa third at the short par 4.
This bunker shot is not as easy as you might think. I have not seen a great shot there yet.
That's got that slope. Is that going to hang?
Surely not. Cantlay stopped.
We had stopped at that second little level. Yeah, that could have gone down as well. Got MJ Duffy for birdie at the 18th. He had a 3-shot lead in this championship at the turn on Friday. He and Callum Tarrant had the lead in the championship on that same day. And so they had that feeling that goes through your bones.
Yeah, it's
for a while when you think, wow, is it going to be my week? So 69 for MJ Duffy for the South African. That is a great way to end a memorable U.S. Open. Time now for a marquee pairing presented by Rolex. The defending champion Jon Rahm at 3 under, 1 back, playing with all that emotion that Keegan Bradley is going to be trying to harness and fuel along the final round journey today. Saying that's going to be a great little pairing.
Sure is. Those guys both pound it. They both drive it great. Keegan's one of my favorite players to watch. You know, he had the belly putter to start his career. He's been a questionable putter since then, but seems to have turned it around. His caddy says that the reason that Keegan's playing better this year, Dan, is because of his putter. And with Rahm, you know, I think we can all trust Rahm's ball striking today. Rahm makes the key putts like he did last year. We'll have to see.
He had that unfortunate finish last night, late, tried to get it out of that bunker, found the lip, and went on for a double bogey. It's Morikawa coming up at 5, still not in.
This 5th hole might be a little troublemaker today.
To the 4th.
And Dustin Johnson for birdie. Excuse me, for par. So a good save there by Dustin after driving it in the rough.
Tick on the west side, it's quartering down. Have it just a little more across than that for sure.
Right on land 5 to 10.
Yeah.
Softness, right?
Yeah, with the softness, yeah. There definitely is more softness. If it lands short, it's probably staying short.
It's just like choking down and hitting a pretty good air.
I love that putt. It's obviously cool. What's that? Yeah, you're finishing in that U.S. Open logo. That is our draw. Have a good picture, bud. I did have it mostly across. With only a little bit of help in it. I still like this. I do too. Just be committed. It's a good one.
Denny McCarthy with a great start to this final round. Boy, did he soar up the leaderboard yesterday after making the cut on the number. Shot a 68 to to begin this day at +1, playing alongside Gary Woodland, the 2019 U.S. Open champion from Pebble Beach. Both beginning the day +1, 5 back, certainly within range to make a run. See McCarthy there, very good looking birdie to start. Woodland had a good round yesterday as well, 69, his second subpar round this week. And the battle for the low am is heating up.
Bennett certainly has. This is Sam Bennett, the 22-year-old from Texas A&M that birdie putt there at 17. He's only one shot now behind Travis Vick in that low amateur race.
Speaking of the Longhorn Amateur, there's Victor birdie over at 14.
Vic's got a few more holes to play. That might be good.
So there he is, 2 clear at the moment from Bennett.
Mean the world to one of those two guys to get that medal.
So Bennett now to remain at +9. Okay, safely in, 1 hole left to play. Great experience making the cut in a U.S. Open as an amateur, Paul. I had the opportunity to do that back in 1973 at Oakmont. Learned an awful lot. So we go to 11.
I can't remember who won that U.S. Open, Gary.
I think a guy that we used to work with shot a really good one.
Nice 2 by Leishman over at the 11th. And he's at +1. Look at that run. 4 birdies after that bogey at the 4th, or the 3rd, I should say.
Guys, only 4 U.S. Open champions have ever been outside the top 10 going into the final round and gone on to 1 in that 1973. Johnny Miller was one of those guys.
Yeah. There's Fitzpatrick trying to break through in a major way. Tees off 47 minutes with Zalatoris. Very meticulous player, keeps track of all of his stats. He's been doing that, Zing, since he was 14 years old. I mean, every single shot he charts. He knows his tendencies. He knows when it's going right and wrong.
Just it's a certain personality type that can do that. He's just looking for some kind of nice rhythm just to get off to a good start. He's going to be staring Will Zalatoris in the eyes here in a little while.
Adam Scott at the 10th for birdie. Just getting it started.
Well,
84th consecutive major championship start for Adam Scott. That's tied for 3rd all time. Only Jack Nicklaus and Tom Watson have more. Last one he didn't play, 2001 U.S. Open at Southern Hills. Retief Goosen survived the playoff.
Let's take a look back to Tom Watson's victory in the 1982 U.S. Open. It's today's signature moment presented by Rolex. It was 40 years ago, 1982. Tom Watson at Pebble Beach's par 3 17th famed hole, tied with Jack Nicklaus, missed the green, and of course, that memorable shot from out of the rough. Birdie, the solo lead, and a birdie to follow as well. Tom Watson's 1 U.S. Open title. That was his 6th of his 8 major championships. And we're going to connect with Tom Watson via WebEx by Cisco. 40 years later, Tom, the shot and the celebration still as great as ever, an iconic memory. What memories come back 40 years later for you now?
Well, first of all, it was a lucky chip shot. And second of all, we call that a Joplin turnaround here in Kansas City.
Tom, you're watching this Open and you're seeing the modern players take on one of the classics where you played in the 1988 U.S. Open the last time I was here. What are you noticing as you watch the guys sometimes try to cut corners and bring that power game, and how this golf course is standing up to that test here this week?
Well, this is a true U.S. Open test. We haven't had too many of them in the last decade or so. They basically it turned it into what I really thought of. I always think about the U.S. Open, and that is heavy rough, hard greens, and even par is a great score.
Tom, the first tee's behind me. If you were there and could talk to the players teeing off in these last few groups, what's the most important piece of advice you would share about trying to win a U.S. Open on a Sunday?
Well, I think the most important thing is your grip pressure and not to go too fast. You know, one of the things that pressure does to you is it makes you go a lot faster than you really want to go, and you don't even know what's happening.
Well, we will watch that. We'll watch the players. I know you'll be watching back home in Kansas City. Tom, great to visit with you. Enjoy the final round. We look forward to chatting with you next month in advance of the Open at St. Andrews.
I'm looking forward to it, Mike. See you there.
You got it, pal. 8-time major champion Tom Watson joining us from Kansas City as we relive 40 years and the anniversary of his U.S. Open at Pebble. To Dan at 1.
And McCarthy trying to take advantage of that beautiful approach to start his final round. Trying to make another move on this Sunday, and McCarthy showing no signs of backing off. Began the third round tied for 55th. When he ended his round yesterday, he was tied for 24th. At the end of the day, tied for 11th. And he just made another move as we go to number 8.
Cameron Tringale, second shot on the way. Can he get it all the way up the hill and onto the green? Yeah, look at turkeys all over the place around here. Oh, this is going to be a good break, Paul. It's going to hang up in that intermediate kind of rough. Just out for a stroll, taking a good look around.
Are those spike marks?
Good news is now you can tap them down.
Correct. Here's Harman over at the 5th with his second.
Yeah, Brian scared the leaderboard the first couple days.
Oh, scares the stick.
Sure did. Now where would it stop? Stay on. I think.
Yeah, it should.
That's a crummy break. You know, you just don't always want to hit it exactly where you're aiming.
You know? Yeah, hands on hips. That tells you what he thinks about it.
Well, you know, it's inevitable. You're going to hit the stick periodically. It almost never stops within 25 feet of the hole.
Especially these sticks, Paul.
Yeah, they're solid, stiff, aren't they?
Yeah, and there's a flare in them. They're about an inch wide, much thicker than the PGA Tour sticks.
Joel Damon, who played in that final pairing with Colin Morikawa yesterday, fared better than Morikawa beginning this final round of 1 under. Talked about how he got into this championship as a qualifier as well.
He just peppers another green. He's #1 in greens in regulation. And he's #2 in fairways hit. Unfortunately, he's dead last in putts, total putts so far this week. He's got a chance to win this, Joel Damon.
Mackenzie Hughes for birdie at 11.
He didn't get in the hole.
Sorts of different kinds of pars and birdies and others at the 11th. Up ahead to 15, David.
Travis Vick with his second shot. 15, certainly has to be one of the longest par 4s in U.S. Open history at 527 yards. Beautiful shot from the anchor.
Nick Hardy, another qualifier. He held it together yesterday, 73 after a couple of subpar rounds. One hand off the club as he watches this sail a little left.
Both of these players have to know if they shoot 65 or 64 today, probably change their life forever. And that is very possible. So there's at least 10 guys, I think, Dan, that are on this leaderboard that could do some damage today and win this, hoist this trophy.
So you're thinking maybe 5, 6 under, right around there, Zing?
I do. I think 5 or 6 under. Maybe it might be better. You know, one of those top 3 or 4 guys might get red hot.
Well, there's the final pairing. Fitzpatrick and Zalatoris, hoping it's their day at the U.S. Open.
Some cities just know what makes greatness. From Brady to Bobby, the Sox to the Celtics, Boston's connection with champions is as thick as the accent of its fans. This area's golfing jewel has given all of us moments to cherish. The 20-year-old amateur from across the street who beat the best in the world. Curtis's playoff crowning. America's incredible Ryder Cup comeback. Oh, my! So who will be crowned at the Country Club today. The baby-faced Brit who won the amateur title here as a team. The slender rising star who came so close last month. Does he take the next step today? Will a major champion add to his legacy? It's a chance for the rare Masters US Open double to continue a dominant year with his 5th win. For this man, it would be his 5th major and only enhance his growing presence in the game. Can these fans bring home one of their own who has stood with them cheering New England sports heroes? Today, he could be one. Or maybe it's the powerful, talented Spaniard. Maybe it's time for him to run it back. Take the trophy back home. It's the Country Club. It's the pressure. It's the moment to crown our national champion. This Father's Day, Sunday, at the US Open.
And around this first tee, there's a cool breeze in the air. It's 61 degrees, but there's an unmistakable tension. You walk out there and it's a lot less chatting, a lot of focus. That trophy is waiting. Every player on the first tee goes right past it, but only one will get their hands on it in about 4 hours. Last few groups set to go as we go back to Dan and Paul.
Yeah, dreamlike final 4 pairings here, Mike. It features the top 3 ranked players in the world. And the number 3 ranked player in the world is about to be introduced here in this pairing.
This is the 2:12 tee time. Please welcome from Northern Ireland, our 2011 U.S. Open champion, Rory McIlroy.
He was a baby-faced 22-year-old 11 years ago when he won the first of 4 major championships. He's in position again. 6th time he's been within 5 of the lead going into the final round of a major since his last major win, the 2014 PGA. Started left, cutting back. Should be a good start for McIlroy if it stays out of the thick stuff.
That makes
From Shreveport, Louisiana, Sam Burns.
In many ways, Sam Burns is that guy that McIlroy was all those years ago, although he's looking for his first major, just 25 years old. 3 wins already this season. He's played in 8 majors. Best finish, a tie for 20th at the most recent one at Southern Hills a month ago.
What a great chance for Sam Burns. He's the only player in the field that's under par on holes 1 through 4. He's 3 under for the week without a single bogey on these first 4 holes.
And this is way left. Left of those bunkers, comes out and doesn't seem to be a terrible lie. But not the swing that Burns was looking for to start it off. Head on the green. Hardy has already missed his, so Damon for birdie.
Joel Damon's hit 75% of the greens in regulation, but hasn't been able to run the tables on the greens just yet. He is positioned perfectly. Nobody expects Joel Damon to win today, except maybe Joel Damon. And he's got to get it going now.
Well, being a USGA member means a lot of things: integrity, sustainability, achievement, but all members share a love of the game and a commitment to making golf better. Visit usga.org/join to become a member today. Summer's #1 show returns with one surprise after another. AGT new Tuesday, 8/7 Central on NBC and streaming on Peacock. So just about a half hour away from Matthew Fitzpatrick. And we talked about him staying in the same house that he stayed in back 9 years ago. Alex, his brother, was on the back. He's on the grounds here as well and is with Catherine Tappan.
Yeah, Dan, he's barely on the grounds, though. Alex has had quite the past 24 hours. Can you just share what the experience has been like for you in the last 24 hours, where you've been, Alex?
Yeah, it's been a little frustrating. So yesterday afternoon, I took a flight home back to Wake. Thought I could get some practice in and get my season started. Boarded the plane and he was like 4 or 5 back, and by the time I landed, he was tied. So I texted my manager and was like, hey, look, can you book me a flight tomorrow morning? So hopped on a flight at 6 this morning, and now I'm here, and I'll be supporting him for the rest of the day.
You know this game better than that, Alex, so don't ever count him out. When you were on that bag in 2013 for your brother, for Matt, what did you see about how he was able to handle this course that maybe he's going to play to his advantage today?
Yeah, I think it's well known that U.S. Open courses are known for being incredibly tough. This one specifically, with tight fairways, small greens, firm greens, I think all play to his advantage, which is great. And that's something back in 2013 when he only hit it 260 was perfect for him. Luckily, he hits it a little further now, but still straight. So that's why it's played into his advantage.
You're here with Mom and Dad. You got a great opportunity to see your brother play today on limited sleep, but you're here, Alex. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Dan.
Yeah, Alex, good player in his own right for Wake Forest, as you heard, just turned pro and in the support group of his older brother, Matthew. Open the magic is the same as it was here at the Country Club in 2013.
And here at the 4th, Dan, we've got Aaron Wise with the putt for birdie. Now, remember that he went to the season last year. If I remember correctly, Dan, you said it was in his mother's garage.
Yep,
she had him send it to him.
His college coach, Casey Martin's putter, that's been in and out of play when he needs it.
Back at the 1st.
And a good look at that dog leg. And Sam Burns went way left, and looking for a lie here that will give him at least a chance to control it and try to get it on the green.
He got a great break. That ball was way left of where it is now. It hit the tent and came back. He popped out of that wispy junk behind him, and hole's cut on the right-hand side, sort of in the middle of the green, a little bit favoring the front maybe. And it's wide open to the flag for him right here. Perfectly flat between him and the hole, really, except for a bunker.
Two of the hottest golfers paired together. Of course, Rory shot a 62 in the final round to win in Canada. McIlroy and Burns, winners of 2 of the last 3 PGA Tour stops. Burns 3 weeks ago at Colonial. McIlroy last week at the RBC.
It looks like a little jumper lie. He's got to make sure if it jumps, he wants it to go high, not just straight out on a normal trajectory. So you control your distance. Jump it up, not out. That's a fine shot. Really a fine shot after a quick transition from the tee. Caused that hook. Just feathered that perfectly.
So this was Rory, a mere 348 yards from the tee, just settling into that first cut.
Just enough rough to change the shot.
He did get a drop away from those sprinkler heads.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the ball to the fairway, which would have made a huge difference. And he's going to have to throw this very high and bring that bunker into play if he wants to try to get it close. Oh, wow, that's straight up in the air. It's a good shot. Nice start. Good drive. Beautiful wedge shot right on the middle of the green.
Over at the 6th moment ago, Hideki Matsuyama, again of this shortened par 3, just 158 today.
Gosh, the whole hugging the right edge of this green makes it a real challenge. We've seen a few birdies.
Starting off with 5 straight pars, should be a birdie there at the 6th, and Scotty Scheffler, the #1 player in the world, tees off when we come back.
Modeled after war transportation, popular tourist event. At 1, Rory to open with a birdie. Yes, he does. Remember how well McIlroy putted to keep the round going on the back 9 yesterday. Impressive string of 1 putts, and he starts with a birdie here as we go to the first tee.
Yeah, he called it one of the toughest days he's ever had on a golf course as we get set for the next announcement of the third to last group.
This is the 2:23 tee time. Please welcome from Dallas, Texas, Scotty Scheffler.
Scheffler has been on an historic run, just 25 years old, just rocketed to the top spot in the world rankings. 4 wins, including the Masters, since February, and trying to become the 6th player to win the Masters and the U.S. Open in the same year. John Wood will be with this group. Scotty Scheffler and Adam Hadwin.
Oh, yeah! Scheffler starting up the left side. This is going to need to cut. It is right on the edge of those bunkers right now. Going to need a good bounce.
Just clears him, Woody. And he is in great shape on the left side up there.
From Canada, Adam Hadwin.
See, it just lands at a sand-filled divot. So first bad break for Scheffler after a beautiful drive. This is Adam Hadwin. He was the first-round leader with a 66. This is totally new territory for the 34-year-old Canadian. 8th year in the tour. His best finish in a major, tied for 24th. He's just 2 off the pace.
Up the right center, turning over. This looks like a beauty.
Adam Hadwin with an opportunity of a lifetime today. He's just got to tell himself, you know what? I'm going to give it all I got. If he plays the round of his life today, he's going to hoist this trophy.
So Scheffler heads down the fairway. Will Zalatoris will be behind him, but this was the scene just a little while ago. A little knuckles there between Zalatoris and Scheffler. They go back to junior golf days in the Dallas area along with Jordan Spieth. And look at this shot back in Texas. Zalatoris on the left, Scheffler on the right. Scheffler sprouted, of course, in high school, so he has gone a little bit taller than Zalatoris, but good friends, wishing each other luck on a huge Sunday. Now McIlroy, after the opening birdie at the first, 6-iron at this 221-yard par 3. Burns made his par at the first. Talked about how McIlroy hung on yesterday, saying, I mean, it could have gone really off the rails.
Putter saved him. He had 8 putts at 9 holes on the back 9. Ended up with 10 putts on the back. It's pretty incredible, and it has kept him alive. Now, this is really a precarious shot. It's uphill. You can't quite see the bottom of the green or the bottom of the flag here. Hard to hold this green. We've only seen a couple good shots.
That whole location just to that TV tower that McIlroy seems to be chasing with the tracer.
Oh, what a shot. Oh, it stops so fast. This ball is just spring forward.
Yeah, that was the story yesterday, but again, rain overnight and into this morning has taken a lot of the fire out of them.
And over here at 17, just earlier, Guido Migliozzi elected to putt the ball from some 20 yards short of the green.
No, you're kidding me.
Well, he got it up there close, Dan. He was able to make a birdie, and he is now 4 under par in this final round. He's gotten into 2 over par for the championship. Let's go back to 2.
And Sam Burns getting ready. And that's where that whole location is. Talked about that TV tower, so as you watch the show today, keep an eye on that as the line of where that stick is. Longest par 3 on the card. Has been the most difficult hole the entire week. At his lie, beautiful drive, just getting up here, and not sure if he's seen it yet. Seen it now.
You know, it's a great chance, Woody, for Scheffler to show off his great attitude right here.
Yeah, you know, it is in a divot, but the angle that he has and the firmness of these fairways, I don't think it's going to be a huge effect on the ball. He won't be able to elevate it as much, but he doesn't need to. He can land this short of the green and have it bounce up. So, and with his good attitude, I don't think it's going to affect him much at all here.
Well, you can tell he's going to make clean contact. There's really nothing behind the ball to give him any trouble. He's on the front side of that divot.
Hadwin's going to go first, we believe, from the other side.
Yeah, Hadwin's on the right edge of the fairway, 171 total. Much less wind than yesterday, guys, in a different direction. So something to keep in mind with softer conditions. I think today's conditions will be a lot better scoring than yesterday. This is 8-iron for Hadwin. Good strike, headed right at the flagstick.
Good shot.
Just climbs on the front edge.
And Bruce Edwards told me a story one time about Tom Watson. Bruce Edwards, the great caddy who passed away with ALS. He told me one time Watson drove it in a divot. He looked at that ball and said, "Watch this, Bruce." But not everybody's like that. A lot of these guys will be like, "Man, I'm the unluckiest guy in the world." Not Scotty Scheffler. Jam this ball back in your stance.
Yep, and you can see him almost rehearsing that right now, getting real steep on his zinger. And, you know, like I said, if this was a pin tucked over a bunker where he had to get it in the air, it would be a much tougher shot. But the fact that just short is fairly flat and almost acts like a green, I don't think he'll be affected too much by this. Starting low, cutting a little bit on an aggressive line.
No. You know, when you drive it in a divot, it requires your full intensity. You try to get the yardages and all the things that are true to what you're trying to achieve here. And just catching a lie like that actually could relax him. Great contact.
Scheffler handles the first test very nicely. Couldn't be much of a better start for McIlroy. Birdies the first, and then just made par at the tough par 3 second. Beautiful 2-putt there. Tap in to stay just 2 back. In the meantime, his playing competitor Sam Burns has some problems there. And at the tough line, the bunker has a long putt for par there as we go back to the first for Hadwin in his birdie attempt.
Pretty good start for somebody who really hasn't been in this situation before. Really good drive in the fairway, hits a solid iron onto the green and an uphill putt. So If he had any nerves, it should calm down a little bit.
Just didn't give that near enough, though. And over at the second, that was a buried lie that Burns had to deal with after the tee shot. So that's what he does with his first piece of adversity.
Yeah, he still hasn't made a bogey on any of the first 4 holes this week. The only player in the field that can say that.
What a save. And back over to the first. This would be quite a birdie start out of the divot for Scheffler.
Yeah, no question about it. He judged that lie just perfectly. Got the right amount of skip on it. Reads every putt with Ted Scott, his caddy. Ted's really good at aim point, feeling it with his feet. Scotty kind of uses his eyes. They kind of get together after that and see if they're on the same page. And it's been working, I'd say, pretty well, Zinger.
Yeah, I would say so. They just immediately cha-chinged it as soon as they got together. And one at Bay Hill, I believe, that got the string going. Actually, it was Phoenix that really got it going, but when he won at Bay Hill, it solidified Scotty Scheffler. And he went on to win the Masters. Chance for birdie from the divot. Yes, sir. What a start.
For Scheffler. Immediately within 1. Back to the first tee.
This is the 2:34 tee time. Please welcome from Woodstock, Vermont, Keegan Bradley.
Second to last pairing. We don't know what's going to happen with these two guys. We do know one thing. This is going to be an emotion-packed second to last pairing. Keegan Bradley with all the local ties. Been 11 years since that breakthrough at the PGA Championship.
Keegs just starts a little left to right ball flight. This might be a little too much cut on it.
And just does drift out of the first cut.
And from Spain, our defending U.S. Open champion, Jon Rahm.
Jon Rahm had it rolling yesterday late. A very chilly Saturday afternoon at the Country Club. Fell out of the lead with that bunker-to-bunker double bogey at 18. After a brilliant run to give himself the lead, but he's right there nonetheless. Beginning of the day, just one back. Looking for back-to-back U.S. Opens.
He too playing a little left to right. This is hugging that left edge, but now working back should be just fine.
The second-ranked player in the world is off and running. That avoids the divot there. Unlike Scheffler, who handled it and birdied it. And so just one more pairing to tee off. The leaders, the co-leaders, Fitzpatrick and Zalatoris. And the energy around the Country Club has just been ramped up in the last 20 minutes or so with these big star heavyweights who are now on the course right now. Scheffler out that opening birdie, now on the tee at the second. This a rise of some 18 feet in addition to deal with a long shot.
Hardest green to hit in regulation, like 26% of the field. How do you like that?
Maybe Scheffler can go birdie to start. This to get it to even at 7.
And it's, yeah, absolutely. Tachiano drains that one, and he gets it back to even. Just 4 back. We go to the second.
And now it's Hadwin, Woody.
Just a 5-iron. We saw hybrids, 3s and 4-irons the first 3 days as this hole played straight into the wind. It's hard to get up and in from over there. Oh no, not there. That is a disaster. Just a horrible shot at the wrong time. You want to try to just get through these first 4 holes without a mistake, but Adam Hadwin's made a big one here.
in that thick fescue which sprinkles the golf course. And let's set up this long par 4 third, David.
Yeah, Danny, the third 500 yards, and you can see it's a straightaway tee shot kind of between two mounds here, and the fairway is sort of serpentine here. 280 to run out on the right, 310 on the left. It's a wide fairway where they're going to be hitting it into, and its fairway snakes down to this green, which is almost a square, most unusual. Rory with 3-wood.
This one's giving him some trouble, David. Bogey and a double on it.
Yeah. That's a good start. It's a long way down there
for a 3-wood.
Oh, stay out. Yep. All right.
To the fourth. Danny McCarthy playing his second out of the rough on the right-hand side of the hole. Trying to thrash it out of there, landed somewhere kind of short right. Oh, yeah, got up on the green. Oh, this could really end up very good. I'm not sure it's stopped yet. There's another slope right there, Paul. Will it catch it?
That gravity's a beautiful thing.
Look at this. Look at this. Denny McCarthy will have that short putt for a birdie and a chance to get to 1 under par. This is a player who's done his homework. He knows the slope and the green, and he's, come on. Well played. Back to 1.
Keegan Bradley.
Same shot we've been kind of hitting, you know.
Scotty Bell, his caddy, giving him some last words of advice.
Ball did settle down just a bit. 176 for an 86 hole. Keeg's a very tall player, that 6'3", 6'4" range, so steep angle of attack. He can go down into this deep stuff and dig it out.
70 is pretty darn perfect. Yeah, I like that a lot.
He's a fidgety guy. You see him walk in, walk out, walk in, walk out. We know in the past he had this real weird fidget. He did away with it.
He's looking just left of the hole, Zing. Get something to land near the front edge and run up onto the green.
Yeah, he knew he didn't like it. You could tell by the look on his face. Oh, boy. Only person in there today, not a single rake mark. We'll have to see what he can do. The green runs away from him just a little bit there.
You wonder how he slept last night with all that's on the line today in front of his fans and family, and now Rahm.
Hit a beautiful shot yesterday to start his round. Little baby cut with the 8. That's what he's going with right now.
That's Tracer Technology, brought to you by Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA.
Now, see, that's a delicate one now. We haven't seen anybody chip it gimme from there, Dan, I don't think. Most players have chipped it 10 feet short or about 8 feet high.
And look at this Hadwin at the second, ball below his feet, in the fescue, digging it out. It's still not.
You know, these guys have had to wait a long time to play today, and the challenge is to get your tempo.
Well, at the third, Rory McIlroy has made a bogey, a double bogey, and a par so far. He's in good shape here on this Sunday afternoon. And you can see him climbing the hill in front of him. There he cannot see a thing. We widen out, you see this fairway kind of snakes through these little gaps.
175 on it. Do to get a better feeling over here for it. Just as what I'm going to do when I get out there. So,
Let's figure this out with Harry Diamond. We'll go to 4.
And the short birdie putt for Denny McCarthy. Nicely done. So McCarthy to 1 under par. That is the first time this week he has been in red figures. So, solid start. 2 birdies in his first 4. So back to 2.
And Scheffler for back-to-back birdies to start. He was running a little hot last night. Zing, he hit a second shot at 18 into that bunker. That's what really kind of, was a little bit uncharacteristic from the normally unflappable Scheffler, but he said he was disappointed with the way he had to dig the third one out. Ended up making a long putt from par at the last to put a smile on his face, but that's how he ended his day yesterday in a topsy-turvy roller coaster third round.
Fairly level putt here speed-wise, just moving to his right.
For Scheffler. And that ties him for the lead before Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick can even get out.
That's of course 3 big one-putts in a row going back to last night. Very unusual to see negative emotion from Scheffler. He made the putt after the little bit of an outburst and then starts out birdie. The cow
through the third. And Rory ready to go. That one settles down in that chewy rough. Back to the first.
And Rahm, this delicate little chip.
This is a hard shot, I'm telling you. Oh, he landed it just short. Still going to wander away. That's very good. That's easily the best shot we've seen from short.
Early test, just a little delicate shot that Rahm handles very well. A little par 3 11th, Justin Thomas. 10 shots back.
Let's see what JT can do with this cute little hole. All right, what's the spin here? Oh, that's so pure. Very soft arms. You can see how it almost like gravity bring the club down to control the spin.
At the first, Bradley.
He's going to have to go hard at it, and he did. Still no spin. That green runs away from him there. He knew that when he was out there in that first cut not to hit it in that right bunker.
All right, the final pairing about ready to be announced.
This is the 2:45 tee time. Please welcome from England, Matt Fitzpatrick.
He has been pointing to this championship for years, ever since it was announced that the U.S. Open would come back to the Country Club, where of course he won the U.S. Amateur, and now he's trying to become the first player from England to win the U.S. Open since Justin Rose in 2013. Roger Maltby will be in this final pairing with Fitzpatrick and Zalatoris.
Set up down the right side, trying to hit a hot hook, and he's done just that.
Beauty for Fitzpatrick, 18th.
From Dallas, Texas, Will Zalatoris.
This is his first 54-hole lead or co-lead in a major. He got a taste of the heat at Southern Hills in the playoff loss to Justin Thomas just a month ago. And again, like Fitzpatrick, looking for his first PGA Tour win.
Opposite shot here, took it down the left, and is cutting it. May have cut it too much.
It's softly and settles in a decent spot.
Yeah, pretty good lie. Will Zalatoris has definitely been the most accurate iron player this week. Our proximity to the hole is 4 feet closer than anybody else in the field, Dan.
So everybody's out on the course. Up ahead, Bradley for par out of the bunker. So an opening bogey, if Keegan makes that one coming back, will drop him 3 off the lead to 3.
And this one sat down for Rory McIlroy. Just chops the legs out from underneath it. It was a tough little shot from that lie. Just flared away on him a little. He'll have his work cut out for par. We'll go back to the first.
And this for par for Rahm. Solid start. In over to the third again.
And Scheffler on the tee. He's going with driver. come off that. No, that's just fine.
What a week it has been already for Scheffler. And this is how he starts the final round. Looking to add a U.S. Open trophy to the green jacket that he won earlier this year. That was an opening birdie for Scheffler. And then he got to the tough par 3 second. Hit a beautiful tee shot. And took advantage of that birdie start for the #1 player in the world, who's tied for the lead in the U.S. Open with Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick. What a Sunday this should be. Co-leader Zalatoris, second at the first.
That's going to be a tricky one now. That's actually harder than Rahm's shot just a minute ago.
Up to 3.
And Rory has this one for par. 9 1-putts in the last 12 holes. An amazing inward half yesterday. Just a little on the high side. Back to 1.
Great setup here for Fitzpatrick to do a little attacking.
Very strong grip, swings the club around pretty flat, can put a lot of spin on it. That's a prime example. That's a really a good shot, gritty.
Back up to the second, Rahm.
You have it. Come on. Be good. Get up.
It's soft. It's a
Nick Hardy has a putt for birdie and a chance to get to 1 under par. 26-year-old is a rookie on the PGA Tour, playing at just his 4th U.S. Open. Finds himself in the tie for 5th. So go back to 1.
And Roger Maltby with his group. Raj had a chance to scout out Zalatoris' lie.
Yeah, it's not good over here. It's kind of thick and matty and gnarly in here. The green kind of works away from him as well. So this is a delicate little shot here.
He's got to kind of stab it, I think, Raj.
I think, and just get it into the fringe and let it run out if you can.
Backswing, kind of no follow through here, and see if it'll just pop up.
Oh, it did. It popped up.
Oh, what a touch.
Yeah, he's got control of his nerves. He had some real experience there at the PGA. Losing in a playoff, he knows how comfortable he was, and he came in here today, I think, with a lot of self-belief.
Okay, Keegan Bradley off an opening bogey now.
Okay. Keep going, man. Go
left.
Come on.
Stay out of the deep stuff. Set up on that. Just again, we've seen that time and time again against that rough. We'll see how Bradley handles it. In the meantime, Denny McCarthy is continuing his role. This is the short par 4 5th. His second.
Yeah, one of the few players to lay up here, and it is gonna pay off. Boy, it's a dangerous hole today, going for the green. I've seen a lot of trouble from guys that have tried to drive it.
Back to the first for an opening birdie for Fitzpatrick. And the last 2 majors, Zalatoris and Matthew Fitzpatrick. Look at them, tied for second after 3 rounds, tied for first in this U.S. Open. They had high finishes, obviously, at the PGA, and Fitzpatrick just a little low with that birdie try. Last time final pairing, final round of the U.S. Open included 2 players who never won a PGA Tour event. Oakmont, Ernie Els, Frank Nobilo. So it is a rarity to have them here in the final round in this position. Jon Rahm looking over his long birdie attempt at the second.
Just absolutely smashed an 8-iron to just get it up into the front. Going over the screen where he ended up yesterday was certainly not in play with that club selection. Now just inside 60 feet, coming from a low point on the front part of the screen back up on top to where the hole's cut. So it's going to be a little on the slow side.
know, there's no way around it, but you're going to have to be a great lag putter today if you want to win this championship. The greens are small, but the ball does trickle away, and we're going to see a lot of long putts today from the leaders.
Putt for par for Zalatoris. He does have a little bit of a history, especially from short range, from things getting a little squirrely, but he's able to handle that one. That's a beautiful up and down to start things off to 3.
And from just the edge of the rough here, Scotty Scheffler with his second shot. He's going to go, yeah, that's why. Even out of that semi-rough, he managed to get a bunch of spin on it. Back at the second.
And Bradley just on the edge there. You see the number 27 on his shoes. Of course, that's for Carlton Fisk. His wife's uncle is Carlton Fisk. Of course, the famous Red Sox catcher, Pudge. And that goes by considerable ways.
That fringe just unnerved him enough, and it's hard to get the speed right. He just gunned it a little bit. You know, you have to alter your stroke. That collar behind the ball like that.
And up to the 5th. Can Denny McCarthy get within a couple? He has always been one of the best putters on the PGA Tour. He says, don't discount the rest of my game either. I've got more of a full package than a lot of people realize. And he is just 2 off the lead. Rahm 1 off the lead as he tries to save another par here, as he did at the first.
I stepped in just to make sure the line on top of this ball was right where he wanted. It was in perfect alignment with what he's seeing. So now stepping in for the real thing here, just a little bit from right to left. So certainly don't give a hole away.
Gotta make a lot of those if you want to win a U.S. Open. That's what he did last year.
Yeah, good start. Way to control your nerves out of the gate.
To 4.
McIlroy set up perfectly for this second shot. Just 154 yards downwind. Take it into the middle of the green, utilize the slope, but he's got to get it to spin. A little bit, nearly what he was hoping for. Back to the second.
Yeah, Keegan Bradley trying to keep things in check here. Avoid a bogey start. But that's what he's got. Just like that, he's back to even 4 back. Up to 3.
Scheffler 9. This for the lead by himself. Good effort. To 2.
And Fitzpatrick on the tee, Raj.
And 5-iron here. If he tries to work that draw into that back left hole location, he is doing that. Just a little right of the hole toward the side of the green.
I don't know what you think, Sam, but this just looks like a confident start for Fitzpatrick.
I totally agree. He's been thinking about this since he won the amateur here in 2013.
Looks like he's just going after this. Every swing has been confident from tee to green. So far, I know it's early, but it's almost like he's just going after this championship. And now Zalatoris, after that nifty up and down, to stay at 4 under at the first.
He's got 6. 220 uphill. Very high, shaped right to left. That's 2 toward the center of the green.
It's just an achievement to get it on in regulation here at the second. That ball creeping back a little bit. And up to the 5th for Joel Damon.
Still hanging in there. We've seen a couple guys lay this ball up here at 5, and they're going to make it. He's doing it.
I think Damon can make that one. I mean, he has been looking to get his putter rolling for the past 2 days. And that shouldn't be a problem for him. Over to 3.
And Adam Hadwin, long one for par for the Canadian. Unexpected par there, perhaps.
So we've got 3 at 4 under. Scheffler on a roll, birdie the first 2 holes as we check in now with our update studio.
And here at the 4th, Rory McIlroy putt for birdie. Chance to get back to 2 under par. Stay up. Yes, it is. McIlroy leading the field in strokes gained putting through the first 3 rounds of this U.S. Open Championship.
And there's no doubt about it, this crowd has been in Rory's corner more than anyone the entire week, Gary.
Yeah, just slips in on the low side. So McIlroy, yep, here's the fans behind, Dan, as you were mentioning. No doubt about it. He is a fan favorite here. Go back to 2.
And Will Zalatoris' tee shot did indeed just creep off the green surface, so a little longer one for birdie.
160 feet uphill, and shot looks into his left.
Yeah, another example of the importance of good lag putting today.
Needs to slow down.
It's flying. Got to have control of your distance on these long putts. In the final round of a U.S. Open, you're going to get a lot of those.
Can Damon finally unleash some birdies here on the most important day? That's a start, and Joel Damon to 1 under.
That's his first birdie in 25 holes.
Yeah,
So,
he's been
finally.
the best. He's been the best tee to green.
This was just earlier. Travis Vick. That was for par. A bogey at the last. But Travis Vick is going to be the low amateur, as it was a hotly contested honor going on for a while. And Travis Vick, who we mentioned earlier, led his Texas Longhorn team to the national championship, will join the rest of those Longhorns that have been low ams at the U.S. Open. They all went on to win majors. Crenshaw, Justin Leonard, Jordan Spieth, and Scheffler, who's on the course right now. So congratulations to Travis Vick, one of the 4 amateurs to make the cut as well. And Fitzpatrick for birdie at the 2nd. That is a great looking putt. So it's a par start for Fitzpatrick, and we go ahead to the 4th.
And Scotty Scheffler on the tee. Blind tee shot. Players want to try to hit it right over a rock in that hillside ahead. Up the right side, gonna stay in the fairway. Looks like it. Well, just into the first cut of rough. No problem there. Great angle to the left hole location. We go back to 2.
Zalatoris tested here. That putter. And he's still not in. And up ahead to 5. Again, the short par 4, 301 yards. Looks like a 3-wood for Rory. That one's headed left.
We've seen a lot of guys go left, and it's not easy over here. Oh no, if that's on the mound and that wispy stuff, then it's a poke and hope for Rory. He's only going to be about 25 yards from the flagstick. Will he even have a shot?
Okay, Zalatoris here. 4 bogey, and again, we've mentioned he has not been rock solid every time from this distance, especially. So it's another early test.
Part of his thing now is he wants this will feel like it's going 2 inches outside to him. It's still, we saw it wobble. As a viewer, you got to wonder, who do you trust today with the putter down the stretch? Who do you trust the most? It's really probably what it comes down to in the end.
So Zalatoris backs up and go to 3.
And Keegan Bradley with his second shot for a little under 200 yards.
Down. Go. Right on that.
That's a beauty. Not a great start for Keegan, but a chance to get one back right there. John Rahm from what looks like a dubious lie, Nota.
Yeah, it's not the best of lies. The biggest issue is he is completely blocked out from seeing any part of the green. Can't not even see the top of our TV tower, so he's going to have to go off of his notes here and pick a good line.
Clips that one out of there nicely.
Yeah, this came out great if he gets a hop forward.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, good solid shot. John Rahm in good shape.
Yes, absolutely. Good target.
Coming to trap it at all?
Well, if you were watching, McIlroy did have a pretty good lie on the left side of 5 here, but he just miscalculated a hair, and that's what cost you there as it runs back there coming up for his 3rd. Cloudy, cool day in the middle of June in Boston. Aerial coverage presented by Dick's Sporting Goods. As the 3rd major of golf season comes to a close on this Sunday on Father's Day, we go to the 3rd.
And Fitzpatrick with the fairway wood from the tee.
David Rogers!
He tugged that one a little. He's got a little more room to run out on that side. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. With the 3 wood, that's the correct club. Now up on the green, we saw Rahm headed to here from a similar position that Fitzpatrick finds himself in. This for birdie. For a little left to right there, didn't get it. Now up on the tee, also with less than driver, Zalatoris. You can run out of fairway on that line, and he has. And if that has stayed up in that thick stuff, that's deep trouble. To 5.
And Rory trying to salvage this little par 4 and make it at least par.
Yeah, I had a sneaky feeling this was going to be a real pivotal hole today. It's playing much more difficult, a little bit into the wind, 301 yards to the front. And we've seen a lot of mistakes, some double bogeys here already.
Rory in danger of losing at least one there. At the 6th, McCarthy for par. It's been red hot. Makes another one. Remember, he made the cut on the number, and here he is in contention. Back to McIlroy's par attempt at 5.
He needs this.
Looks pretty good. Nope. just veered left, and it's going to be a bogey for McIlroy coming off that birdie at 4 and 2 birdies in the first 4 holes. So a little bit of an up and down start, but he's still just 3 back to the 3rd.
And Keegan for birdie. Doesn't move from there. And that one wanders off just a little. Chance goes a bag in there for Keegan Bradley.
Yeah, 3 chances on the greens, 0 for 3 so far for Keegan.
So Scheffler with a red hot start has joined Fitzpatrick at the top. Rahm there with an even par start. Just 1 back. Zalatoris with a bogey at the 2nd. Denny McCarthy made the cut on the number and started the 3rd round tied for 55th. He's currently in a tie for 5th. Just soared up the leaderboard with that 68 yesterday. Keegan Bradley, been a shaky start for him with consecutive bogeys to begin. And here he is at the 3rd trying to avoid another one.
What a start.
Yeah.
What a start, Paul.
I heard for him.
Yeah.
It means so much to Keegan Bradley. He's from the area. He's a diehard Red Sox Patriots fan. You know, he just wants to play well. Almost too bad, David. And I think, you know, he's just feeling it, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. It's always, I always find it more difficult to play at home, you know, with the amount of, you know, distractions that you have and people wanting tickets. Stuff that you don't have to do when you're away. Okay. +1.
Lot of game. Lot of game.
3 bogeys.
All right, over here at 4, Adam Hadwin with a putt for a birdie. Let's take a look at it using our pinpoint animation. Some 31 feet in length down the hill. Huge swing from left to right. To 3.
Well, Zalatoris appears, if that is a ball we're looking at, to have, yeah, come out of the very, very thick stuff.
You see Scheffler made birdie. We're going to show it to you over at the 4th.
203 yards. It's a tough shot. Gotta go. Wow, not if that hits in the face.
And here it is, Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. Scheffler with a putt that moves a little right initially and then works its way back a little left at the end and just buries it. He is the first player this week to play the first 4 holes, Paul. Those 4 you said were so critical, and 3 under par.
Well, look, if they are so critical, then that's one heck of a start.
No doubt. As we go to 6.
This is a par attempt for Nick Hardy. Part of 9 players under par right now. Nick Hardy hanging right there, 3 back of the new lead, which is at 5 under. 2 under on his round today. We go to 3 again.
And Fitzpatrick with his second shot. Wander right into the middle of the fairway to see if he can see where that lands, and he will love it. To the 5th.
And here he is with those 3 birdies in the first 4 holes. Scheffler at the short par 4.
No point in taking the pedal off the gas now. He's got driver out.
That high cut could be just the right.
Oh, he's in the very first bunker. We haven't seen anybody get within 15 feet from that bunker today.
Similar kind of feeling from yesterday when Scheffler went out and tore it up 3 under in the first 9, included a hole-out eagle at the 8th, and then things went the opposite direction, like they can do in a heartbeat in a U.S. Open, especially here at the Country Club. Well, for Tiger Woods, it never seemed like a question of if, but when he'd capture his 14th major championship, and how he did it was absolutely off the charts. As we take a look at American Express member win moments, the putt in regulation to tie Rocco Mediate, force the 18-hole playoff the next day. Tiger not at this U.S. Open, but is making, well, hints that we might see him at the 150th celebration of the Open Championship next month. That was Torrey Pines, final round, went on to beat Rocco in that playoff. As we go out to the third here.
And Zalatoris will have this for par, Roger.
A lengthy one here.
Yeah.
And it should slide to his right all the way up there. But see if he can control the speed a little bit better than he did in his first attempt from just off the green at the last.
Willie!
We'll see that little short stroke again. It's funny, Zinger, that stroke doesn't seem to bother him. He makes a lot of short putts with that as well.
He does, but he's having a little bit of an off year. Morikawa, who...
You can't forget about him. Just if he rolls this one in, that's a birdie. He seems to be back on track after the 77 yesterday. Out in 1 under. Birdie's the 11th. Can the two-time major champion make a late run on Sunday? McIlroy on the tee at 6.
This is sort of a sucker pit. If he hits it beauty, he can get it close. And he's done it. Yeah, good follow-up to a tough bogey there at the 5th.
Back to 3.
And Fitzpatrick. This to tie. And he looks deadly from 10 feet to there.
He's made the most birdies of anybody in the field so far, David.
Hasn't missed the shot yet, fellas.
It's just on a mission, it appears.
That's his 15th birdie of the week. And he looks good in the eyes, doesn't he? Laser focused.
All right, we're going to take a look at Will Zalatoris' stroke on short putts. This was from the first hole. Look how much the putter comes to the inside at the start of the stroke. Then the transition forward, cuts across, catches the putt on the toe, opening the faces. It makes contact. Paul, he's 198th on the tour in putting from 4 to 8 feet. I don't know. Can that hold up under the pressure of trying to win a U.S. Open?
Well, he almost won the PGA with those numbers, and now he's got a chance. He's in the last group of the United States Open with really horrible putting numbers. It just tells you how good he hits it. But this is the zone. It's like the little throw-up zone here. We'll see what he can do.
Well, 166. Without a 3-putt, you know, he's doing something right, that's for sure.
Isn't that the truth, David?
Yeah. There's a lot of different ways to do it. And we go to 5.
Scheffler from the bunker, and we'll see how he handles it from the bunker cam. And John Wood, what kind of shot does he have?
Yeah, drew an absolutely perfect lie in this sand, which is very compacted. It's a long bunker shot, but with the compacted sand makes it much easier. It is not a difficult bunker shot for a guy of this caliber.
It is our bunker cam presented by Deloitte.
We still haven't seen anybody get it really close. He would be the first. That's what we've seen, Woody, every time. They either come up a little short or they crank it a little bit past the hole. And Scotty Scheffler right now kind of just the opposite of Zalatoris with putting. He leads the field right now in putts per hole. And the last guy to do that and win the U.S. Open was Curtis Strange right here in 1988.
To the 4th.
John Rahm, second shot. Carries a little deep. This is that big slope. Fairly quick putt down the hill. We go to 7.
Just keeping our eye on Denny McCarthy. This for birdie.
He is 6th on tour in putting, and we have sure seen an example of that today, David.
Yeah.
He is really making putts.
A little work left there. We'll go back to 6.
And McIlroy for birdie. Coming off that bogey, disappointing bogey at the 5th. Trying to get it back. And McIlroy goes up and down all around here at the start. 3 birdies against the 2 bogeys, 1 par. And he is just 3 back again as he hears the roars from this Boston crowd. Performance in majors in his career. Look at that span from 2007 to 2014 where he won all 4 of his majors. And now 28 starts, no wins, 15 top 10s. So he has been knocking on the door to get back with another major win, number 5. Will it be today at this U.S. Open? Or will Scotty Scheffler follow up his Masters win with another major and win 2 in the season?
Zinger, this is exactly why he's got a number 1 before his name in that world ranking list. The way he's come out today, hasn't missed a single shot, and every putt he's hit has been beautiful. So looks calm as can be and ready to go after number 2 for him. This is down the hill very fast, moving to his left a little bit.
Well, he's the only player in the field that handled those first 4 holes at 3 under par. Now, very fast birdie putt down the hill.
That's too far out. Everybody else has been missing it left, but that'll be a par for Scheffler. Like Fitzpatrick, he also played in the 2013 US Am. It was just a lot of great players in that 13 Am along with Scheffler and Fitzpatrick. It's a 7.
And Denny McCarthy for par. Confidently stroked in. He stays 3 back. 3 birdies. Over to 4.
All right, we'll take a look at Jon Rahm's birdie putt using our pinpoint animation, 32 feet in length. And look at this. You hit it about 1/3 of the speed that you need to because of the downhill and amount of break from the left.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, Gary. It's just all about speed control, what you're feeling through the nervous tension that you're experiencing and trying to compete at this level. See if you can match up your speeds and just needs to get it to crawl over that little ridge, and then it'll just drift right on down to the hole. But not an easy task.
And should continue to pick up speed. Strokes gained putting through the first 3 rounds of this championship. And he thought it might have a chance.
It would have been fist pump worthy had it gone in.
All right, back on the tee. We'll see if Fitzpatrick can take it over that rock in the hillside there. Confident looking swing, pick the tee up quickly.
A lot different.
Good sign.
Yeah, a lot different than the PGA Championship, Gary.
The rhythm looks better.
Yes.
The transition a little smoother. He was missing a number of shots to the left in that final round of the PGA Championship. Looked like the transition was a little quicker. Well, Fitzpatrick and Scheffler tied atop at 5 under par. Final round of the U.S. Open.
In golf history came out of Boston, the wooden golf tee. It was the brainchild of Dr. George Grant, an African-American dentist who disliked the old method of using wet sand. He obtained a patent for the tee in 1899, but he never benefited financially from it. Grant had been born to former slaves, yet became the 2nd African-American to graduate from Harvard Dental School and the 1st African-American professor at the university. So there's more history for you at the Country Club.
There you go, teeing it up there, Jon Rahm at 5. You know, if they would lower the legal height of the tee, probably solve some of the distance issues.
Yeah, it would. Can't hit up at it the way they do.
Bryson hits 8 degrees up on it with a 5 degrees lofted driver. Now Jon Rahm, this is a dangerous shot all of a sudden.
Yeah, but he has taken dead aim at this hole all week with driver.
Reachable par 4, but we've seen bogeys and doubles from guys trying to go for this green. That is way left.
We're left.
Over there where McIlroy was.
He's just been on full gas at this hole all week. Looks like a decent lie. To 7.
Joel Damon for birdie. He's got it at 1 under. Cruising along kind of birdies, 1 bogey so far. We go to 4.
And Matthew Fitzpatrick with his second.
Let's go, Fitzpatrick!
Line appears to be pretty good. How about the distance? A little long, and it misses that slope. So I believe that very quick one down the hill that we just saw Adam Hadwin make. And he can't believe it didn't come back a little more. We go to 6.
And Scotty Scheffler.
There's a different strategy. Championship leader going to lay up.
Oh, baby. Go!
Oh, sorry, this is 6th. No layup here. That's a fantastic shot. I thought he was on 5T for a second there. My bad, but what a shot. Now a chance to make yet another birdie.
Man, we said Scheffler was a part of the 2013 U.S. Amateur field, and you talk about good memories at the 6th. There he was 9 years ago. He won 3 matches, and he came back late in those matches, and this is what he did at the 6th. 5-iron to perfection for Scheffler. There's been all this focus on Matthew Fitzpatrick and his history here. There's his sister was on the bag, so he's got all sorts of great memories. And trying to join this group of players to win the U.S. Amateur and U.S. Opens on the same course. This is Fitzpatrick trying to join Nicklaus and Inkster. Nicklaus getting it done at Pebble Beach. Yeah, man, this championship, Julie Inkster, Prairie Dunes. That final round 66 for her back in 2002 to track down Annika Sorenstam to 7.
And this was a little earlier. Rory McIlroy with the second shot.
Here we go, Rory. Let's go. Let's go, Rory.
Not sure if you want to go through those things. So, now his third shot. Line down deep. Very difficult to judge, and he will have that one for par. Up and down for McIlroy so far.
And back here at the 4th, Fitzpatrick eyeing this putt for. Technically, it's for a birdie, Raj, but not an easy putt.
Well, I don't see a ton of break in it, Gary. It looks like it's kind of coming down the fall line of the green. May he try to go right some in the area of the cup? Or am I altogether wrong?
No, I think it'll move right a little bit, but speedy, isn't it?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
This when you just kind of get rolling on your line and hope it finds its way to the cup.
Well, he's playing it quite a bit left by what we're looking at.
I didn't see that much.
He's asking it to slow down. Yeah, good putt.
Well, the USGA is unifying the game through the Gin Mobile app in partnership with Century Insurance. You can join a growing community of more than 2 million golfers who post their scores, track their progress while using GPS and enhanced features. Download the Gin Mobile app today. We alluded to Tiger and perhaps giving it another shot. His next action, will it be at the Open 150th celebration? A lot of people hope he's there. Birthplace of golf. What a setting. July 14th through the 17th on NBC, USA, and Peacock. As we go out to Scheffler at the 6th, Woody.
Yeah, a touch of class on that tee shot there. I mean, he had a distance that was probably normally is a big pitching wedge, and with the wind right to left hurting and a little bit into, he just chipped an 8-iron below the wind, held it up against it in perfect distance, and left himself a great look here. Just a little bit of left to right, and Zinger, I think faders tend to like left to right putts a little bit more.
Well, faders like U.S. Opens too. There's no doubt about that. And you know, Scotty Scheffler is doing something that we all dreamed about, just getting comfortable in the final group of these big tournaments.
For 4 birdies in the first 6 holes.
14 feet.
Another one.
It's a race to see who can get the most comfortable first. And right now, Scotty Scheffler's winning the race 400 through 6 holes. We haven't seen anything like that this week.
Back to 4.
Will Zalatoris for par was just short of the green into this position. All right, that'll help. 2 and 3, good putt there, but still 4 back. So we go to 5.
Second for Rahm, decent lie, chance to give himself a decent birdie look.
Sounded like he dropped it. That's
didn't like the contact there.
Way too far. I don't know why they're having so much trouble over there. It's a hard shot. They've been missing the green from the left side over there.
Back to 4.
Fitzpatrick for his par to remain 1 back. Okay, very solid. Good start. Doing everything you're supposed to do. We go to 7.
And Rory. And this is for par. Just got low and right at the end. And an uncomfortable one left. So his up and downs continue.
And Hadwin trying to minimize the damage here. Came up short of the greens. And Hadwin with his second bogey. And Scheffler is at the 6-under number where he arrived at yesterday when he holed it out for eagle at the par 5 8th. And then he went on that tough stretch where he went all the way down to 1 under before he got a birdie at 17 and a nice par save at the last to come into the day at 2 under. Rahm with his 3rd at the 5th.
Yeah, all about the speed here. Right down the hill, breaking left, but not hard enough, so he's got one of those knee knockers.
Yep, that'll be for par for Rahm to stay 3 back. First bogey of the day comes for the defending champion at the short par 4 5th. So Rahm floats back to 2 under, 4 back of Scheffler, who has reached 6 under. And when he reached that 6 under number yesterday, it was the best number so far for the week. Now he's trying to stay there. And so now Fitzpatrick is 1 back as he plays his tee shot at 5, Reg.
Yeah, and Zalatoris is already laid up. His tee shot on the way, picked up the tee in a hurry.
Look at this.
This guy has not missed his shot so far.
He's just got the quick tempo. He knows he's in the groove, unlike he was at the PGA Championship, where he said, I didn't have my A game. He has got an A+ game right now. And he's birdied the 5th hole in the first 3 rounds. Let's set up the 7th.
Well, the 7th, 385 yards. to one of the narrower fairways in the golf course. It's just 24 yards wide, up near the third of those fairway bunkers, to a green up the hill a little bit, and everything comes off the back edge, the right edge, and there's a false front here. Got to be careful to get it all the way back there. Yeah, you want something a little left to right. This fairway cambers from right to left. That's in perfect shape for Scheffler. 211.
This just earlier. Sebastian Munoz staring down the hill at the little par 3, 108 yards.
What can Sebastian Munoz show us?
There's that knockdown, which
Nice
has been a
finish.
preferred style of shot. And Sebastian backs it up almost for the ace. So that's going to get him to +1. A big smile on his face. 11 moves ahead for the contenders to 13.
Colin Morikawa with his second. This par 4 has played tough so far today. Just 2 birdies. Oh, look at this. That's going to catch that downslope and release right to the hole. Morikawa is going to reach 1 under par. Back to 7.
And Adam Hadwin will be first to hit in this group. John?
Yeah, David, 156 from the dead middle of the fairway, up the hill, as you said, and this wind is very right to left, but it's definitely got a touch of hurt to it. This hole location looks a bit like a collection area. You've got a little backstop there, and anything in the middle of the green wants to work that way, so no need to be super aggressive with your line.
Yeah, you can throw it into the right of this, and
Because the other ones
it should turn around.
I think we just got to get it to.
And Scotty Scheffler had actually walked up about 80 yards from his ball just to take a look at the hole location and reassure himself of what the yardage book says. So interesting there.
Yeah, so many of these second shots here at the country club, you can't see the bottom of the flagstick. Sometimes you can't see anything at all.
Eight iron for Hadwin. Starting at the center of the green, turning over, needs to get up a little bit.
Yeah, that'll take a right to left slope, but might have wanted a club more there. Stay here for Scheffler.
149, sorry, David, 149 for Scheffler. And he's going to try and hit a very similar shot he played at the last, which is kind of a 3-fingered 8-iron. Just chip it, keep it low the wind, take a lot of spin off the ball. Right side of the green, David.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that one at all. It's a long way offline for a short iron, but he is off to an amazing start. And have a look at the end of this swing here. This is, Zinger, one of those things. He finishes with his hands low, and he's holding that club face open as hard as he can.
Yeah, he almost screwed the face open there at the bottom.
Yeah.
He still releases it, though, and just turns his body out of the way. Zalatoris, after laying up here at the 5th, 114 yards. He's laid up every day here.
This was just earlier.
Talk about a weird swing. How about that finish? How about that shot?
Zalatoris, after a +2 start in the first 4 holes, looking for his birdie to get himself back on track. And here's how Fitzpatrick made it up here. Only one to hit the green today. And he's 24 feet 10 inches away for eagle.
Pretty impressive stuff. Roger's been an eyewitness to it all. This is last group pressure, and both these guys got great experience at the last major. Matt Fitzpatrick played in the last group on Sunday. And Will Zalatoris played his way into a playoff on Sunday and lost. So I think they're both chomping at the bit to try to get one of these under their belt. And, Roger, it's probably the best shot we've seen all day here for sure.
Well, I tell you, he's just been on point. Should go right initially, may straighten up and go back left at the bottom.
He's got a little speed to it.
Just too hard. Oh my goodness. Not what you wanted at all. He knows the greens better than anyone. He knows the course better than anyone so far. after winning here in 2013 in the amateur. And, he let that get away, though, way more work than he wanted.
In the final pairing of the final round for the second consecutive major, Fitzpatrick that's only the second time that's happened in the last 6 years.
He's become a complete player this season. He's currently ranked second in total strokes gained on tour, and that's pretty impressive.
Louis Oosthuizen was the other guy in that 6-year span to pull that off at last year's U.S. Open and the Open. He did not win either one. And again, Fitzpatrick trying to win for the first time on the PGA Tour. 7 wins over in Europe, so he knows how to win. It's just trying to break through over here.
Now Rahm's putt in the group before from behind the hole looked a little to his left. This may sneak a little to Matt's right.
Solid.
Puts with that stick in that just did pull in there, and he's birdied the 5th all 4 days. Jordan Spieth, the only player in the field to birdie it all 4 days, along with Fitzpatrick.
Over on the 7th green, Scotty Scheffler is miles away here. John is done with this group.
Yeah, David, it looks like one of those putts. The higher you throw it, the more it's going to break.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go double box here. Lower right is Jon Rahm at 6 for birdie. Upper left, Scotty Scheffler at 7. Gets a little low early on Jon Rahm. And Scheffler, what a dream start to this final round. He will be happy with 2 putts here. What a beautiful lag putt. Just absolutely exactly what he was looking for. He has not put a foot wrong today. Up at 5.
Zalatoris for birdie. So he'll remain 4 back of the co-leaders as we zip up to 12.
And Hideki Matsuyama for birdie. Up the hill, right to left, to there, and then down a touch. Just catches enough speed and catches enough hole. And Matsuyama gets it into red figures.
David, Americans have won 14 of the last 16 majors. Hideki and Jon Rahm are the only 2 international players.
Well, this one used most of the hole. To 7. Hadwin. He had it on line 2. That was for birdie. Up ahead at the 8th.
Yeah, this is a par putt for Joel Damon. Drove in the fairway bunker and struggled to get it up anywhere near around the green. So Speedy went down the hill. Walk it in, Joel Damon.
The floodgates have opened.
They have. He's starting to make some putts. He remains at 2 under 4 back. We go to 7.
And Scheffler just tapping this one in for par. Stays tied for the lead with Fitzpatrick. Now a 4-shot gap over Rahm, Zalatoris, McCarthy, and Damon in a tie for 3rd. This is the 6th.
And a good look at this par 3, oldest tee and green on the course dating back to the mid-1890s. It's as classic as it gets here at the Country Club. And Fitzpatrick, who clearly with Scheffler has shown the most confidence, most steadiness here in the early portion of this final round.
Well, I think he's got some adrenaline coursing through those veins. On 4, he hit a short iron way long. He did it again here.
Scheffler on the tee at 8, where he's had some magic, Gary.
Yes, he certainly has. He's played the hole 3 times, and he's played it in 4 under par. It's a dogleg left par 5, 561 yards. And you can see there, if you can get the ball out at about 300 yards, you can gain a lot of extra distance off the tee. Second shot is played steeply uphill, some 32 feet to the green. But it really starts right here with the tee shot. The cost of rough on this hole has been a half a shot all week long.
There's a certain amount of pressure on these par 5 tee shots when you know you can reach the green if you put it in the fairway. And
there you go, up the right side. He'll get that little bit of extra roll, and that will be in great shape. Chance to go for the green in 2.
Yeah, he's going to have to swat one off a downslope, but that's just a clutch tee shot. If you miss the fairway, you're going to have to lay up, Gary.
Yeah, and that's why it's about a half a shot if you hit it in the rough.
Well, we talked about the magic for Scheffler. This par 5-8, this was yesterday, and this is what got him to 6 under par.
This was a scary shot yesterday. A lot of guys were spinning it down all the way back to their feet, but he made a 3 from down there.
Just over 100 yards. It lands, and he also had some magic at par 5 earlier in the week at 14. He also had a hole out there for eagle. So all going exactly as planned so far for Scheffler. And now Zalatoris on the tee at the 6th. His shaky start. Championship Sunday on Father's Day at the U.S. Open, developing into another classic here at the Country Club in Brookline.
Not yet a 2-man race, but the separation on the board is showing that right now. Scotty Scheffler, Matthew Fitzpatrick tied for the lead at 6 under par, 4 clear of Rahm, Zalatoris, and Joel Dahmen. About a third of the way through this final round for the last few groups here at the U.S. Open. Think back to the Masters win for Scotty Scheffler, and think back to the 3rd hole in a really bad drive. Was able to get a break because the scoreboard was in his way. He had a poor 2nd shot, but then holed his 3rd. Got through the adversity, made birdie, and had success. And today on the 1st hole in a divot, a fresh divot, but able to hit a terrific shot and started that birdie barrage. He's made 4. He's in the fairway at the par 5/8, I should say, with a great chance to do some good things there again today. Meantime, Fitzpatrick has birdied the 3rd and the 5th, long with his tee shot here at the par 3 6th. Well judged, but running past as he got it up that slope. You have to get it to that slope there. Still, Fitzpatrick on that putt back for par. The lid has been taken off for Joel Dahmen. He's made some putts, which he did not yesterday. After the iron off the tee, the 2nd at the 9th. Zalatoris, Rahm, McIlroy. They're the ones with the most holes left. Can they prevent it from being a 2-man chase? So we saw the Fitzpatrick putt, Raj, and this will be his longest par test thus far, the first 6 holes.
Yeah, this is just a little better than 5 feet by my estimation.
Get in there.
So the first drop shot by Fitzpatrick, who, as everyone has says, but just razor sharp throughout. To the 8th, Gary.
All right, we have Scotty Scheffler going for the green in 2. 240 off a downslope. This is 3-iron, Gary. Needs a bounce. Needs a big bounce. Not going to get it. That will drift all the way back down the hill.
Just setting up for another hole out, Gary.
Well, yeah, he's laughing about it. He knows he can handle the shot from down the bottom of the hill. Just got to avoid the divots. That's the main thing.
Let's watch and see.
He's already had one of those today, as Mike just alluded to. So.
Okay.
He's going to probably hit some little low driller out of there and try to skip it up into the middle of that green. Zalatoris for birdie.
Here we go.
Hits it is giddy up there, but he's made it.
For Zalatoris after the tough start. And he walks confidently over to the next hole, to 7.
Jon Rahm with his second shot. Up the hill. And the one hand. And that's why.
Get him, Rom. Go get him, Rom. Got it, Rom. Let's go, baby.
That's not what he was looking for. Oh. Don't do that.
We had moments like that yesterday, David.
Yeah,
then he
he's
just
keeping
then he
a
just-
lid on it,
yeah,
though.
I mean, that's kind of how he fuels himself. He knows that's he gets the best play. This is Damon for another one at the 9th. He's backing off as if to say, I didn't get that on. I didn't hit it hard enough. So Damon's going to remain at 2 under, 4 behind Scheffler. One PGA Tour victory for Damon came last year at the age of 33. Emotional win for him after being on tour all these years, finally getting the win. He and his caddy Gino Benali been together, best friends. Now Zalatoris at the 7th.
His second shot. I beg your pardon, tee shot. Good looking swing, Raj.
Yeah, pretty good looking shot.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, good shape.
Yeah. Fitzpatrick now, the first kind of wobble there at the last. He really is an impressive young player, Roger.
Well, he certainly is, and he's certainly been impressive so far. I mean, he played those first 5 like a dream.
Yeah, the ball stays in the air a little while longer here. It's 30 feet down the hill.
That too, great shape.
Yeah, 2 good shots.
Well, the golf industry has united behind a collaborative effort to bring greater diversity to the sport and ensure that the future of golf is open to everyone. You can learn more at MakeGolfYourThing.org. Whether it's the rules, handicapping, conducting the 15 national championships, or bringing new people to the game, USGA is focused on the good of the game for the next 100 years and beyond. Visit USGA.org/about-US to learn more. And back out here to the par 5 8th, and as a look at that elevation there, Gary.
Yeah, some 17 feet from where the players played the third shot from. So you see about a third of the flagstick. He's yelling, go, 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 right away. Careful. I think it'll stay.
You think?
No, now I don't. It got to that little false edge. Oh my gosh, Gary.
What a disaster.
The 8th hole wins payback then.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, this next one is going to be a nervous shot. The first one was tricky. This one is going to be about the nerves.
Okay. Well, in the danger, we've seen, Paul, several players after leaving
70?
it short.
Yes, sir.
They hit it so hard that they hit it through the green into the back rough. Not taking a lot of time here.
He had enough club to blow it over the screen, not have to deal with this slope. Talking about his second shot. That's better.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Just seems to right the ship. Well done. Back 1-7.
Jon Rahm. That's for par. It's going to start that outside left. Even as far as he hit it, goes straight in the middle. That's a good 2-putt. To 9.
McIlroy, who's 5 back, just on the first cut of this par 4, 174.
Yes, it appears.
Back to 7.
Zalatoris will be up next.
163. He's left himself up this hill. Wind now picking up as we get to this portion of the course. It kind of laid down for a little while.
It did, yeah.
It is now up on top of this hill here, starting to blow. It feels like against him from the right.
It has definitely moved around. Maybe just a quarter, that wind. See if these players are, see if they notice it. Sometimes it's very difficult with the wind swirling through the tops of the trees to figure out which way it's going.
Well, it's a back left hole location. It's good for this wind condition to shape it in there.
Anywhere with left.
Fight.
Never looked anywhere else. Okay, Fitzpatrick.
That's from 158.
That's not what he was looking for at all. That's an extremely weak shot. So a little change at the top of the towards the top of the board anyways. Zalatoris will tap that in and get it to 4 under. Take another look at that second shot. What a beauty. Lovely crisp strike, little punch shot up the hill. Lights and just drives it.
Well, there's no question good ball striker Zalatoris is.
Yeah, you can hear it.
There are the numbers. First, greens in regulation 6th. These are the approach to the green ranks this season, and way up on the list in all of those.
And he's 4 feet clear of anybody starting this round in proximity to really hit it nicely. Continues to hit it pretty nicely, David. And the pressure's starting to really amp up now to get towards these later holes. You're starting to talk to yourself. You're starting to try to convince yourself that you can do this. It's a nervous walk between shots now, and everybody's feeling it at this point in the event, I think.
Zalatoris -4. Scheffler in a little trouble at number 8. We'll see if he can save par.
Yes, he's got a putt here from just over 8 feet.
Left to right and up the hill, Gary, and he's managed his game so well. He's only had 1 downhill putt all day. Has left the ball in perfect positions almost every approach.
What a save. What a save. So Scotty Scheffler remains bogey-free, 6 under, and 1 shot ahead. Move over to the 13th. There have only been 3 birdies recorded here all day. Matsuyama with a putt from up above the hole, down the slope. Matsuyama 2 under par. He's 4 under par in his round with no bogeys. And he was runner-up in this championship back in 2017. Looks good. Go to 7.
It's Matthew Fitzpatrick from miles away over in the front right corner here.
Well, to this point, David, he's hit every green in regulation.
Yeah.
But kind of a misplayed iron at the 6th and 1 here. Caused a 3 putt at the last, and now 2 putts from here is good work.
Yeah, it would be. Should gather a little from there, down towards the hole. Well, that's a very nice line. That's pretty good right there. Just cozies it up behind. That's a beautiful effort. ninth.
McIlroy for his 4th birdie in the first front side here.
Get there.
So Rory's going to go out at even par. Stays at 1 under and back on the tee for Scheffler. He's got an iron. You've got a large hump out there in the fairway. Players have been laying well back of that because if you get up close to it, it can be easy.
Absolutely. This one's starting on the right side, turning over with the wind, right center of the fairway. Well back, but off the short grass. That's all he's looking for at this point.
Coming down the left side of the property. Left edge.
Back to 7.
Fitzpatrick for par.
That's a great 2-putt. So Scheffler and Fitzpatrick separated by a single shot. Fitzpatrick his first bogey earlier at the 6th. And Zalatoris there hanging tough, but the #1 player in the world is now the steadiest player on this championship Sunday, looking for his 2nd major and 5th victory of the year. It is a beauty. They've been handing it out since 1895. Sterling silver, 18 inches tall. Got that 6-inch base, which helps put 89 different names, room for them on that trophy. Who's going to win it today at the Country Club in the 4th U.S. Open staged here? Zalatoris at the tee at 8.
Trying to play a left to right shot, it looks like, Raj.
Yeah, that's been his go-to shape so far, and this looks to be a good one. Right into the teeth of the wind now.
Yeah, and that one does not get over the hill, so it'll be interesting to see if he has a chance to go for the green in 2. Raj, you have to be impressed with the power that Fitzpatrick has displayed.
He has. He's hitting it on the button, and he's longer than the last time I watched him. I know that.
Yeah, back when he won the U.S. Amateur 9
Well,
years ago.
Oh, come on. I've seen him since then. Come on, Gary.
Okay,
Well, Gary has worked on that club head speed.
He
says
has.
it's about 116 on the golf course. The tour average is about 114, so that is something that he's really been proud of. He says, I'm blowing it by some people now. Back at 10 is Damon 2nd at this beast of a par 4. Within 3, it's going to be very interesting to see Joel Damon handle all this stuff down the stretch. He has just been sharp today. Scheffler at the 9th, 183 left.
Split the fairway. This is 8-iron. Got a helping wind.
That wind's off.
And again, absolutely.
That's a big 8-iron. That's going to be a fast putt, but a fantastic shot. 9 is really a difficult hole.
Let's send you back to Mike Tirico.
All right, he has a green jacket, Dan. Scotty Scheffler may get his name on this trophy we're just talking about, which is up here with me and Justin Leonard. You're watching Scotty here, the birdies at 1, 2, 4, and 6. What has stuck out for you about the way he's playing the front 9 again today?
Well, he's playing it aggressively, which I thought was going to be necessary after 3/10 of an inch of rain. I thought there might be some good scoring conditions out there today. There is. Yesterday, as difficult as it was, I think the guys, especially in the lead, were happy to see a little softer conditions, the wind not blowing as hard. But impressed by Scotty, not only the run that he went on to become #1 in the world and win the Masters, but then to stub his toe a little bit at the PGA Championship, not play so well, and then recover so well and playing well here. Really impressive.
Those of you who went to Father's Day brunch haven't been with us since the start. We'll show you some of those early highlights. This is out of that divot at the first.
And not even a sanded divot either, so that ball was sitting well down. He dug it out of there beautifully and hit one of the best shots of the day at the first.
Some great looks as well in proper spots. That was at 1, this at 2.
Yeah, really aggressive.
Sum it up,
all the way back to this whole location. And then just tripping that putt in the sidewalk.
This was the birdie attempted 4.
Kept it down there to where he didn't have to contend with the huge slope from right to left. Pulled another one in.
And that confidence. So Scheffler in that amateur that Fitzpatrick won. Fitzpatrick defeated Scheffler on the way to that title in 2013. Fitzpatrick no back down either. He has been solid, keeping pace when Scheffler jumped up by a couple for just a brief moment. But here Scotty takes it to 6 with the birdie. A 2 at the par 3. Just look at that confidence. Just doesn't look like he gets to it at all, having been there and done it 4 times already this year. The tee shot at 5 for Fitz.
Yeah, this was really impressive. Turning it back into the wind. Saw a lot of players come up short in those bunkers, but with the length that Matt Fitzpatrick has added, able to get there on the par 4.
And Will Zalatoris, who looked shaky early, couple of bogeys, back-to-back was huge here. Terrific iron at 6th.
Yeah, this is such a small target where this whole location is. Beautiful iron shot.
And if you like that, you like this one at 7 just as much.
163, a little knockdown shot back into the breeze. And this is perfect.
And Scheffler, who made birdie or eagle yesterday, he had been in red figures on a everyday struggle here, but saves it with the par.
That's a huge bounce back after spinning his wedge back off the green to get it up and down for par. Keeps some momentum going.
So there you see the separation of those 3 with Fitzpatrick and Zalatoris in the last group. Then Rahm Matsuyama and Damon Matsuyama may run out of holes here if he gets hot. Morikawa joining Matsuyama and Scheffler with the hot rounds going at the moment. Denny McCarthy, who made the cut on the number, tied for 7th as he plays the back 9 here. So here we go back to the 9th and Scotty Scheffler on the green.
Yeah, big 8-iron there to get it past this whole location. And this is one of those putts we've seen a lot this week. He's got to just find the highest point, try and die it to a spot, and let the natural terrain do the rest. Big swinger from right to left. Requires a lot of creativity. All the slope in this green goes from the back left down to the front right. That's a great place to read putts, is from below the area where you're playing from, because it's easier to look up into the hill to see what you're looking at. John, he's got to play this well outside.
Yeah, Justin, it's like one of those putts where the higher you play it, the more it breaks. And if you were take a line and go straight from his ball to the hole, it's actually a pretty level putt. But you've got to play so much break. Once it makes that turn, it becomes downhill. So it's one of those, Ted Scott pointing out, the spot looks like about 3.5 feet, 3 feet outside the hole. So just throw it out there and let it drip down from there.
And John, you had mentioned earlier that part of this early good start with Scheffler, he was leaving himself in position where he could be, quote unquote, aggressive as you can be on these greens.
Absolutely. He's really only had one downhill putt all day long, so it just takes some stress out of it for you.
Too high on that line, but Scheffler will once again leave the 9th green, head to the back 9, top the leaderboard at 6 under par, just as he did yesterday. But that's where the wheels started to come off, especially at the short par 3 11. So we'll watch how Scotty manages it here today. Let's drop back to Jon Rahm at the 8th. This is a putt for par, 1 over on today's round.
It's a slow putt, breaking pretty good from his right to left.
This would be big for Rahm, and you only have 2 par 5s. Do not take advantage of it. Drop a shot here, so they'll bring Rahm back to the group at 1 under. That a moment ago. Now we're back with Fitzpatrick.
And this 8th hole playing much longer today. Cooler conditions, back into a hurting breeze.
Sit.
Asking for it to sit, and it will. Matthew Fitzpatrick with the beautiful fairway wood here to reach the par 5 8th and 2.
And you've seen him with the work he's been doing to get that length that you talked about.
I did. He won a tournament on the European Tour back in the fall, and 2 days later I happened to be at his home golf course in Florida. He was working on speed training. He was swinging some weighted clubs as fast as I've ever seen anybody swing them. And I asked him, I said, "You're already back to work?" He goes, "Oh yeah, it's a constant process."
Well, it's paying off. Let's go check on Joel Damon. As we mentioned, he had a good run going, 1 under for the first 9. This is at the 10th, and this putt is for par. He hit his drive in trouble, had to get out into position to hit his third to there. So Damon with a save here at 10 to stay close enough if he can make a few on the way home.
Leader of the U.S. Open, Scotty Scheffler, attacking the hole over the Himalayas, which stands for that big rock outcropping, which you need to fly, which he does, but he's in the rough. And again, it makes that second shot so much more challenging up to the elevated green. And back to the 8th.
Where Matthew Fitzpatrick will have a putt for an eagle 3. And Raj, we talked about this newfound length. So the only guy to drive the green at number 5 was Fitzpatrick, and now he's just the 4th player to hit this par 5 and 2.
Oh, he hit 271 uphill into the wind and cold, 254 to the front. I thought, man, if he misses any of this, it's going to end up 60 yards short of the green down the hill. But he just flushed it.
How about this eagle putt?
Yeah, this is a sweep and break right to left. Took the proper line there, didn't he?
Yep.
For dead weight break at the hole.
Absolutely. Always on those big breaking putts, you'd rather be on the high side. You miss it low, and then it runs away from the hole. 14.
The 4th at this par 5 just earlier for Matsuyama.
Sitting pretty at 2 under par. If he could chip this in or something silly, that's going to be a nice save, I think.
Yeah, he'll settle for a save there. That was a gnarly looking lie that rough. And back to 8.
Zalatoris with a putt for birdie.
Slow one up the hill here. I think it may try to go just to his left.
I gotta hit it.
Yeah. That one takes some commitment to get to the hole.
All right, so have a little tester, but not much more than a couple of feet or so, right, Roger?
No, it isn't. You would certainly give it if it was at your club on Sunday.
Wow.
But you don't give them last thing that
You don't.
That gives me the willies.
Yeah, that one had a couple of different moves to it.
But it works.
Yeah, it was interesting in talking to his instructor, Josh Gregory. We'll get into that later. As Fitzpatrick has this putt to tie now at 6 under. Nicely done. Take the short walk over the 9. We'll go to the 11th.
Par 3 down the hill. 108 for Rory.
It's got to get going, Dan.
Got to get on the gas here.
It's got to happen here. This is, you consider this a little bit of a breather hole. It can play tricky, but I'll tell you what, 12 and 13 are a nightmare. You want to get this one. Oh, that's going to go right off the green. Well, his hopes might be dashed. He really got off to a terrific start. He's got the weight of the golfing world on his shoulders right now.
And over the 9th, Rahm with a second. That short backswing, confident follow through.
Yeah, just a burst of speed all at the right time for Rahm. Not his best shot, but it's okay. 9 is pretty tough.
And McIlroy at that 100 number. And you can experience the U.S. Open from a new dimension with the U.S. Open AR. Built by Deloitte. Scan the QR code on the screen to learn more. Download the app and watch the action come to life in 3D on your mobile device today. Temperature just about 59 degrees right now. Boston just 5 miles away. Overcast skies all day, and aerial coverage is being presented by Dick's Sporting Goods. Boston Celtics eliminated earlier last week. All of the focus in this great sports town on this championship on this final round Sunday as the co-leader Fitzpatrick steps up to the tee at the 9th. Again, it's 422 yards. Most players with just an iron to lay back.
Tremendous off down on the right-hand side with the penalty area over there. So the guy's laying it back, just trying to find the fairway. This down the left.
All of Fitzpatrick's swings with a purpose. It's just a...
He looks good. He looks confident. He reminds me of Lanny Watkins a little bit. Kind of that quick tempo, but guts of a burglar.
You saying he's confident?
He's confident, yeah. I am saying that.
Lanny's reputation as one of the most confident guys out here on tour. And it's what you have to have, especially on a day like today. And back at 10, what's the lie like for Scheffler, Woody?
Well, you can see a lot of ball, but there's actually some pretty thick rough right behind it and off a downslope. And hitting to an uphill, a green that's elevated, it can be awfully tough to judge this one correctly. Get enough on it and have it stop on the green. This is 8-iron.
He wants to be just to the right of the flag if he can do it. Little shorts, not bad. He's going to muscle it, try to reach, though.
Not a good line, right side of the green.
Well, maybe a good break, but he's going to stand. He can put some spin on that.
Couldn't go right over the right side. Go get him, Scheffler! Hook him hard, Scheffler!
Boston fans, go get him, Scheffler.
He can do it.
He's got his supporters. Fitzpatrick does, especially the people that have been around since that U.S. Amateur. There's the strike by Scheffler out of that thick rough.
That was about all the strength he could muster to get that to come out of there. For it to go over the green, it's unbelievable. He's going to have to clip a beauty out of that bunker.
Back at the 9th, Zalatoris. Does not like it.
Oh, well, you can see the ball, so it's a little downhill. He may be able to launch one out of there and reach the green.
Yeah, last thing you want to do with an iron in your hand when you're laying back there is put it in the rough. But Zalatoris is in solo third right now, just 2 back, trying to win for the first time. Fitzpatrick trying to win for the first time in the PGA Tour. And we know what Scheffler has done in 2022. Country Club, interesting origins. First laid out by members, 6 of them laid out the first few holes, and then they just started adding to it. Established in 1882, of course expanded in 1899. William Flynn designed the Primrose, which is some of the holes being used for this latest layout. Scheffler from that bunker behind the 10th green.
That's it. Get in.
Just tested. Yeah, Dan, sorry. You know, before you hit the shot from the fairway down there, you cannot go over the screen. I'm surprised he was able to muscle that out of there.
Back at the 9th, Raj, for Zalatoris.
And fan going to the right. That's been his miss so far today. 203 left out of this rough. They slightly downhill, and he's downwind as well. It'll take a mighty whack to get it to him.
It just sounded like it flew out of there.
You'll all get out there. Plenty of room.
Just the sound of the club, just a little flyer type of shot.
You know, those guys that are good iron players know how to play from the rough. I mean, that's why they skyrocket up the list in greens and regulation. They know how to judge the flyers in the grass.
Fitzpatrick, Raj.
Yeah, that's 173. Southern strike, high draw, just right of the hole.
Just flushed, just pure. Most of Fitzpatrick's shots today have just been on the money. Let's go up to 12.
And Denny McCarthy for birdie. He is not two under par. If he can make 2 or 3 more, his position by Ryan this week, he's just been moving on up. Tied for 4th. Out at 15 now, Matsuyama is going at this with a wood. He hit a good shot too, if he can get that to chase. That is a fantastic shot. From that spot in that thick rough with that club, great effort.
Busy week. Go back out to Scotty Scheffler now at the 10th for par.
Looked fairly straight to me. Ted Scott pointed to a spot just outside the left edge, though. I think it's going to the right.
Bogey free today.
Definitely does.
Yeah, he and Scheffler, or excuse me, he and Matsuyama, the only ones that were bogey free. Now it's just Hideki's bogey free. There's always going to be a tough up and in over the green on 10.
Get him, Scotty. Come on
So
now.
Scheffler was at that 600 number for a few holes. He takes a step back here to begin his second 9, and everybody else tightening things up there on the board. 211 McIlroy for par. This was a moment ago. We saw him hit it on the edge over there to the right. And McIlroy is running out of real estate.
Sorry, Rory.
17.
Colin Morikawa laid well back here at 17, front left hole location. A lot of ways to get it close, backstop behind. Morikawa's eyes moving up and down. That usually means it's online. Morikawa's going to have that short putt to get the 2 under par, 4 under par in this final round. Good 18.
And this was earlier, Gary. Justin Thomas's third. Hasn't been able to have the kind of weekend that he had hoped for, a threat for another major title. +4 as he comes in here to the last. And that's an idea of what we can look forward to ahead. Big time back to front tilt at 18. Well done by JT, trying to save par. He had 4 bogeys on the front to just extinguish his chances. But a nice save there for Justin Thomas, who picked up that second PGA Championship just a month ago at Southern Hills with an incredible effort in the final round Sunday, where he came back from 7 on that final round to get into a playoff with Zalatoris. And here is Will at the 9th for birdie.
Underneath the hole from about 18 feet should go.
Works it in. Knew it right away. Hits it in the rough at the 9th, no problem. And that is 3 the last 4 holes to end his opening 9. And all of a sudden, Zalatoris has won back, tied for second with Scheffler.
Watch him walk it in, Dan. Matt Fitzpatrick watching this as he's going the opposite direction and sees it.
His old college coach, Jerry Haas, Wake Forest, we were in contact with him today, saying he said he's a little better putter than you might think. He's a little better putter than he leads on. He says that Zalatoris reminds him a little bit of Nick Faldo. You know, that gets overshadowed a little bit from time to time because he's such a good ball striker. And now Fitzpatrick with this little swinger for his own birdie to reach 7 under. No one has gotten to 7 under. Still.
Tremendous putt. Thought he had it.
To 15.
Matsuyama, what a birdie this would be. It's 527-yard par 4 today. So 4 is good. This is 11.
And Scheffler coming off that lone bogey, one back now. And this was the hole that just derailed him yesterday. Scheffler was 6 under as he got here.
Kind of concerned about
hit it over and
hitting it harder, and if we catch the gust hitting it harder now, it's going to float on the chin. Yeah, I feel like this one with the 110, it gets hurt some. All right.
Yeah, whatever. No big deal.
Right, because it's kind of knuckly.
Yeah, I like this.
Split his ball in the pin.
Yeah, perfect. Touch off the left here.
Yeah, straight in, bro.
The actual yardage is 108. It's about 10 yards downhill, but he feels like 10 yards of her. He's playing it for right on the yardage. He wants to fly it a couple yards past the hole for safety and spin it back.
This is gap wedge. Once again, right through the wind. Zinger was so low.
He trapped it, squeezed it out of there, and got an extra 8 yards of carry on that. It's getting down to crunch time now. We're on the back 9 of the United States Open. Distance control is going to be a key.
17.
Yeah, Morikawa to get to 2 under par. 4 under in his round after shooting his highest score ever in a major championship yesterday was 77. What a comeback for Morikawa. 4 off the lead with 1 hole to play, and now in a tie for 4th. But it's Matt Fitzpatrick, the Englishman, who has grabbed the lead. Final round of the United States Open from the Country Club. Stay with us.
100 years ago at the 1922 U.S. Open at Skokie Country Club just outside Chicago, Gene Sarazen captured his first major championship, final round 68, the lowest by an Open champion at the time. He was directly inspired by Francis Ouimet, who, like him, had been a caddy, came from humble beginnings. At age 20, Sarazen was just 5 days older than Ouimet when he won. Sarazen, the first person to win the professional career Grand Slam, was also the first player back in 1922 to win his first 2 majors in the same year. Scheffler won his first major at the Masters 3 months ago and is trying to become a part of that group, which is 5 strong. The last to do it, Jordan Spieth. At the 10th tee is Zalatoris.
But that patented cut, if he can get it to slide. Yes.
Right where you want to be. Back to 11. Scheffler a little deeper into this green than he wanted.
Up the hill, kind of downhill, uphill, downhill.
There's the uphill and over that little crest. He'll pick up a little speed. Mentioned yesterday he doubled it, and then after that he made 3 consecutive bogeys to come down to earth. Fitzpatrick now at the 503-yard par 4.
He can't miss this too far right or he won't carry to the fairway.
A chance to kind of flash that power that he has been working on. It's been a big difference maker in his game. Joel Damon at 12.
Yeah, he got in trouble off the tee, missed the fairway to the right, couldn't get it on the green. This is for par. And he had it. Just needed to hit it. 18.
And we mentioned Spieth a moment ago, and that history that we talked about with Gene Sarazen, magical year, and Jordan Spieth making the cut here. It's still a little up and down, un-Jordan-like from that 2015 year and beyond. 74 for him. And back to 11 for the par. Woody for Scheffler.
Yeah, trying to avoid his second bogey in the row. It looks like it had a little bit of right to left in it.
Well, I hate to say it, but he's one of only 6 players in the field that haven't missed a putt inside 5 feet all week.
Sorry, Scott. Take it off.
Well, that's the first, and it came at a horrible time.
And this was the beginning of his problems yesterday. And that little par 3. 108 yards.
Yeah, playing about 99 yards is all.
Has nipped him again. And this is Rahm over at the 10th for par.
Certainly not on top of his game today. Loose with the approach shots. Hasn't been able to hit anything close. And this doesn't go in. I gotta say, the curtain is closing on Jon Rahm. He needs a big back 9 to even have a chance. But absolutely needs to make this critical, tough downhill right to left putt. This is gonna have a little bit of speed on it, guys.
Well, we got 3 guys that have really been the cream of the crop today. Scheffler, Fitzpatrick, and Will Zalatoris have really stood out.
This is Matsuyama over at the 16th. Looking to maybe get a couple more. And Matsuyama rolls it in from long-range at this tricky 209-yard par 3. Big birdie there. 5th of the day. No bogeys. 5 under today. Best going on the course. Morikawa also 4 under on the day through 17. Scheffler now for the bogey at 11. Just still so early in the US Open. We saw how Scheffler got on track yesterday, hoping to avoid the same problems today. That's where Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick ended up over at the 10th. Zalatoris with a rocket out there at 307. Fitzpatrick not too far behind him. Not a lot of birdies here, certainly.
Well, we know you have to guard against going long. Second shot steeply uphill. And, the green doesn't hold that well because it's so far up the hill. You have to play for some release. And Fitzpatrick knows this golf course like the back of his hand. He wants to leave this below the hole. Right hand side of the screen if he can.
Got 202 up the hill here, Paul.
Can't tell you how difficult this shot looks from down here for the player's eye.
This is tugged. A little bit left.
Bunker.
Good break all the way down at the bottom. I mean, pitching that kind of across that hill, he can get some spin on it.
Yep, you'll take that every time outside of that deep fescue rut that rings around the sand here. McCarthy at 13.
Yeah, a chance for a birdie to get to 3 under. Downhill, moving right, very speedy. I'll wander on by and get his attention. Go back to 10.
Right of this. You like this club? I do like that club. Yes. Yep. 97. Yes. Good target.
189. He's grabbed a 7-iron. He'll hoist this way in the air. Oh, just a little right of the hole. Solid strike.
Another solid one for Zalatoris. He's got that high hands in the back.
That's a perfect leave. Absolutely perfect leave right there. Great chance for a birdie for Zalatoris.
Coming down right at the scoreboard there, or straight down maybe. Sort of like that.
The leader, Matthew Fitzpatrick, from the bunker at the 10th. Raj.
Well, he's got room to work with here. He's got to throw it up to the left, let him work down to the right. And I think he got a little heavy.
Not too bad. Didn't too carry out there. And so Fitzpatrick will be tested there. Just one bogey on his card. And we go to 11, where John Rahm hit this tee shot just a moment ago. Gap wedge. So playing through that Keegan Bradley hit it tight. Bradley's an even par. Sunday at the Country Club, and the USGA Championships on NBC Sports are presented by Rolex. Last hour of the show will be uninterrupted coverage as this thing comes down to the wire. Fitzpatrick has a par attempt here at the 10th, and Will Zalatoris is looking over another birdie here. He's got 3 in the last 4 holes. And Roger, what's this going to do?
Underneath the hole here, it looks like it may try to eke a little to the right as it comes up. Maybe straighten up a little by the cup. He is putting from a very good angle here, Paul.
He sure is. I put a big circle in my book on this hole. That would be the place I'd like to end up, right where Will is, and a chance for a 2-shot swing if he can bury this one.
Just heard a little roar at 11. That was Keegan Bradley tapping in. Zalatoris wants to put another roar into the crowd here. Almost his 4th and 5 holes. At 18, Morikawa. Is there one more left? And Colin here. Got one of the best rounds on this Sunday after, as you heard Gary mention, it's the highest round he's ever had, 77 yesterday on the PGA Tour. So Morikawa certainly straightened things out today. Gonna have that for a 4-under round of 66. That will match what he shot on Friday to get himself into the final group yesterday, and so this is an 11-shot difference from yesterday from Morikawa. It just took him out of it yesterday. Over at the 10th for par, and Fitzpatrick with another drop shot.
Well, you don't want a handful of those types of putts coming in. Those are the nervy ones. You got to play it outside the hole. We have us a heck of a back nine coming up. Hideki Matsuyama sitting in the middle of the 17th fairway, perfectly positioned.
And with the last group tied, it's probably a good time to remind you that at the Country Club, when the Open has been here, it has been a playoff. We've spoke often about the 18-hole playoff with Ouimet and Varden and Ray. 1963, Julius Boros getting the better of Palmer and Jackie Cupid. And then in 1988, the 18-hole battle with Curtis Strange outpointing Nick Faldo. It's been a while since we've had a playoff at the U.S. Open, but we're at the Country Club. That's usually the way it ends up. So we'll keep an eye on what happens here. The last 8 holes, of course, Scotty Scheffler still a part of the story. John Wooden a few groups ahead. Backing off here, trying to assess things at 12.
Yeah, Mike, just 149 from the first cut, but they have taken a long look and changed clubs twice on this lie. It looks fairly easy, but, you know, it's not going to come out with the same amount of spin, and you don't want to have a wedge get knocked down either. It can really release on you, so a little bit of indecision here. At the right side of the green, just never was committed there, just was back and forth a few times.
Trickle back towards the front of this green, keep moving from there.
Golly!
Just a little bit of that feeling yesterday in this stretch of the golf course for Scheffler. Gotta fight back here. Rahm has had nothing go. This for birdie at the 11th. Finally for John Rahm. After bogeys of 5 and 8 and 10. First circle on the card. It's only 4 back. As Rahm moves forward, and we go back to the last group on the tee of the great par 3.
It is not long at all, but we've documented what can happen.
He's gone up high with it.
Come back, come back.
He chose that normal swing or full swing, while a lot of guys have opted for that abbreviated knockdown variety. And that's hole high for Zalatoris.
Pressure is amped way up now, and you want to do whatever's the most natural at this point. Will's very comfortable putting the ball in the air, as Roger said earlier. Fitzpatrick very comfortable knocking it down. See what he does here.
A little lower trajectory. Might need to go. Kind of gets there.
Nice soft landing there. And we're right next to each other. We're right next to each other on the top of the leaderboard.
Right here at 17, Matsuyama with his second. We've seen a lot of second shots get close here. Chunked it. Chunked it.
Oh, no.
Hard to fathom.
Just going along, playing perfect golf.
Well, let's look at the rest of the 2022 USGA Championship schedule on NBC Sports, presented by Rolex. Minjee Lee won the Women's Open. Curtis Cup won by the American women. And then it's on to Saucon Valley for the U.S. Senior Open and the rest of the lineup this summer. Some of the best venues in golf, Bend and Dunes, on and on, as the USGA conducts its 15 national championships. Back nine scoring this week. We talked about what happened yesterday, where things just went the opposite direction for Scheffler, David.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of players leave it short of this green over the last couple of days. And, well, the aprons are so smooth. It's definitely a putter. It's going to come up a little rise as well, though. Just got to be careful with it. Yeah. well enough done. We go to 17.
Yeah, awkward third shot now for Matsuyama, having to grip way down all the way to the steel. Oh, but he got it to come out just about right. Oh, that's a good recovery. So should be able to make his par to remain at 3 under, but an opportunity missed there at what has been the easiest hole on the course today. As we go back to 11.
There's a good look at that fall off all around the 11th green. The reason why it can be so dangerous, but both Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick in good position to have a birdie go here. Zalatoris looks like he'll be first to play.
He is, and he's going to give Fitzpatrick a very good look at what this putt does. I think it goes to the right. And the green runs away from him a little bit the last half.
It's been really hard for anybody to get exactly even with the hole like this, Raj. So you haven't seen a whole lot of putts from here. I know it's fast though.
Run the hole!
Zalatoris on a birdie run on the final round, and he picks up the ball with authority.
The stroke might look funny sometimes, but the ball sure does roll end over end, doesn't it?
He was a part of that 2013 USAM that was won by Fitzpatrick, and Zalatoris is up to say, I've got a little magic of my own here at the country club going. What a birdie. And he had a good look at the 10th as well. Matsuyama made the par putt at 17, so he'll go to the 18th. 3 back now, and Fitzpatrick would love to put it on top of Zalatoris. He's left himself a good comebacker, Raj.
Yeah, he got a little carried away there.
To 12.
Scheffler for par. Back on track. We go to 11.
And now this has become a little knee knocker. More than that for Fitzpatrick to stay 1 back.
I'd have just lost his concentration for a second, Roger. Now he's got some work to do.
Well, he's just coming off a miss from a little shorter than this, and he missed kind of a short putt at 6 to 3 par. So, you know, if you're going to win a U.S. Open, Paul, you got to make these.
Yep, and you got to make them with 9 holes to go.
Yes, you do.
At the start of this round, I looked at this board and I just asked myself, who do I trust to hit it the best? I felt like Zalatoris and Scheffler. And who do you trust to make the putt? I feel like Fitzpatrick and Scheffler. He is 3-putted. This is just a tragic error here at 11.
This is a big swing now for Zalatoris for that birdie. They were just about in the same position. Zalatoris is going to come out of here with a birdie. And Fitzpatrick is going to give it up. Zalatoris 4 back 6 holes ago. And with Fitzpatrick's bogey there back to back, Zalatoris now leads by 2. Well, the big change at the 11th hole. Will Zalatoris now, who was trailing, looked like he was really going to have to do something special. Got a little bit of a gift from Fitzpatrick at the par 3. Now leads by 2 as he's on the tee at the 12th.
Zalatoris on the tee. 2 under for today's round. And he leads by 2.
High left, but moving right.
It's got a little too much left to right on it. And that, oh, wow. It might not be in the very, very thick stuff, but it doesn't look good.
Well, can you just imagine the weight on his shoulders now, knowing he's 2 shots clear?
Well, that's the thing, you know, you can't get too excited. You can't get too up or too down.
Okay, beauty, good swing there. Yep.
That's perfect for Fitzpatrick. Zalatoris remains to be seen what kind of a lie he has.
Well, we've been talking about this swing of Zalatoris. We're going to put it on the 4D replay, brought to you by Cisco Zing. Cisco powering the on-site network here at the U.S. Open.
Really a high-handed player. It's the reason he creates so much leverage. Watch his glove hand on the backswing. Look how high up that is. His left arm splits his shoulders, and then he gets up on his toes as he unleashes this thing, and these guys sling the club head at the ball. This was a miss hit, though. He caught it towards the heel a bit, and he's in trouble over there in the right-hand rough.
Well, those high hands enabled him to have a pretty steep approach down to the ball, kind of like Jack Nicklaus, so maybe that is something he'll lean on coming up. At the 18th, Matsuyama with a nice par save at 17. And that is a popular spot to the right. Trampled down turf over there. Lots of spectators. Seen it time and time again. Usually ends up with a pretty good lie. And we'll see what Matsuyama has coming up. So we saw Zalatoris on the 4D. Brought to you by Cisco. Let's take a look at the Englishman.
Completely different backswing. Watch where this club lays at the top. It's going to be laying flat, and his left arm much lower. He hits a lower ball flight, and at the bottom, both feet really kind of still on the ground, not quite on his toes. Just a classic follow through. I love his action, and you know, he's a gutsy player. These two guys trying to stare each other down in the last group to hoist a U.S. Open trophy. Pretty fun.
The 13.
Scotty Scheffler with his second.
188 from the middle of the fairway, right to left wind, looking to hold a 6-iron. This is headed to the left side of the green, Gary.
Cut over on the right portion of the green. Has not been easy to get close to, but Scheffler with a nice shot and a look at birdie.
I do. But I like it coming down left of the bunker, just in case. Okay? Coming down at that green fence, kind of, there's a pull on the right edge.
We'd obviously need all of it.
All of it, correct. Right to left. Go up there and just give me a
Back at the 12th, Zalatoris with, we believe, is not a very good lie, Roger.
Oh, it's worse than not a very good lie.
Yeah?
It is a horrible lie. That tree's kind of overhanging. I don't see him being able to hack it and hit it at the green. I think he's going to try to lay it up down on the bottom left side of the fairway.
Oh, that's his look when he saw it. I'll tell you, he's very grown up. His attitude is extremely good, Zinger.
Yeah, he's a mature player at a very young age. It's a nice little intangible to have. He's going to have to lay this up now. You just put it on the fairway and try to get your wedge close, David.
Yeah, he's got a great even-tempered personality. That's what you need to be a great champion for the most part.
full swing hack, and that's to move it about 80 yards.
Yeah, well, on the short stuff, that's back in some kind of position. Take a look at the head here. You can see just that is thick and chewy down in there. Now Fitzpatrick.
That's from 160.
Let's go, Fitzy!
He's left it right of the hole.
That's not bad. Not as good as he was looking for, but it's a chance. And of course, the chance of a two-shot swing. We go to 18.
And Matsuyama is trying to give himself some chance here. There's that trample there.
Can he get it close? It's a tight fit. Gonna hit this backstop and roll back down and let a straight putt for the most part. Now, actually, he's gonna have some left to right break, and he's a long way away.
He really needed that birdie at 17. Because it looks like Zalatoris, Scheffler, and Fitzpatrick will battle down the stretch here. Matsuyama's a long way away there.
And back here at 13, Scheffler with a chance for birdie, but John, you really have to be a little cautious about.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Gary. Left to right the whole way, and there's a lot of speed past this hole, so if you gave it an extra 2 or 3 feet, it can really go.
Get in the hole!
Defensive side, but a good par at what has been the hardest hole on the course today.
A little help
go
at
back
the
to
moment.
12.
And we see what Zalatoris has in front of him, Roger.
And he's got 85 yards, David. This is not uncommon at a U.S. Open. This is where resolve and a good wedge game come into play. Try to make par from here.
Zalatoris with the 2-shot lead. Looking like he may drop one here. We go to 18.
Matsuyama began the round tied for 17th, 6 back.
49 feet away. If he can post 4 under, you just never know.
If.
Maybe 3 under. You never know. This is not an easy 2-putt. If he makes it, it'll be a miracle. Easy.
Two largest final round comebacks in U.S. Open history. Arnold Palmer, 1967, and then Johnny Miller at Oakmont back in 73. So it appears to be a 3-player race.
With this man being in front by 2 at the minute. Fitzpatrick.
David, has it been a difficult 2-putt from down there, or not so much?
Not so much.
Just slow.
We've seen a few players back it up to there. In fact, go all the way down into that collar of rough. So this one isn't so bad. But he's got to be careful with it. You know, it's going to come up the hill onto the green, and then it gets quick around the hole. Upper left is Scheffler for par. Zalatoris tucks his shirt in underneath his left armpit there, gets it in there tight to get that feeling of his left arm close to his rib cage. That's a great effort. Not easy to get that one dead, especially especially in his situation. But it's a drop shot.
Yeah, everybody's gotten that 600 number. Scheffler and Fitzpatrick and Zalatoris, and then they've taken a step back, Mike.
Yeah, Dan. Hey, you see that shirt that Will's wearing? The legend of 1930 champ, the 20-year-old amateur Francis Ouimet, and his 10-year-old caddy, Eddie Lowry. Well, the pattern on Will's shirt is from the image of that legendary picture of the duo. His sponsor, FootJoy, made these shirts in honor of the Francis Ouimet Scholarship Fund. About 75 years now, they've been helping college educations for young men and women who have worked on golf courses in Massachusetts. They're just trying to take the spirit of Ouimet and Lowry with him every step of the way, have him almost on his back.
Now it comes up a little shy for Fitzpatrick.
And you talk about Francis Ouimet and the way he battled the British heavyweights, Harry Varden and Ted Ray. We've got a little version of that going on here.
Yeah, we do.
With Fitzpatrick and the Americans, Zalatoris and Scheffler.
There's nothing wrong with a little Ryder Cup sneaking into the U.S. Open.
And what would you know about that?
No. Okay. It's one shot. To 14.
And Scotty Scheffler on this par 5 where we have seen a little bit of everything, including a hole-out eagle by Scheffler earlier in the week. But you got to get into the fairway.
Completely different wind as we've had, starting left, cutting, and finding the fairway. Right side, there'll probably be a layup, though.
Yeah, it is an uphill shot. So dangerous if you get off the mark with a second. This is Matsuyama for par. And this is a run of bogey-free golf for Hideki Matsuyama in the last 30 holes of this championship. 65, the low round of the week.
Only 25 putts today. #1 in scrambling for the week.
And you just wonder, had he been able to get to that 4-under number when he was in great position at 17. We'll see how 3-under holds up. You never know in a U.S. Open, Gary, coming down the stretch.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 13th hole, Dan. It's a 438-yard dog-leg left par 4. Tough fairway to hit. The hole moves right to left. The fairway slopes left to right. A lot of players will hit less than driver. It's one of the narrower fairways on the golf course. Second shot plays across this penalty area. If you happen to miss the fairway, some of the players will be forced to lay up short of that water. Hole location today over on the right-hand side, and there have been just 6 birdies made here all day. Hardest hole on the golf course. Stroke average just under 4.5.
Gary Zalatoris has been hitting cuts off the tee, and he's got to draw one here. He's probably got to hit an iron or a 3-wood at best. And but Fitzpatrick, this kind of fits his shape, this tee shot.
I would agree 100%, Paul. An opportunity to put the ball in the fairway first, and that always adds a little pressure, Roger, to the other guy. Well, he likes it okay. Be up the right side. It'll be back quite a ways, but safely in the fairway.
Zalatoris walking up to the tee with 2 clubs, Gary.
Well, he's hit the fairway 2 of the 3 days that he's played so far.
This is not a tee shot that fits his eye. 1-shot lead at the U.S. Open.
All right, get your target.
Boy, good call, Paul. That is way right. That will be a layup, most likely, from in there.
Yeah, he's going to have to get luck. He's got to take his next shot over water if he lays up. And he'll take the water out of play. But two tough drives, really, Gary, in a row.
Right at 12, right at 13. So a miss there that is becoming a little bit of a trend. We'll have to keep an eye on that for the man who currently has a one-shot lead.
In New England, a turn in almost any direction leads a trail to history. And the Country Club stands among the few golf courses in the country where over a century of iconic moments have happened. But so many of them have taken place in one place, the 17th hole. It was the pivotal place back in 1913 when Francis Ouimet's playoff birdie led to the victory that helped propel the popularity of American golf. 50 years later, Arnold Palmer's miss and a Julius Boros birdie decided the championship there. And the green, where the putt in American Ryder Cup history was holed. That's 17's history. What does it hold today for the guys who are chasing? Scotty Scheffler, he made birdie here to steady a wobble yesterday. Matthew Fitzpatrick has birdied this hole on Thursday and Saturday. In that last group with Will Zalatoris, who made birdie there on Thursday and Friday, will 17 decide the championship again at the Country Club. At the moment, 17 is playing the easiest of any hole, so down the stretch, it could be a birdie that maybe wins the U.S. Open. But keep in mind that Hideki Matsuyama didn't make birdie there, and that could be a difference maker. Fitzpatrick second here at 13. After the good drive, he is left to the hole. Back too much, so he is safe. Across the water there, but as Gary mentioned, that water is going to come into play with Will Zalatoris after his wild tee shot to the right here at this par 4. It's actually a combination of two holes from the Primrose 9. Roger, what does the lie look like, and what do you think he can do with it?
Well, it's not good again. There are tree limbs ahead of him, some 20, 25 yards between himself and the green. I can't see him playing anything low underneath that and trying to get the ball across the water short. So this has got to be a layup down into the bottom part, that kind of similar to last hole, except he's got a much better lie.
So as he looks that over, let's go check on Scheffler. One back at 14, the par 5. An iron out, 329, so we'll lay it up. Trying to move it up on the top deck. Almost 3 levels here, just clears it. But still not a great lie for a third for his par 5. He'll widen out to see what he has left as we come back to 13. What a big moment this is for Zalatoris. So confident in that ball striking. We talk about his putting so much. And he is confident in that ball striking, but the last couple of holes have had to rattle the cage a little bit.
Virtually every miss has been to the right today. That's missed.
That's the play here, Roger.
And this is going to go left and get into the rough.
Yeah, got into the heavy stuff as well. So Zalatoris here fighting and scrapping on the 13th. And Hideki Matsuyama, who I mentioned before, who posted that great round, couldn't take advantage of 17 after a great drive as well. So we're seeing a little bit of that U.S. Open pressure factor in here for these last couple of holes. And as we've said, it's been a long time, 2008, since we've seen a playoff. The board is stacking that way for this U.S. Open. And remember, it's no longer an 18-hole playoff as it was back in the days of Ouimet and Boros that we showed you earlier. It would be a couple of hole playoff aggregate score. It's a little bit ahead. All right, let's go check out Rory on the 14th.
And this was just earlier. McIlroy taking it back with fingers. And that is right in the middle for Rory. So he's got 4 holes to work with. And again, Matsuyama, he's not checking out of the hotel. Rory could be a factor. That's the kind of stuff that happens down the stretch at these things. 15.
And Denny McCarthy for par. Denny McCarthy has played beautifully all week. Back at 14.
And Scheffler just got it up on that level, Woody.
Yeah, it was a really strange layup. He had another 35 to 40 yards till that cross bunker and barely reached where he is now. If he'd gone a little left or right, he'd have been in the high stuff. So 117 out of the rough on an uphill slope.
We hold it out here from 55 yards on Friday for an eagle.
Good launch. That was amazing.
Look at this shot. A very makeable birdie.
Yeah, that's to get with Morales to tie the lead, actually. Was Zalatoris in trouble? That might be to take the lead.
To 13.
Zalatoris with his third.
Yes, from 103. Just got into the primary rough. This is left of the hole.
That's a good swing shot. Green cancel that direction from back left to front right. So works its way in toward the hole. Still work left to make par.
You got to control your breathing. Take care of your walking pace. You know, when the guy keeps blocking to the right, it just tends to not release it, and that happens under pressure. You just hang on. So Willie Zalatoris needs to get his confidence back and let that club release again.
And we talked about the right miss. Tee shots were right at 3, right at 9, right at 12, right at 13. So definitely a pattern there. Go to 16.
And Denny McCarthy is in as good a position as any of these other chasers from the back. He's got 3 holes left. This the long par 3, 16th, 3 back, but again Zalatoris is in trouble at the 13th. McCarthy puts it in the heart of the green. Working on a 3 under round, 4 birdies, lone bogey coming back at the 9th as we go back to 13.
Fitzpatrick will have a birdie putt, but Roger, I'm sure one that you're more than happy to get down in 2.
Yeah, across the width of the green here, you know, you're just trying to get something up in a few foot circle and get out with a 2 putt. If it goes in, well, it's your lucky day.
Well, here we go, Gary. The importance of a long lag putt in the final round of the U.S. Open.
I'd say that's pretty good. Whoa! What an unexpected birdie from Matt Fitzpatrick.
I guess it's his lucky day, huh?
Yeah, you called it. You said you make it. It's your lucky day. Unbelievable.
Wasn't going a foot past.
No, it was perfect speed, perfect line.
The magic of the country club. Speaking to Fitzpatrick, 9 years later.
The emotions just bottled up, came roaring out of Fitzpatrick right there. What a putt. Zalatoris, the pressure on now. He's got to hold this putt, Gary. And hang on to the lead.
Absolutely. Fitzpatrick leads the field in birdies on par 4 holes this week. That's his 13th birdie on par 4.
And don't forget Scheffler sitting there eyeballing about a 7-footer up at 14.
Yeah, getting interesting now. Roger, somewhat the same line, the last, 12 feet of this putt as what Fitzpatrick had?
Yeah, got to go right.
They don't look like 2 guys that haven't won on the PGA Tour.
Wow, that's for sure.
Up the hill they go to the par 5 14.
A mano. 2 tough left to right putts, Gary. This one right here, a minor miracle.
Yeah, it's safe to say you probably hit this one 20 times and maybe make it twice.
Great reaction, a guttural roar. And then the answer.
tied at the top.
That's exactly 6 feet from pay dirt here.
Just right to left, Zinger. They looked at a spot about a cup out to the right. Got to match your speed in line here.
How big is that miss going to be down the stretch?
Played a lot of break for a putt that short. Opportunity lost.
Back up on the tee. Fitzpatrick.
The pressure to put it on the fairway is enormous. You can reach the green, maybe if you hit this fairway, at least be able to lay up on top.
He's a little concerned.
Yeah, no need. Over the hill and watch it down the hill. It's a tough shot off a downslope. He can get to the top, I believe.
Now let's see if Zalatoris can get back in the groove here off the tee.
Now that putt had to be a big lift.
See if he can let this rip. He's been putting that cut sling on these.
And he's headed up to right. Yeah, that's going to catch fairway.
So both in good shape as they play the par 5 14th. U.S. Open on the line, the 4th edition at the Country Club coming down the stretch. The 122nd U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by the all-new Lexus LX 600. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. And by American Express. Don't live life without it. Temperature in the high 50s. Feels like a fall afternoon. Heat and stretch coming your way, though, to decide the 122nd U.S. Open. Keegan Bradley got up to a rough start earlier today, and he's over at the 14th.
Yeah, ran into a nice stretch of golf there through the middle part of the round. 3 birdies and 5 holes against 1 bogey. Still has a chance to make a run, but he definitely has to get up and down here. He's coming from that first cut and he's landed about 5 or 6 yards short. See if it runs back up on that top shelf.
Yeah, it's 2 par 5s here at the Country Club, so not the usual assortment of par 5s for the big hitters to make some moves. And this was a moment ago we saw Denny McCarthy hit his tee shot here at the par 3 16th, so this was the birdie attempt. So Denny will remain at 2 under. A little par putt though coming back to make sure he stays 3 back. Pumps it right in.
You never know. A couple birdies, birdie 17, maybe birdie 18 in post. It could be the winner.
17 playing the easiest, as Mike said earlier, so he can get a 3 there as we come back over to 14, and looks like these guys are in layup mode here, Raj.
I would think so. Zalatoris has 312. There's some breeze that's not helping, and it's uphill and it's cold, and I think it's just an iron on top to get it in the right position to try to attack the hole, which is in the back left.
Got a graphic up, Roger, that shows it's 40 feet uphill. It is a blind landing area. It's pretty wide. It doesn't look so from back here. There's trouble up there if you miss it.
Yeah, the Fitzpatrick, it's just 8 yards closer to 304. He's got to wood out at this point. Man, that's going to be a tough squeeze up.
This way right now.
Yeah, he tried right there. Influence will. It's not going to work though.
Definitely is a little chilly.
You're talking about gamesmanship.
Well, you never know.
Just go ahead, right at the right one. Yeah, left edge one. Okay, love it.
Execution's important, but you have to make the right decisions too. Zalatoris deciding to lay up, even though it looks like Fitzpatrick's going to take a crack at this green. It's a tricky layup up the hill here. It's no bargain, Roger.
There's a lot going on up there. You got to get it up on the level. You got that big face there. If you miss the shot,
it's a layup, but you got to hit a quality shot.
Yep.
Contact. This should be just fine.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
As you can see the divots there, that has been the popular play. On the other hand,
Fitzpatrick been working on his speed and his power. He's pulling out this 3-wood. I don't know if he can reach, Roger. Maybe this is still a layup.
Guy's on the green up there, so.
He carries a 7-wood. This is right at the green. Let's see where this ends up.
Yeah, he knew it was going to be short. That is in good shape. He pumps it up there a little deeper.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot with the wood.
Now to make his third shot a little shorter to 15.
And Scheffler. He's parred the 15 3 times this week.
Let's go, Scotty.
That finds well, there are 3 cuts of rough there. It's in the second one. Not in great shape. Try and get at this flag here at 15. Will Zalatoris, Matt Fitzpatrick locked at the top in the final round of the U.S. Open.
Ahead of Zalatoris, Keegan Bradley made par at the 14th, so he remains at 1 under. And now the third at this par 5 for the co-leader Zalatoris.
And this from 95 yards. And this is a bit of a knockdown. A little right of the hole.
It's a beauty. But Fitzpatrick will have a go of it from the shorter distance coming up. But first we go to 15.
And up on the green, Rory McIlroy with a beautiful second shot into here. This for birdie. And McIlroy gets it to -2.
Who knows?
3 to play. This is 14.
And the third for Fitzpatrick, just 70 yards. Oh, way outside of Zalatoris.
That stuff so far. Did it?
Under pressure, it's hard to hit those finesse wedges from only 70 yards. He had to take a lot off that. Will Zalatoris much further back, able to play a more normal shot.
How fast it stopped.
Denny McCarthy positioned perfectly here.
What if he holds it, Gary? What if he holds it?
There's a lot of ways to get it close here. We've seen guys throw it back behind the hole and try to utilize the slope. Too high.
What a chance of a lifetime for Denny McCarthy.
Telling you, it should pick up a little speed now.
Look at here. Yeah.
There it goes.
Okay.
Wow. What if he makes that putt, Gary? He'll be right here knocking on the door.
Certainly will. A lot of golf left to be played, that's for sure. We go to 16.
And talk about what ifs. McIlroy, who looked like earlier in the day, he was headed in the wrong direction, just was up and down. He bogeyed the 11th. He was 6 shots back at that point. He's now birdied 14 and 15 to pull within 3.
Not a lot of birdies here today. A hole in the back right. This is left of the flag. It'll curl to the right. Try to feed in there. 2 more birdies for Rory.
Looking at it, trying to hold on to that right edge. Bunker. A huge sweeping bunker that fronts the right side of the 16th. Yeah, he's hitting a little skinny. And back over at the 14th for birdie Fitzpatrick.
The hill here should go a little to his left.
He gave it a good round.
Oh, another one of those.
Don't want those coming back.
Up to 15.
And Scotty Scheffler, 217 yards from the thicker rough here. Flag in the back left. See if we can run something up this green. And he ran it up the green all right and over. This awkward little chop and flop there. We'll go back to 14.
And Zalatoris up that beautiful save at 13. This one for birdie to push him out in front by a shot.
We talked about about the layup, and I certainly liked his a lot more because, as you said, Paul, left him a fuller shot, one he could spin. And Fitzpatrick's played into the narrowest part of the fairway, got it closer. He could have put it in that deep bunker on the right. I mean, I don't know what it accomplished for him. I think it got him kind of handcuffed too close to the green.
Yep. Will Zalatoris wasn't handcuffed. He hit a beauty in here.
There's a long putter up the left arm. So he taps in for 5. Fitzpatrick still grinding on his 5. For Fitzpatrick.
Well, as we've talked about, he's missed a few.
Yeah, he's got a two 3 putts today, Roger, for Fitzpatrick. So this is a big-time pressure putt.
Yeah, when you're under pressure, it's hard to release the club, and you do have to release the putter a little bit. That Fitzpatrick's got to let the putter head go right by his hands here. He's a very linear putter. He uses that line. He tries to put it exactly in the path he wants the ball to start. Raj, and he lines up the line on his putter to match it. It's usually pretty reliable. Putts of this length.
That flag stick game goes right off of it. Not many guys leaving the flag stick game all the time like Fitzpatrick does, but that was a big-time putt to stay tight at the top. 17.
Big birdie putt here for Denny McCarthy. One that does move left.
I what-ifed him twice.
Got it. Maybe one of the poorer putts we've seen him hit. Wow. Never on line. Back to 16.
McIlroy has gone up top here to get a closer look. And now he'll step down into that bunker with his second. Coming off the big win at Canada last week. Set himself up in the first round with a 67-69 on Friday. Third-ranked player in the world. Kind of faded a little bit yesterday, and then got off to an up-and-down start today, but still with an outside shot. You can't let one get away here at 16. Perfect so far from the sand this week.
Swing for such a short shot.
Given the circumstances, it's a very difficult shot. But
yes, it is.
Week in, week out, it's one you think about making. It's just straight downhill to the hole.
He did very well. Gave it a chance. It's so easy to let that one get away from you. Up at 17.
Denny McCarthy for his par to remain at 2 under. Okay, safely in, but he will rue his play in the 17th this week. 4 rounds here at the short par 4. He's played him in 1 over. Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick tied at top at 5 under. Final round of the U.S. Open.
Open trophy, Rory McIlroy, the only one with a U.S. Open title that has a chance right now as we get down the stretch of 122nd U.S. Open. And as we alluded to earlier, uninterrupted coverage of the final hour of this U.S. Open Championship presented by Rolex. Big putt for Scheffler at 15.
Safely done. And a nice up and down from the good back there. That could have gone the wrong way.
And a big putt for Rory at 16 to stay 3 back. Just on the left edge. So McIlroy still with the breath of a chance. Again, the best number in right right now is Matsuyama's 3 under. McCarthy's playing the 18th. He is at 2 under. And Bradley's over at the 15th at 1 under.
You know? I agree with you.
Not in great shape here, although we can see the ball.
Give it a go. Okay. You like it?
In the thicker rough.
Yeah, as long as it.
Plenty of green to work with here.
Is it a 7 iron going at?
Land this in the first
That's
third
all I'm
and
thinking.
let it run back towards the hole.
That's my only thought.
What's the total?
8. Your total to the pin is 209. That's all I'm thinking. I'm completely happy going right at it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do know what you mean.
Okay.
I like this because this covers.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more on board with that one. And we got
the total's 209?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I land this 90.
It's getting back there for sure. We've got to take our chances.
Yeah.
Right? And
So
you've got
anything you like a little right of the flag?
For sure. Okay. For sure. You've got like 10 yards right of the flag. Okay? Anything inside that? Yes. And so a little bit of help. Come on, bud. Right on that.
Scotty Vail just going through that entire process. That's one of his strengths. You know, caddy for Brent Snedeker for quite some time, and they had some success. And now with Keegan, but really good at just trying to filter out all of the unimportant information and giving Keegan exactly what he needs. Told him to go right after this.
Down.
Go. Go. Go.
Yeah, it's getting to be late on Sunday. You might as well go on it. Just a yard short. It's so difficult to read these lies in the rough, whether the ball's going to come out quick or slow. Keegan just guessed wrong there.
I agree that lie when I got a chance to take a look at it. Didn't appear like it was going to hold up the club all that much, and I'm surprised that came up short. Rahm now from 197 in the fairway, sort of about 35 yards left of where Bradley's ball is, so certainly nothing standing in his way between him and that flag stick, so he's going to go flag hunting right now.
Backswing, whips it through.
A little tug on this and a little bit short.
Good shot, not what he was looking for though. 16.
Scheffler 1 back.
Let's go!
He's +2 on this back 9. It's a good safe shot into the heart of the green.
Yeah, those 2 bogeys on 10 and 11, he's held them stuff together pretty steady, I think, and that's a nice shot there at 16.
Still keeping it light, the mood with Ted Scott. 17.
McIlroy on the tee, just electing to take an iron. Ball in play. It'll leave nothing more than a wedge and a hole location that can be accessed.
He is a guy that is very capable of going birdie.
Yes, he is.
On the 15th tee, Matt Fitzpatrick, and we can see the goalpost there. You want to just knock it right between those two. Anything right of center will find the right rough. The blind tee shot, 270 yards to reach the fairway.
Let's go!
Well, it's on the hard pan there. He doesn't seem overly upset about it. Zalatoris.
See if he can let it release here, David.
Yeah, these are career-defining swings in some cases. That's a good swing. Rubber right. Didn't pop up.
He's ranked 203rd on tour in right rough tendencies. 25%, that's next to last on tour. He puts it in the right-hand rough. He needs to get lucky. That looked like it buried in that tall grass.
And McCarthy needs to make something happen again here. Matsuyama, the leader in the clubhouse, 3 under. McCarthy, 2 under. Just short.
Now he wants to hold that one. You can bet if he's not buried in the face of the bunker, you never know.
To 17.
All right, let's take a look at this hole location. There's a ridge that kind of comes in right like that. So any ball from the right, any ball from the behind, any ball from over here left, everything wants to funnel in toward the hole. So a lot of ways for McIlroy to get this ball close. Can play into here and have the ball release right back to the hole.
He had one of his best wedge weeks of his career last week.
Did. Hit several inside of 6 feet. That's how he did him with that little 3/4 finish. Can he control the distance? He did. Threw it in there. Didn't utilize the slope. Got it the right distance. A right to left breaking putt. Very makeable. Back to 16.
And Scheffler taking a look at this from the other side.
I'm sure he hit that ball exactly where he was looking, in the middle of the screen. This putt is left to right the entire way until about the last 12 feet. Then it looks like Zinger really straightens out and can pick up some speed in that last bit.
It definitely picks up speed. We've seen a couple guys lag it right on by this hole.
You know, Zinger, at that 2008 Ryder Cup, your mantra to all of us was, you know, when your mind can get spinning really fast in these situations, stop yourself every once in a while and ask yourself, okay, what's important now? What can I control? And the only thing is this putt. You can't control anything behind you or anything in front of you. And I think that really focused a lot of guys. I think it'd be great in this situation for some of the guys down the stretch to ask themselves, okay, what can I do? Put the ball in this fairway. Put the ball on this green. Really simplify things, and that helped us a lot in 2008. I know that.
Glad to hear it. Lou Holtz gave us the acronym of WIN, what's important now. And if you hear these guys in their press conferences, every one of them wants to just stick to what they're doing, not really worry too much about the other guys. And here we are. Real pressure cooker now. This is anybody's ball game.
Speed has been really good all day.
Yeah, that's a good solid par, and over to 17, which a good tee shot could be a birdie hole. He might need one more birdie.
At 4 under, with 2 holes to play, is Scheffler. Again, the Masters champion, trying to win a U.S. Open in the same year as the #1 player in the world. Went to world #1 in March, won the Masters as world #1. He wants to make this championship the next one on the list. And McCarthy has to hold this to match Matsuyama's 3 under. He's not in that bunker. It looks like he's in the thick stuff just above it.
He's losing all predictability on the shot, being in that tall grass. This isn't something you get to practice. You can't simulate it anywhere but here at the U.S. Open.
Matsuyama's lead remains intact at 3 under in the clubhouse. To 15.
Keegan Bradley for par. Slips by.
His putter's betrayed him today, David.
These are getting expensive now. Not the afternoon he was hoping for. But a good performance this week. We go to 17.
And McIlroy with a putt for a birdie here from just under 10 feet. If there's been a tendency, Paul, it's for players to underread the break. Ball really moves more left than most have seen.
This is, he probably cares about this putt about as much as any putt he's cared about all week. And but the way he putts in his mind is to hit this putt like he doesn't care if it goes in. He only wants to hit this the right speed. That's been his philosophy in putting. See if he can get it the right speed.
Every single player in that position. They all see the same thing, and it's not enough.
And that will force a must-make birdie for McIlroy if he's to have hopes of staying in this thing.
Well, there's Matt Fitzpatrick's lie at 15, and as good as that looks, with this straw, the kind of chewy stuff there, Rod, sometimes this can just come screaming out of here, can't it?
Absolutely, and he's got 225 left, David, so, you know, my estimation is if he gets this ball on the green, he's got to be well pleased.
Oh, yeah.
Move back on the right there, please.
He's got a lot of green between the bunker that he has to carry on
No, it's just like 60 yards ahead here.
But it'll be very difficult to
Clear
get
them all
any
out,
kind of
let's
height
go.
to spin on this from this line.
They're still trying to move the gallery back on the right, and it has been a hard and slow process.
Yeah.
They want to get as close as they can to get a view.
A bunch of trusting souls on the right-hand side. You know, he didn't hit it there on purpose.
Well, exactly. You know, that's what I tell him. I said, you know, if he was that good, he'd be out there in the fairway. So you might want to give him some room.
Quick rhythm. Struck it well.
225.
What a shot. Very good. To say the least. Fabulous shot from Fitzpatrick. One more look at it. Placed it up as high as he could, a little left to right. Rolls it softly. Fabulous shot. No. This is Zalatoris lie, Raj. We're getting a look at it here. Doesn't look terrific.
Not terrific. Could be worse as well. But kind of what you expect when you get into this stuff. He's got 210.
This is a shot where you kind of, there's a couple places you don't want to be, David, and that short bunker there is one of them.
Yeah.
He's got to carry that.
This is the kind of lie where you want it to knuckle. You want to get the ball to kind of hop out. Maybe land it in front, just short. Get it to chase. Came out kind of dead.
Tried to cut it out. Just came out dead straight on it.
That's the other bunker you do not want to be in. That is a really long bunker shot, David.
Yeah. Take a look at this from, you see the hit. Just got the club head a little too far in front of him. And tucked it. To 17.
All right, Scotty Scheffler on the tee, fairway medal in hand. Yeah, they like it. And they should. Perfectly positioned. Up to 18.
McCarthy for par. Even though he's not going to win this U.S. Open, it has just been a remarkable week. Only a 6th major championship. Best finish before today, a tie for 42nd. Paul's off the mark, but it doesn't look like McCarthy will have to qualify next year. Top 10 gets you an exemption in the LACC for the next one. And he's now at a tie for 7th. Again, he made the cut for the weekend on the number.
You can tell by his reaction, he felt like he had a chance every single hole on that back 9. He desperately wanted to win this tournament.
Just
played fantastic golf down the stretch from Friday on. So Zalatoris and Fitzpatrick are locked at the top at the 15th. Zalatoris is in that bunker. Fitzpatrick hit a sensational shot. Scheffler's over at the 17th. And Matsuyama is the leader in the clubhouse with a round of the championship. 3 under, posted. And back out to the drama at 15.
Zalatoris will find himself probably 40-45 yards short of the flagstick here, and that big deep bunker there to the left. The bunker itself isn't a problem. He's got plenty of green to work with. It's just a question, Roger, of judging the amount of bump and roll you want with this.
Absolutely, but you got to catch it just right. You could leave those way short if you get a little nervous, or if you skin it a little bit, you could hit it into the grandstands over the green. Almost a 50-yard shot here.
He's got it up and down 3 out of 4 times from the sand so far this week.
He's trying to play the chunk and run. They ain't gonna run that far.
Not quite got enough of it. So, advantage Fitzpatrick, but it can change really quickly. Take a look at this hit. Yeah, definitely trying to play that. Just shunt it out there and let it run the rest of the way. He's got a little too far behind it, maybe. We'll go to 17.
Yeah, just earlier, Scotty Scheffler got to his ball and decided to take a little jog up to the green.
I think he needs to warm himself up a little bit. There, it's 58 degrees right now.
Well, he wants to get a very good look at exactly where that hole location is. He's ready to play.
Just 80 yards, Gary. So, he's got a couple ways to try and do this. It's not a full shot if he wants to stop it right by the pin. A fuller L wedge would be like 90, which puts him right on that slope and with a little zip on it. I think that's probably his best chance of getting something close.
And Zalatoris, that's what he has left. Not a whole lot of break in this.
But a whole lot of importance.
A whole lot of importance. Not gonna work. That leaves the door open for Fitzpatrick.
Two-shot swing here between Fitzpatrick and Zalatoris. There is Alex. He was on the bag here 9 years ago, and the U.S. Amateur looked like he was about 9 years old. We were joking around. It looked like he was Eddie Lowry. And there's Matthew Fitzpatrick's mom. They're staying in the same house. The chairman of the championship committee, Will Fulton, has been hosting them again, just like he did 9 years ago. They got into his house 9 years ago a little late because there was a Red Sox-Yankees series there, and the hotel's filled up, and so the Fitzpatricks had to relocate. They were looking for a place. They called the club, and Will Fulton said, "I got room, come on over," and they had a great relationship ever since. In fact, Fitzpatrick's had Thanksgiving dinner with him after that amateur win.
This looks good.
Matthew Fitzpatrick has a two-shot lead.
Come on! Come on! Let's go!
That's the emotion that Matt Fitzpatrick is trying to control. That's what he's feeling on the inside, but you have got to just keep it together. Slow down your heart rate a little bit with your breathing. Two-shot lead for Matt Fitzpatrick with 2 holes to go.
Just like that. You saw Alex, who was on the bag at the U.S. Amateur. Billy Foster is on the bag for Matthew Fitzpatrick. And you know, if there was ever a best caddy to never win a major list, Foster would be near the top of it. Guy's been caddying for 40 years. He's been on the bag of players such as Seve Ballesteros, Darren Clark, Lee Westwood. He's caddied a record 14 Ryder Cups, including the 99 one here. So this could be a very sweet day for Billy Foster as well.
What a couple of shots Matt Fitzpatrick played back-to-back. The second shot into the 15th green was remarkable, and he followed it up with a clutch putt.
Well, to this point, Paul, that's the shot of the day for me, was that second he played at the last. That was brilliant.
Anything in the middle of the green here will work nicely.
6-iron he's got out.
Mashed potatoes!
Another one of those confident swings that we've been seeing all day by Fitzpatrick. Just climbs over in a great position.
Yeah, he's going to have to break out his great lag skills on that one. It's a fast putt.
And up here at 17, just a moment ago, Adam Hadwin had virtually the same putt we saw McIlroy this.
Yes!
Gets to 2 under par with back-to-back birdies. Looking for his best ever finish in the major. And now live, huge putt for Scheffler to get within 1. Clutch, great wet shot, great putt.
16 Zalatoris now finds himself scrambled and 2 back.
He's got to get up, baby.
And not too bad a response after a bogey. What a shot by Zalatoris.
He went right at it, the maximum carry over that bunker.
Have we seen a better tee shot today, Zing? I can't recall.
You know, these guys are really clutching up. They're hitting some great iron shots. Scotty Scheffler's wedge at 17, Fitzpatrick's iron at 15, and now those 2 shots at 16. These guys are bowing up.
And this was McIlroy's second just moments ago. He's got to have a birdie here to have a chance. This was just a on the tee.
The wind that has been here all day has completely gone away. This is up the right side. Needs a good kick to the left to stay close to the fairway. Not going to do it.
Scheffler was frustrated yesterday with his play here. He was able to make a par, but he found that bunker with his second shot and displayed a signs of emotion that we really haven't seen much of for the unflappable Scheffler, and that's exactly what he's been today. That big birdie at 17.
This is a huge tee shot here. He's got 3-wood out. I think he might be wanting to keep the bunkers on the left out of play, which is a total no man's land if you go in there.
That's exactly what he's doing, Zinger. If he gets this in the fairway, the way he's hitting his irons.
Only 2 birdies here. It's the toughest it's played all week.
Let's go, Scotty! Let's go, Scotty!
Very high. Those bunkers cutting off him now. May need to get down. Nice soft bounce there. Yep.
Big time shot, Woody. We go back to 16. Fitzpatrick.
2 fabulous shots. Fitzpatrick with a difficult lag. You got the lead at the U.S. Open, and sometimes you can feel your pulse in your fingertips. Your heart can beat so hard, and of course everything he's trained for is to control that, Raj. He hasn't won in America. He's won several times in Europe. He knows how to do it.
He's just so meticulous. Everything about him. We mentioned staying in the same house, the Fulton house this week. He's got a chef there. Talked to Will earlier today, and he said he's just been chill all week long.
Curtis told me at the start of the week when he won this championship, he felt like he'd learned how to play a U.S. Open, and he came in with confidence, much like Fitzpatrick. And he just felt like he wanted to let the course come to him, and that's kind of the vibe that Fitzpatrick has put out all week long.
And look at the miles of putts that he's made on this back nine today. Sensational. Fitzpatrick will now see what the 17th has in store for him. That has been so pivotal through all of the U.S. Opens here. Not just U.S. Opens, but all the events that have been staged here at the Country Club. McIlroy for a must make to have any hope. Back to Zalatoris with a chance to get to 5 under.
Not much in this little uphill actually from here.
That is a solid stroke for Zalatoris. Unlikely birdie comes at the 16 for him, and he walks with a purpose over to that 17th hole. Big time guts displayed by Will Zalatoris.
A lot of moxie.
Scheffler and Ted Scott get ready.
79 playing.
What a duo these two have been.
Yeah.
178 total, 172 to cover right now.
It's right on it, don't it?
Wind's just about quit.
Yeah, it's got just a whispering to him from the right. And his ball flight is fantastic. His pin location is going to hit cut 7 right here. Try to throw something way up in the air and have it come down soft to that front pin.
Sure, anyway. Want me to just play barely that way?
Very high, but towards the center of the green.
Beautiful shot. Safely over that big bunker that he got to do yesterday. He made a nice long putt for par. And now he'll have a chance for birdie. And while he was hitting, this was Zalatoris at 17-2.
Electing to take the iron. Tee quickly, should be good. Right center. Ideal position. Fitzpatrick also electing to go with iron. See, both these players have played the 17th hole well. Both have made 2 birdies. in the first 3 days here. Up to 18.
And the second for Hadwin. What a late, impressive run he's made, coming off birdies at 16 and 17.
Be hard pressed to carry the sand here.
He's trying to reach that Mazziono 300 meters. That'll be made more difficult from that back bunker.
Yeah, he got all of it, but really no chance to stop it.
And here at 17, Keegan Bradley made a brilliant second shot in. A short one for birdie. There we go. Favorite. Nice birdie. I'm sure enjoying his experience as the fan favorite. Zalatoris. The 17th fairway, and Paul, what a difference it's been. These two players, Matt Fitzpatrick today, 10 of 12 fairways, 15 of 16 greens so far in regulation, 31 putts. Zalatoris only 9 of 16 greens and only 5 fairways hit. Just 23 putts, so almost the exact opposite of what we expected.
Yeah, Matt Fitzpatrick is hitting one of the best ball striking final rounds ever.
Intertwined in the fabric of this U.S. Open Championship at the Country Club for more than 100 years. 246 Clyde Street, again, where Francis Ouimet grew up. He used to walk across this par 417th every day when he was a caddy. He would walk across the 17th on his way to school. And then that incredible, earth-shattering U.S. Open Championship win of the British heavyweights back in 1913. 2013 is when Fitzpatrick won the U.S. Amateur, and he has been, you know, he heard about, it's all he heard about when he got here, and so he's handled the pressure of being the guy that won the Amateur and all the talk about Francis Ouimet, and here he is delivering, and here he is at that 17th.
Zalatoris has played the final 2 holes and 2 under for the week. Fitzpatrick even, and the whole location here today, Dan, is a nod to the whole location where Ouimet played to in 1913. Front left hole location, different green back then, but same idea.
This for 140.
Sit.
Just right of the hole, maybe a little deep.
There's a slope there. If he gets it back there far enough, it'll pick up speed. Didn't quite get it as far as he needed to utilize the slope. So Zalatoris got a free drop from the sprinkler head, it appeared, Raj. Golden opportunity.
109. You know, you're just going to have a sand iron. You just got to take dead aim at this.
Well, I love the way he plays these shots. Typically, Roger, kind of an abbreviated follow-through, tends to flight the ball a little lower. We've seen it made a whole area of good shots.
And he spins it hard.
Yeah. Where's your target?
Just inside of that red flag. That's about a shade over a flag.
Yeah, love it.
Is that a 113 shot?
Yes.
Well, the flag on the flag sticks red. Is that what he's talking about?
This is going to be good. Yeah, this is going to be good. He got it deep enough. Okay, brings it back far enough to where he's not putting the ball down. He'll be much more aggressive than Fitzpatrick will be. A good 18.
And Scheffler, who's got a pretty good look at birdie.
He does, left to right the whole way, a little up the hill. You know, he was keeping a close eye on Adam Hadwin's bunker shot in this back bunker because it was on the same line. Hadwin, however, left it well short, so he didn't really get a good read on it. But it's a putt he can be pretty free with, up the hill, breaking to his right.
As we said, made a long par putt yesterday on this hole.
He's won 4 times coming in, a Masters champion. Definitely got a lot of confidence with him. Very good roll. So close.
So the best Scheffler could post is 5 under, should do that from short range. So he's going to need some help from Fitzpatrick back at 17. And that's where we go now. And he knows what a big putt that was. We'll see.
All right, back here at 17. 2 players, according to our information, separated by just 5 inches. Zalatoris 11 feet 11 inches away. Fitzpatrick 11 feet 6 inches. I know a lot's been made about Zalatoris' short putting stroke, but in talking to his instructor, Josh Gregory said the flow in his stroke from this distance is totally different. The length of the backswing allows the transition to be a lot smoother. We've seen him make some nice putts from this range already.
I wonder how much this breaks, Gary. It looks reasonably straight.
I think it should come a little from the right, shouldn't it, Raj?
I got it just falling left if it's going softly at the cup. I don't see any big break in it.
All right, he's 3 of 4 from 10 to 20 feet so far today. It's firm enough. He makes another one.
That's good.
Up to 18.
Scheffler tap it in for par. Hadwin made bogey, 1 under for the championship. And Scheffler is in at 5 under, and we'll see how it all unfolds behind him. Whatever happens, this remarkable stretch of golf continues for the #1 ranked player in the world. What a run.
All right, back here at 17, this for a 2-shot lead.
Boy, what a lag.
Yeah.
I mean, he barely started that when they got to the hole.
That was fast. He knew it. He wasn't going to take any chances of knocking it 4 feet by.
Schmidt would have put it that long to back to the T-ball.
Billy having a chuckle about that, Gary.
Yeah. Well, some putts you have to be defensive, and that was one. All right, we'll go to the 72nd hole. 1 shot ahead is Fitzpatrick.
This is one of the best final round ball striking of a major championship you'll ever see. He's only
got to go all the way back. What was it, David Graham?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
At Marion in 1981, hit like 17 greens and 1 fringe on his way to winning.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, actually, Gary, way back in '81, and it was David Graham. And, oh boy, Matt Fitzpatrick has just really not missed a shot today, and when he has, the 2 tee shots that missed, he was able to recover.
All right, this is the hole where Rahm made double yesterday. He hit the lip of the bunker, ended up making a 6. This is his 3rd shot. So he's trying to make something happen here again. Pulls the string, and he'll have that for par. The post +1. Rahm had great ambitions of becoming in that rare club of back-to-back U.S. Open champions. And again, you never know when you're going to have him. Obviously, he's going to contend in future U.S. Opens, but to have that rare opportunity of winning back-to-back like Curtis Strange did here the first of two coming here at the Country Club, and then Brooks Koepka also pulling that rear feed off at Erin Hills and Shinnecock. And Keegan Bradley got off to a rough start in the second to last group with Ronnie Bogey. The first 3 holes that he soaks up the adulation for the second straight day here at 18. Even though this championship will elude him, it has been an unbelievable, memorable week for Keegan Bradley. Now back on the tee at 18, Zalatoris 1 back.
Job 1, get it in the fairway.
That looks beautiful. Is it good, Rod?
Starts up the left, cutting.
High cut. Wow. And that's deep. And that sets up Zalatoris to have a good crack with the second. Again, try to avoid that big, deep bunker which fronts this 18th. That's where Curtis Strange pulled off numerous clutch up and downs for his U.S. Open title, and now Zalatoris.
This is Fitzpatrick now. You just have to avoid the left bunkers at all cost.
Yeah, for the most part, he's driven the ball brilliantly today, really.
The left, that's what he's
cooking. It stays short.
In front of that island rough that's in the middle of that bunker.
What a mistake. What a huge mistake. You've got miles to the right. You can hit it in the corporate tents and get a free drop. Now is at the mercy of the lie and whether or not he can get it up over that lip. That is a big error there. One of the, really the only errors he's made. I think this was a bad decision, a bad club. Should have hit an iron or should have hit a driver, in my opinion.
Coming up to the green, Keegan Bradley. Earlier said he's felt like, you know, one of the Boston athletes, Red Sox, Celtic this week. That's just been a dreamlike setting for him. Didn't turn out the way he would have hoped, but he steadied the ship after those 3 bogeys to start. That is for sure.
Yeah, he had to be a little jumpy when he got going, and you know, all the putts he missed were about 8-footers to get out of the gate.
Got his whole family here. 2 boys. Yeah, and he salutes the support one last time, and he's out all week here. Throughout the first pitch at Fenway Park on Tuesday night. That's how he started his championship week. For par. Open champion from Torrey Pines that's not going to get it done. Didn't have his best stuff, but he hung in there in this defense. It was an admirable defense, to say the least, for John Rahm. And the fans are coming back in here to the 18th fairway, as we've got 2 guys in the final pairing who may decide this U.S. Open championship. Scotty Scheffler is in at 5 under. And there is the shot, tee shot by Fitzpatrick. And Roger Maltby, have you had a chance to check it out?
Well, he's just at the left side of that island in the middle of the bunker. And he does have a shot. The lie is good, but he's going to have to aim it to the left side of the green and try to cut it. It's so steep, the bank in front of him, I think going at the hole would be very risky. But he only has really one choice of shots to play with.
Officer.
Well, he's fortunate, you know, it didn't go in that grass. He has hit it so well today. It wouldn't surprise me if he pulled this off.
Well, he's also fortunate that ball's not 2 feet right, because then his option would be very little.
They probably have to pitch out, maybe. Well, there's a great look.
Upset. Hey.
And remember, Zalatoris is in great position. Look at Billy Foster's like plumb bobbing from behind the bunker.
I'm trying to figure out what line they can start. You know, 159 left.
Well, the start line's more important than the side spin. He's got to start it on line. And then if it side spins, great. Choked way up on this. All ball. What a shot.
He just skirted by the left edge of that little island rough.
As good as the Sandy Lyle bunker shot at Augusta years ago.
And he has put pressure on Zalatoris now. One back.
129 at the 50-degree wedge out.
Full attack now for Zalatoris.
Okay, looks good.
Deep rise, but he pulls the string on it. And he'll be inside, just inside of Fitzpatrick for his birdie attempt. So Fitzpatrick trying to pull off this unlikely double of U.S. Amateur title and get a U.S. Open championship on the same course. And Will Zalatoris has his own link to U.S. Open history. When Will was 6 years old, this is before he moved to Texas with the family. He was living in San Francisco. And when he was a young boy, 6 years old, the 1964 U.S. Open champion, Ken Venturi, came upon Will at the practice range at the California Golf Club and showed Will the proper grip. Venturi's trophy was on display at the Cal Clubhouse. And so Venturi was a name that Zalatoris knew early, and he's trying to win a U.S. Open here on a cold, damp day while Venturi survived that sweltering 36-hole day at Congressional to get his lone major title. And Zalatoris has put himself in position to get to 6 under to match Fitzpatrick.
Go all the way back to the age of 6 on Zalatoris. These guys really have just been addicted to golf their entire lives. They've worked their entire life for this opportunity. And here they sit on the 72nd hole.
Zalatoris trying to become another Demon Deacon to win here. Curtis Strange, of course, back in '88. And Arnold Palmer was part of a playoff in 1963. And another U.S. Open here from Wake Forest. Back Zalatoris, a couple of big schools turned him down, but Jerry Haas, the brother of Jay Haas, the coach of Wake Forest, gave him the Arnold Palmer Scholarship in 2014 to come to Wake Forest. But Matthew Fitzpatrick can end all the drama right here with a birdie. So he's left a crack in the door for Zalatoris. That takes Scheffler out of it. We'll put a marker on that and take his time. So it's come down to one final putt to see that 2-hole aggregate playoff in this U.S. Open? Will there be another playoff to decide another U.S. Open at the Country Club? All of them before this have been decided that way. Zalatoris for birdie to send it to that playoff. His parents, Russ and Sue, they've all been staying in the Fulton house. And that's Russ on Father's Day. How could it get any sweeter for Matthew Fitzpatrick? Joining Jack Nicklaus as the only players to win the U.S. Amateur and the U.S. Open on the same course. It's that old Country Club magic.
Yeah, man.
Proven to be true again.
Yeah, just an incredible reaction. This is what a lifetime of work looks like when you achieve what you set out and dreamed of your whole life to achieve. And his coach, Pete Cowan, told me before the tournament started that he felt Matt Fitzpatrick was going to get this done. There's Rory. He knows what it means to win the U.S. Open. That's as great a ball striking around as you'll see. You go back in history of the Sundays of major championships, and it'd be hard to find one better than what we saw today.
How close did Will Zalatoris come to his second straight playoff in a major championship? That close.
Nobody made the putt. Everybody thought it would go a little more right. Will came closer than any player. And there's the brother in the background just elated. There's Billy Foster.
Yeah, he's got his major finally. Guy's been out here caddying for 40 years. It's Fitzpatrick who says, "You gonna be okay, Billy? You all right?" What a week at the Country Club. Fitzpatrick, the 13th player to win the U.S. Amateur and the U.S. Open. The very first was, of course, Francis. Alex can't contain himself. He looked about as old as Eddie Lowry did 9 years ago when he was in the back of the U.S. Amateur. He flew back. It was a journey for him just to get back here and finally got back here and was there to witness his brother's U.S. Open championship. Just like he was here 9 years ago. Storybook finish indeed. Once again to another U.S. Open at the Country Club. Fitzpatrick by 1 over Scheffler. What can you say about Scheffler in this incredible golf that he just keeps continuing to author? So it's Scheffler and Zalatoris in a tie for second. Matsuyama, the round of the championship. 3 back. And the trophy presentation again on the grounds of the Country Club. It's another USGA championship trophy going to Fitzpatrick. Still in disbelief, Matthew Fitzpatrick coming down, getting ready for the trophy presentation. They're going to have to update the family album because back in 2013 they posed, the family did. Russ the dad, Alex the caddy, mom on the right, holding the Atomar trophy. And there is Russ on Father's Day.
What a thrill. That's so cool.
Got the Boston Red Sox fan. I guess they have made a home here in Boston. Mom coming out. Billy Foster celebrating his first major as well. He's been waiting a long time for this moment as well. Yep. Thank you very much, the Country Club. Another caddy celebrating another big win at this historic venue. All right, Matthew Fitzpatrick, he made a boatload of putts. Look at this one at 13th coming home.
Roger said this is not the kind of putt you make. If it goes in, well, then it's just your day.
That was huge. That came after bogeys in 10 and 11. Everybody was getting to the 600 number, but they were coming back. That got them to 5 under, and then the birdie at 15 after the par at 14.
This was incredible. Driving it to the right here in a spectacular shot.
So that was 66 feet of putts in 2 holes there, and that ended up being the difference for Fitzpatrick. He had another great look at 17. You wondered if that might be the difference, but in the end, that shot coming out of the bunker at 18 was big time, Zing.
I can't believe he hit it that good. You know, it goes back. You have to go back to 1988 and Sandy Lyle playing that bunker shot at Augusta on the last hole. That's one of the greatest bunker shots you'll ever see. Took it right over the flag somehow. And 17 out of 18 greens in regulation. He only missed 3 fairways. He was the cream of the crop.
He was the fairy tale story that a lot of people wanted to write before this championship even started. It's so hard to have that on your shoulders the whole week. Everybody asking you about it, and then you deliver.
Hey, Matthew, I'm guessing you want to come back here for the future opens? Yeah.
As we send you down to Mike Tirico.
Well, welcome to our trophy presentation, and Boston, congratulations on another great U.S. Open at the Country Club. What a weekend here in Brookline. To do the honors, the CEO of the United States Golf Association, Mr. Mike Whan.
Hey, Boston, Brookline, Country Club members, you just crushed our national championship. Well done. 3,700 volunteers with another 1,000 on the waiting list. You guys make golf the greatest sport in the world. When this championship began in 1895, there was 11 competitors from 3 countries, none of them from the United States. This year, 9,300 competitors from all 50 states, 80 different countries, ages 13 to 79, just to get to the Country Club. I'm pretty sure Francis Ouimet is smiling today for what he did for American golf. Now, most traditions at the USGA date back over 100 years, but today, right now, we're going to start a new one. We've never done this before in 127 years, but today we're going to give the E.J. Marshall platter. And that's going to go to an incredible partner in agronomy and course setup. In 127 years, we've never given the Marshall platter, but today, we're giving it to the Country Club's Director of Grounds, Dave Johnson. There's 89 names on that trophy. We're about to add number 90, Matthew. And to do the honors, I want to introduce the President of the United States Golf Association, Stu Francis.
Thank you, Mike. This year's U.S. Open featured 15 amateurs, and with a score of 288, the gold medal for low amateur goes to Travis Vick. Congratulations. Now, it is my honor to introduce the champion of the 122nd United States Open. With a score of 274, the Jack Nicklaus gold medal for the winner of the 122nd U.S. Open goes to Matt Fitzpatrick of England. Absolutely thrilled to present the historic U.S. Open trophy to our champion, Matt.
Hold on to that there for a minute. Matthew Fitzpatrick, major champion. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, no words. It's what you grow up dreaming of. It's something I've worked so hard for such a long time, and you know, there was a big monkey on my back trying to win over here, and all they ever talked about was that. And you know, to do it as a major for my first win, there's nothing better.
All right, two things about the round. One, the terrific greens in regulation. You hit 17 greens. That's one of the great ball striking Sundays at the U.S. Open. That's what you do. What was the key to getting it done under this pressure today?
I got to give myself credit. I had so much patience today. I felt like if I could just stick in, and I said to Billy, funnily enough, I said, if I can hit 18 greens today, I'd like to think I've got a good chance, and near as damn it did it. But I just played so solid all day, and you know, got a couple of nice breaks there on 15 and took advantage of it, and that's what it took in the end.
Well, sometimes you hit a big shot in a big moment, and they talk about it forever. I think that's going to be called the Fitzpatrick bunker down there now. Tell us about the shot at 18 out of the bunker with your second.
I'll be brutally honest. You know, me and Billy spent a couple times, well, quite a while talking about the 18th tee shot, undecided. I hit 3-wood today into the bunker, and if there was one shot that I've struggled with this year that I would just do not want, it's a fairway bunker shot. And I don't know, I guess sort of ability just took over, and yeah, it was one of the best shots of all time. Yeah, it's yeah. When I saw it leave the sand and I felt the strike, I was, yeah, couldn't be happier.
You mentioned Billy Foster, your caddy, a major champion. He's been around so long.
Yes,
And how about the Fulton family, the family you stayed with during the 2013 Amateur? I saw a great hug back here. Talk about what that connection has meant for you this week.
It's meant the world. You know, I've obviously won here twice now. I'm trying to get every tour event around here and stay at the Fulton. So, but to have them, or to stay with them this week has just made it so much more relaxing. There's been no pressure, and I've loved every minute of it.
You joined Jack Nicklaus as the only golfers to win the U.S. Amateur and the U.S. Open Championship on the same course. Jack did it at Pebble Beach. You do it here. What does it mean to join Jack and join all the others as major champions in golf?
It means the world, and I don't know if Jack's listening to this, but he gave me a bit of abuse at the start of the year. I won the member at his club at the Bears Club, and he said, finally, congratulations on winning in the States. So I can go back to him that Jack, I've won a second time this year.
And you have Jack's medal around your neck. Congratulations, Matthew.
Thank you.
The United States Open champion, Matthew Fitzpatrick.
You know, an American won each of the first 15 USGA championships at the country club. Now, Matthew Fitzpatrick has won the last two for England. Storybook stuff, indeed. One final look at the leaderboard. Fitzpatrick by 1. Scheffler, Zalatoris 1 back. McIlroy made a charge. Colin Morikawa came back nicely. Keegan Bradley, he'll never forget this week. McCarthy and Hadwin, the only other players under par. Catch up on anything you missed with Live from the U.S. Open coming your way next on Golf Channel. Then join our crew next week for the KPMG Women's PGA Championship coverage starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, Thursday on Golf Channel. Coming up next, it's the weakest link right here on NBC for our entire NBC NBC Sports crew, Dan Hicks saying so long from the Country Club of Brookline, where once again the champion is Matthew Fitzpatrick.